head actually.
Hey everybody, it's your friend Adam. I'm here to debate Aydin Paladin on monarchism, which should be a lot of fun. She showed me she had about 20 pages of notes, so she's probably way more prepared for this than me. I did. What's up?
Stupid alarm.
So Spoon is debating with her. SFO was supposed to debate with me, but he's not here. So, and Doomer's actually going to moderate. I'm not sure that we need a moderator, but so we agreed before we began to start off with definitions because I don't want to get in a giant argument where we're arguing over just Sitch's law. Basically, we're just arguing over definitions. So I feel like we have to establish those definitions to begin with. So Aydin, do you want to pull out what definitions you're using for monarchy and democracy? I have my own definitions, but I'll let you go first.
I really want to specify the difference. I mean, we can talk about definitions of democracy, which we probably could agree on those. But what I think that the main issue that we come into immediately is a definition between dictatorship and monarchy, because I've seen those words being used interchangeably, which I do not think is in any way accurate. So the difference is that a dictator arises and draws his power from a mandate of the masses, derives their power from people, whereas the monarch derives their power from God. The monarch is a class above. They are classless in that they have no other comparable class on earth other than monarchs. Dictators derive their power from the people inherent. Even if they were elected in quotations by a one-party system where there's no one else you can vote for, the power of a dictator arises from the people, not from an external force.
Well, that's a distinction without a difference in my eyes, because I mean, we're really talking about a power structure, like who's making the decisions. I don't like where the person is gaining their power from is really immaterial to me.
In the perception, Spoon, if you want to go ahead and
no, because the dictator's power, it comes from his swashbuckling through corpses to get there. And then he's got to pay people off, which is the monarch is legitimately seen by the people as the effective ruler, whereas a dictator can only rule by strength.
But I mean, that's just who. So you're proposing a situation that seems impossible. I mean, how are so you're saying there would only be a monarchy if the people elected the monarchy? Isn't that a democracy?
We haven't said that at all.
Okay, so
the queen, the king's not really elected. He's more
no one elects the monarch. The monarch derives their mandate from God.
This is super strange. So who makes the rules in the society? Who is making the laws? I don't know if you even call them laws with a monarchy, but who is making the decisions?
It depends on what level, but generally the monarch has ultimate veto and ultimate power to establish laws.
So they have the same. They have the same dictatorial power as a dictator. Then
this is an autocracy, if you want to use that word. Yeah.
Okay, so autocracy. Good. Now we're getting somewhere. So a monarchy is an autocracy of a rulership of one.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So this perfectly fits in with my definitions. I'm talking the two definitions that I'm using for a monarchy is an autocracy or a dictatorship. I guess you're making the distinction that a dictatorship derives his power from a different place than the monarch. I really think that distinction is unimportant for the debate, just because I'm more interested in how not where the individual derives their power, but how they maintain their power, how they sustain their power, and also how they make decisions about how everybody lives.
Those two ideas are inexorable from one another. In terms of the perception
can I just finish?
Sorry, go ahead.
So the definition I'm using here is a autocracy is a small coalition power base where you have very few individuals that are maintaining the power base in society. And a democracy is a very large coalition power base where somebody is only in power because they have a wide number of people beneath them. keeping them in power.
Sure, this is the dictator's handbook argument.
Yes.
Which we could get more into, I suppose. But yeah, I'm okay with.
So I just want to make sure that we have the same definitions. It sounds like we do.
No, in terms of, I do believe that in terms of, you're talking about the coalition, correct? The monarch's coalition, in terms of the part that matters, the very small part. Yeah, there's going to be a couple of small people who actually matter in terms of keeping that monarch in power. There's going to be basically relatives, right? But they have every also reason to want to placate and make happy the normative coalition, as would any democratic leader, as all being their subjects.
Kill anyone who might.
But there's no exchange going on between the populace and the monarch.
No, they're separate. They're separate
Right.
classes.
Yes.
So there's nothing to incentivize. There's nothing to align their motivations. There's no quid pro quo going on between.
There is no quid pro quo. That's correct. But there are incentives for the monarch to be invested in the wealth of his wards and the care of his wards and his property, the state.
So
right.
Really quickly, what is the distinction here between, because Aydin, you and Spoon want to make a pretty big distinction between monarchy and dictatorship. So what would be the difference here? What is the incentive that a monarch has that a dictator would not have?
The basic answer is that a dictator, for the most part, dictators are elected. I know that seems ridiculous, but initially they are elected. Then it can become hereditary after that, but they aren't. We can get into it. But dictatorships, with pretty much universally, with the exception of the case in Italy, where where Mussolini was put into place by the Italian king. For the most part, outside of that, dictators have been elected. Again, at least at first. Again, rises from the mandate of the masses. And the other reason why I totally disagree that dictators and monarchs could be applied the same definition, or that the same term the term dictator could be applied to a monarch, generally speaking, is because the dictator is a temporary head of state. They are a steward, or they are a caretaker. The monarch is the state. The monarch owns the state. It is his personal property. The people are his wards, instead of being the source of power. In a dictatorship, people are the source of power. They allow the dictator to do things, and then in order to further enact his wishes, to kill them in order to obtain further power. The monarch has no need to do any of this. His power is self-evident. His mandate is self-evident. And the state, again, his property, so he is not want to destroy it or harm it in any way.
The lineage he has to leave it to, yeah.
So I completely disagree with all that. Also, how a person comes to power and how a person stays in power are two different things. I have a list of implicit axioms in what you're saying, but let's move on to your argument.
Can I make a point about that?
Sure.
Do you think that the person who comes from peasantry, who has the masses behind them, who carves their way through blood and bone, and then immediately has to kneecap anyone that might be a potential threat to his reign, is going to have a different mindset than someone who is born into nobility and is raised with the expectation of a duty to fulfill your land?
It doesn't matter, because
you don't think that matters, really?
Because the person that is in power is only one person. There are many people beneath him that would love to have his position. And, you have to change the human nature of all of these people in this game in order to maintain your monarchy. Because sure, maybe the monarchy was raised in noble circumstances, but, all somebody has to do is kill the monarch and claim themselves king.
But there's a line of succession.
And now they're in power. The power base. I mean this situation is pretty well mapped out in behavioral
and
economics.
Going to do that?
Who is going to do that? Well,
who's crazy enough to go up to the head and state and kill him?
I mean, I'll answer that. I actually think the good counterexample is the Chinese emperor, right? Which was typified by very, very weak ties, familial ties, which did mean that a bunch of the emperor's children killed each other in order to try and vie for the throne. So that is a counter example, but we are talking from a European monarchical perspective.
The example they use in the Dictator's Handbook is Samuel Doe, who was basically a private in the army that ended up going to the president of Liberia to talk to him about why they had not been paid, and he realized, oh, I could just kill this guy and become the president of Liberia. So he did, and he became the president of Liberia for like 20 years. So I mean, it happens, yes.
But I would say that happens in
he's the
pretty much any system. And I think one of the things that Spoon and I are going to argue also is Hoppe, for example, also doesn't necessarily argue that monarchy is like a perfect system. In fact, Hoppe is an anarcho-capitalist, so he doesn't think that monarchy is the correct system at all. He just thinks that it's preferable to democracy. And he's not alone. The founding fathers probably actually agreed. So did the French revolutionaries at some point. So did Aristotle. So did Plato.
Well, I mean, we're getting into a debate. I don't even really feel like you've laid out your argument. I mean, I have my argument, but do you want to lay out your argument?
Would you like me to read it?
Let them go.
Do you want me to just read it? Because I have a statement. I think if
no, let him show his hand. I want to see what Adam's point is for.
No, I did you want me to start and just read out my statement on this? We can stop it at any point, obviously, but I'll just go ahead and start. And this is Spoon and I have, I think, both agree that we are on the same mindset on this statement, correct?
Yes.
Well, you're in the affirmative position. You're the one arguing for monarchy. So that's why. So usually the affirmative goes first. Yeah.
Okay. It is because we value freedom and liberty above all else that we find issues with the system of democracy. Freedom is not inherent to democracy. In fact, liberty is poorly suited by democracy, particularly direct democracies, due to the basic ill that plagues both direct and indirect democracies, which is mob rule. Even in representative democracies, majority rule means that the desires of the minority will not be properly represented. As such, a democracy is only as liberal to the extent that the majority chooses to be liberal. Instead, it can often choose to be highly illiberal. And once illiberalism is the majority, there is no protection left for the minority. Only 51% of Germans elected Hitler into power after all, and that is but one of many examples of democracy giving way to authoritarianism. Similarly, the Cambodian people overthrew their monarchy and established a republic, electing Pol Pot as prime minister. That republic quickly turned into the Democratic Kampuchea, a communist one-party system with Pol Pot remaining as ruler, and as which he proceeded to engage in one of the most devastating genocides in human history, killing nearly 1/4 of the Cambodian population in about 4 years. Both in Germany and in Cambodia, then, monarchs were deposed by people who, with their newfound freedom, democratically elected authoritarian dictators without the alloy of a monarch's protection against tyranny of the mob. It's actually quite easier to find the one example wherein a monarch directly gave way to a dictator, which was the case for Mussolini, who did so with mass public pressure on the king. Again, pressure of the mob and mob rule. It is democracy, not monarchy, that has a long history of producing dictatorships under the banner of being the will of the people. Political philosophers as far back as Plato and Aristotle understood that tyrants come into power by claiming to be one of the people, not part of the elite class. Instead, tyrants must be, quote, normal people who lead and not rule. The founding fathers and French revolutionary philosophers were also well aware of the propensity of democracy to lead to mob rule. Jefferson described mobs as supportive of government as were swords to the strength of the human body.
Aydin, I hate to interrupt you, but I really want to get your argument. And right now you're giving me an argument against democracy. You're supposed to be arguing in favor of monarchy.
Do you want me to skip?
Well, I mean,
I can get through this last paragraph.
You're basically
you're
making my argument. I mean, you're basically saying, yes, monarchies can lead to democracies, which lead to dictatorships. You're not saying that monarchies are stable or a better form of government. You're basically
in my next
saying
paragraph. But
okay, go ahead. So,
Christ. Okay, if I can finish this paragraph, it will be the next one.
Okay,
I have to first make the case against democracy. And then,
but that's not what you're arguing, though. You're arguing an affirmative position for.
Well, you need to explain why the one is bad.
What do you mean? Why? No, you're arguing in favor of monarchy.
Yeah, but
listen.
You have to make the one.
All right. Okay,
bad,
then. Well, let me just skip the rest of that paragraph.
Listen.
I can just skip the rest of the paragraph. I think there's some cool quotes in it, but
yeah, some of them are pretty funny.
Well, just because democracy is bad doesn't mean by default monarchy or autocracy or dictatorship or communism is the winner. It's not a zero-sum game.
But that's not what I'm going to be arguing.
Okay.
But I think one does need the importance of mob rule and its effect on the monarchy. I think is important to my argument. So if I can finish the last like 3 or 4 sentences in this paragraph, the next paragraph
Sure.
is
Go,
about
go ahead.
monarchy.
Go ahead. I just want to make sure that I understand the argument that you're making. I'm on the edge of my seat. I want to know what this fantastic argument is for monarchy.
All right. Jefferson described the mobs as of supportive of government as resource to the strength of the human body, and mob rule inevitably reduces individual liberty. I am making the argument for liberty under monarchy, by the way. In addition to liberty, nor is it that equality is well realized via democracy, as striving for pure equality comes from a place of envy rather than striving for equality or equity under the law. De Tocqueville said, "Equality is a slogan based on envy. It signifies in the heart of every Republican that, quote, nobody is going to occupy a higher place than I. This is manifested throughout history, with tyranny arising with slogans of equality, not of liberty nor freedom. As all tyrants who rose in all the Greek cities in the 3rd and 4th centuries resigned only to flattering whatever was the worst in the mob and violently suppressing whoever was superior by birth, wealth, or merit. Democracy seems to despise the exceptional by rule of the mob, of the mediocre, in the name of equality, again, not liberty, for which James Madison described that the law must protect property against the, quote, spirit of democracy due to its inherent destructive nature. De Tocqueville also predicted that this concept, the spirit of democracy, would be used to rouse public support for that which restricts their own freedoms, such as we now see in claims of threat to democracy being used to support authoritarian measures. Lenin and later Stalin both used the term democracy to give legitimacy to their own regimes. It is how, as Huey Long predicted, fascism would come to America under the name of democracy. Comparatively, to be a monarch is to be outside of all class struggles for equality. A ruler and leader both rule from above. In horizontal systems, such as democracy, liberty is actually more likely to be restricted by the majority than it is in a vertical system, such as a monarchy. Because monarchs rule from above, they are held directly responsible for bad actions, unlike rule by mob consensus. Horribly unpopular decisions are enacted by the populace, for example, prohibition, which, when enacted by a monarch, such as the case with Tsar Nicholas, tends to end in a gunpoint. The monarch, unlike the common man, is raised and educated from birth in the art of statecraft, as well as in morals, ethics, economics, etc., to most competently operate the state, which is his property, and to protect the people, his wards. The common man, thereby, will always be a rank amateur besides the monarch. I ask you, if you are on a boat, and this is a real question to you, the chat, everybody. I ask you, if you are on a boat in the middle of the ocean with 2 fellow passengers, when you suffer from an acute appendicitis, which man do you choose to operate on you? A drunk doctor or a well-meaning poet? In this way, even the most mediocre monarch is preferable to the amateur. Let me ask a related question. Would you rather get a burger from McDonald's, a long-established profitable company run by a CEO whose goal is to maximize the profits for him and his shareholders, or from a burger joint operated by the state of California? Not only would you likely prefer the experienced doctor, even if he's drunk, to operate on you, I would imagine so too you would prefer the burger from the business operated by the CEO than one operated by members of a democratically elected government bureaucracy. Would you like me to keep going? Because or you can answer.
I'm questioning what your actual argument is here. I mean, all you're doing is you're saying, like you're offering.
I just offered the value of the monarch comparatively to democracy. It's the CEO, it's the doctor, it's the CEO of McDonald's running the McDonald's versus and even a drunken doctor versus the plebeian versus a well-meaning poet. Who would you rather have operate on you?
Well, so you're casting the monarch though as a decision maker. That is, how exactly is the monarch going to make decisions that are going to be good for the populace? What is going to incentivize him to make decisions that are going to?
He's responsible for all the fuck ups. And also all the ires aimed at him.
What ramifications does he? I mean, if he's not going to be, if he can't be voted out of office, what ramifications does he suffer from fuck ups?
As I said, in the case of Tsar Nicholas, gunpoint.
So
monarchs
things
have often been deposed.
Things have to get. So in order to change leadership, you actually have to have a coup. What happens with the coup?
You can have a reason to depose
Who takes charge after the coup takes place? Is it this? Is there a number of monarchs lined up? You get a new monarch, or does it devolve into tyranny?
You can say the same with democracy, actually, for that question.
But that is how democracy ends up. But
you guys are casting democracy. Listen, you're basically making an argument that's exactly the same as the communist argument for central planning, because you're saying that only the smartest people in society should be able to make these decisions. And how is that any different than central planning? The whole idea behind democracy is that you're taking a poll of the population to find out how these policies are affecting people, and they're voting on how they're affecting them. There's actually a feedback loop that takes place. Democracy has a structure that is very much like evolution. There's reproduction, variation, and selection. And with a
Except there's no
monarch, you're
selection in
taking
democracy.
no,
There's
in
actually
autocracy, there is no selection mechanism because you're not polling the population and asking them how they're doing.
Well,
The-
really
the
quick, I think
selection-
Dev's waiting
yeah.
to get in.
What's that, Doomer?
I think Dev is waiting to get in, but I don't know how Streamlabs works.
What's up, Dev?
Hi, sorry I'm late.
hello.
That's okay. So, Aydin, as you were saying about
Adam, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Where's the incentive for the elective to rule well?
The incentive for the elected to rule well is to stay in office. All leaders, all elites are chiefly focused on maintaining their own position. In order for
Their own power.
Right, exactly. In order for in order for monarchy to work, you have to deny that that's a part of human nature. You have to deny that people are self-interested and want to get ahead, and that there will be challenges to a person in power. I mean, the people in power, their chief concern is maintaining that power. The incentives are completely misaligned with your position, Spoon, because if I am in control, if I am supreme leader, I am going to be very worried about smart, industrious people coming to power. One of the reasons why places that are autocracies don't have a lot of innovation and a lot of, forward thinking is because
This is fundamentally incorrect, but continue.
well, if listen, the richest man in Russia was a businessman that Putin had arrested and thrown in jail, and he basically expropriated all of his money. So if you see that, if you see, hey, if I'm going to be the next Elon Musk, I could end up in a jail cell. What is your incentive to be the next Elon Musk?
Well, because that's actually not that has not been the case though in monarchies. In fact, if you look at the history of monarchies, you find that some of the greatest statesmen, if not the greatest statesmen that have existed, and philosophers that have existed throughout human history, have come about as a product of monarchy because they are raised up
monarchy,
to be also
there's
advisors to the monarch.
There's just as many examples in history of monarchs stifling innovation. The Queen of England basically told the guy who invented the Louvre to fuck off and die because everyone was working sewing clothes together. Yeah,
the Louvre. You mean the thing that was gifted to the people by the French monarch, who ended up putting all of the royal gallery in there for the benefit and well-being of the people.
There's plenty of examples in the book Why Nations Fail of monarchs stifling innovation, that innovators have come to the monarch and said, listen, I have this new innovation, and the monarch says, well, this innovation would challenge my power. If the people are not working
also
stitching fabric by hand, then they'll be more likely to revolt. So let's not move in that direction. So
we're running into a kind of a problem here where there's claims that are being made about like democracy will inevitably lead to this, monarchy will inevitably lead to that, right? Mm-hmm. And pretty much no matter what you say, you're going to have examples, but we need to be a bit more precise, right? Like if you're going to make a claim about monarchy, I'm curious, what percentage of the time would we observe this if we look at the history of monarchies? Or what, how likely would this be if we observe monarchies today? Because I believe a statement has been made something to the kind of like, democracy will inevitably lead to tyranny. Well, that has happened, but there are also lots of democracies that have not led to tyranny, right? So
right,
yeah.
But all of the dictatorships of the 21st century have come from democracies. All of them. Besides
sure, but that doesn't mean
the one that I said about in Italy. That's the one example.
There's two stable states of government, Aydin: autocracy and democracy.
See, I think that's
they can oscillate back and forth. You're taking the position of autocracy. You're just calling it monarchy.
No, but you, if I may, I think that by truncating down, okay, I understand the use of using the word autocracy, but to differentiate from democracy. However, I think that's incredibly simplistic to pretend that all autocracies are equal. For example, in the Dictator's Handbook, he defines autocracy as being both a military junta and a dictatorship and a monarchy and a CEO. But the way that those rule are completely different. A CEO works to maximize profit for his shareholders. A CEO is not well suited to kill his shareholders as a dictator might be for those who get a bit too out of place. These are particularly a dictator and a military junta both arise from power from the people. A monarch and a CEO arise from self-power by mandate from outside of the people.
Well,
how they rise to power and how they stay in power are completely different things. So they're talking in terms of maintaining a power base.
There's something that we should probably clear up. So let's say that hypothetically, I have, ultimate power to decide what goes on, right? And I go to a country and I turn it into a monarchy. Now, so it is a monarchy now, but there's the question of how does that maintain itself, right? So how does a monarchy deal, for example, with someone who doesn't believe in the god of the monarch? Or how would a monarchy deal with a population that doesn't respect the mandate of heaven? Or whatever it is that you're saying allows the monarch to basically derive ultimate power. What happens when the population doesn't respect that?
I think, typically speaking, the monarch wouldn't care. Then I guess you would leave. But that their right is manifest, inherent. If you choose not to respect it, you choose not to respect it. You could say you don't believe that the president's legitimate, don't you? I mean, like, absolutely. What do you do when half the population thinks the president's not legitimate in the United States? Just comparatively.
We have a power sharing system set up. So the next election is right around the corner.
Well, the entire, a huge premise of your argument is that a monarchy is going to be more stable, which relies upon people respecting the rule of the monarch, right? Through the mandate of heaven. And if that doesn't happen, it seems like that stability. Yeah.
Doomer, I don't know that we're arguing over stability here, because the dictatorships and democracies tend to be as stable as one another. Dictatorships can devolve in dictatorships. You're trying to work towards democracy. I mean,
even the Dictator's Handbook says democracies are less stable, essentially, because they have more people move in and out.
Well,
he specifically mentions that
this is why I want to be careful. This is why I want to be careful around the term stability, because North Korea is very stable. I don't know if I want to live there. Okay, I don't know that stability is a good metric for us to be focusing on. That's why I'm saying, okay, I would much rather live in a place that had a good quality of life and was stable than a place that was a terrible hellhole, but it was stable.
What do you define as unstable?
Yeah, that's my problem with the word stability. Listen,
what is
Saddam Hussein stayed in power for 30 years. The power base was very stable. I mean, there wasn't going to be a change of power.
Yeah. He's also not Christian, though.
It seems like Adam's definition of stability is just the length in which a government is maintained. So
and also exactly. There's a peaceful transition of power, a transition of power that is not going to wildly throw your economy and your populace into chaos, not going to result in civil wars. What's that?
Give it a year. I'm just using your current government as an example.
Well, this is not an argument in favor of democracy. I mean, or of monarchy.
It was a joke, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand your argument in favor. I mean, you seem to be agreeing with me that the small coalition versus the large coalition. I mean, democracies have a sort of power sharing thing going on.
No, the large coalition is completely worthless. That's a bad argument. The large coalition is completely worthless. That's a
The
bad
large
argument.
coalition is completely worthless.
Yeah,
Well, that's your
a bad one.
position. But Adam's only point was that you were agreeing definitionally as
No,
to
okay. Here's the reason I found the dictators one rather funny with the large coalition. If you have someone in government or trying to run, they will say whatever they need to do to get elected and promise all kinds of crap. So you're going to attract the wrong kind of person in power. Once they're in power, they may not enact the will of the people in case
And then
they'll be
they can
thrown
be
out.
voted out. Yes. But in your
Yeah, but-
situation,
yeah,
that doesn't
but here's the
happen.
thing. Yeah, but
well,
here's the thing.
yeah. Go ahead, Spoon.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, as far as who is attracted to the power of that particular moment, and as far as trying to keep the large coalition, let's say you enact the large coalition, the will of the large coalition could be really, really stupid. And then the other people who are not fans of it vote them out. But all the damage that is done by the one person enacting the will of the large coalition still is there when the next person comes into power. That's the problem. Like,
it's
you
very
can say
rare.
it's-
It's
you're
very rare
spending a
for
lot.
things that are enacted under a democracy to go backwards and under monarchies. But once you
Okay.
put things in place, you better have a good idea that they're going to be good. And generally speaking, what the large coalition, what the majority of people want, is not really necessarily what's good for them. If you look
Yes.
at the intelligence of the average person, and not just intelligence, let's talk about their knowledge of statescraft, right? It's extremely low. 40% of Americans don't know who America fought against in World War II, for example.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter that the people who are asking,
They're
Okay,
not
well-
crafting policy. They're the
But they're
whole
demanding
point of
policy.
democracy.
But they're demanding policy.
That is
But
good
let me-
for them. That appeals to their own self-interest. Here, let me read a
Their own
little section of
self-interest
this
is
just so I
funded
can.
by somebody else. That's the problem.
Let me read this because there's a technical aspect of here that I just don't know how you get past with monarchy. Okay, this is a section from Dictator's Handbook. So in a democracy or any other system where the leader's critical coalition is excessively large, it becomes too costly to buy loyalty through private rewards. The money has to be spread too thinly. So in a small coalition situation, in order to maintain power, you're really buying loyalty of the people that are keeping you in power. That becomes an untenable situation in a democracy.
Does it?
So you're really
what's
focused
the
on.
American debt?
Let me finish.
Sorry.
So you're really focused on providing good public policy for, if Trump was elected by 70 million people. So you're focused on providing good public policy for 70 million people, and you're either going to deliver those policies or you're not going to deliver those policies. And if you're not going to deliver those policies, you're no longer going to be in office. But so continuing with Dictator's Handbook. So by contrast, dictators, monarchs, military junta leaders, and most CEOs all rely on a small set of essentials. As intimated by Machiavelli, it is more efficient for them to govern by spending a chunk of revenue to buy the loyalty of their coalition through private benefits, even though these benefits come at the expense of the larger tax-paying public or millions of small shareholders. Thus, small coalitions encourage stable, corrupt, private goods-oriented regimes. The choice between enhanced social welfare or enriching the privileged few is not a question of how benevolent a leader is. Honorable motives might seem important, but they are overwhelmed by the need to keep supporters happy, and the means of keeping them happy depend on how many need rewarding. So we're talking about the power base that keeps whoever is in charge. So
Sure.
you have a technical, let me just lay it out here so everyone can understand it. So you have a technical issue here where if you are a leader, whether you're a dictator or a monarch or a elected official, your chief concern is maintaining your position. Now, in a democracy, your position is to make, 100,000 people, 70 million people, whatever level of the democracy you're at, your goal is to keep that many people happy. Well, you can't just buy those people off because you don't have the resources to do that. You're literally forced to work on public policy that is going to help a large number of people. In an autocracy, in a dictatorship, in a monarchy, you're focused on half a dozen dudes that are keeping you in power. And not only that, the incentives to put somebody that could end up in your bedroom slitting your throat close to you is not good. You're more incentivized to keep loyal dum-dums in those top positions than to bring anyone smart to the top who could be a rival competitor monarch.
Okay. So, first of all, one of the things that happens in democracy is the diffusion of responsibility. So you said, for example, that you can't just, if I may, that you can't just pay off those people. You said instead you have to engage in public policy. Correct. You can't pay off the normative coalition, but you do. You do pay them off. Public policy, which
yes, you do. There is a quid pro quo. Yes, my argument is that people are self-interested. Yes, my whole argument is that people are self-interested.
It's by taking people's money and redistributing it to them.
It's a power sharing thing. But if you want to go into those numbers, the monarch, in order to maintain power, you think he's out there tilling the fields? No, he's taking your money away from you to pay off the people that he needs to maintain loyalty to him. They go into this in the dictator's handbook, and the taxes in autocracies is double what they are. Listen,
actually, that's not true. And
tax cuts.
I have the statistics on that. Actually, let's go into the numbers.
Tax cuts. Listen, tax cuts are a huge boon to getting reelected. Politicians love to give out tax cuts.
Okay, so interest rates.
Do tax cuts work for getting people elected?
I think raising taxes on the rich is a far more powerful slogan for re-election than cutting taxes ever will be.
But
it doesn't matter. Republicans use one.
A monarch is never going to run. A monarch doesn't need to run on cutting taxes. A monarch doesn't need to run on raising taxes. A monarch does whatever they want.
Why do you think the monarch's incentive is to be a complete tyrant?
Because that is what it takes to stay on top. I didn't
not
invent
if you're born into it. You're already have it. You're not going to lose it.
You're the one ignoring human nature. You're the one telling me, oh, in this world, there are not going to be people who are motivated to snipe at you from below, to cancel culture your ass, to fucking take your spot.
It's pretty difficult to cancel. I mean, how are you going to cancel culture the queen?
Listen, they kicked Trump off of Twitter.
Yeah, Trump was a democratically elected leader.
Yes, mob rule is why they did that.
Hi guys, by the way.
Hello, Dev.
I'm just waiting for the opportunity to talk. How's it going, everyone?
Sorry,
Dev, we don't know whose side you're on, Dev, because I don't know.
Dev's on your side, Adam.
Hold on, no. I'm on both of your sides.
Well, you can't be. Dev, you can't be. I give Dev to you. Then this is officially a 3-on-1. Dev,
hold on, because I live in a country that is a constitutional monarchy.
It seems to work out pretty well. I'm gonna have to mute you. You're not even part of the conversation. A constitutional monarchy is a democracy. Let's be honest here.
It's a democracy, but it's also a monarchy. It is both.
No, it's not. It's
yes,
not.
It is.
We made the distinction before you got here. We're arguing over a large coalition base.
I did not agree that a constitutional monarchy was a democracy. It's a monarchy with democratic elements, which is actually what I argue for, and Spoon does not argue for. He argues for an absolute monarchy.
Well, see, I can point to the example in the 1980s in Australia. Aydin, you probably know about this, where basically they had several House of Commons that were elected, and the politics of the era in Australia was so divided that they could never get anything passed. And what happened was the Governor General, who represents the Queen, basically came in and used the nuclear option, which was, you all now don't have a seat in the Queen's Parliament, and called an election. And that was basically what broke the stalemate. And America has needed something like that for the past 25 years. Like, you guys in the Senate, especially, and to a lesser extent in the House, but still in the House, have been so partisan. You have not had a political nuclear option like what exists in the Commonwealth countries, of basically the monarch, represented by the Governor General in most countries, coming in and saying, you are too dysfunctional, you're all out of a job. And that's that's important to maintain democracy, I think.
That's true. But there's going to be,
who we're citing a lot from, he has a suggestion for a similar government in America that we could go over. Sorry, Spoon.
But at the same time,
hold on. We need to clear this up, because It seems like we've been having a discussion up until now about absolute monarchy versus democracy. Now we're talking about constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, no,
let's
that's
clear
why
up these
I don't
terms really
want to.
quick.
I don't want to bring that in, Dev.
Okay.
We're
Yeah,
we're talking about
at the same time-
autocracies versus democracies.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
We're
it'd be
talking about
simpler
the
to
structural power base
Right,
between the
right.
two. You're
because-
like a mixed thing is just. I mean,
it's the ultimate centrist position, Adam.
Well, I mean, I also
Yeah,
am
but-
in favor of constitutional monarchies, but I think we're arguing for the absolute monarchy as the
Well,
extreme position.
I will also come to Adam's defense, because for a democracy to function, it needs some kind of kill switch. It needs some kind of
I
of
completely-
space. Well, hold on, because you already
I
have that in the
completely
United States.
disagree. What are you talking about?
It's the Constitution. There are some things that your elected officials cannot do.
A kill switch? Oh, okay. You're talking about a
Yeah.
Bill of Rights. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
idea that
obviously
there's
a Bill of
something that you
Rights is
can't do.
necessary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you have to structure it so you have minority rights. So you respect the
Yes.
minority rights. Yeah.
But the idea is that a Bill of Rights is inherently anti-democratic. Think about
I'm
it.
not.
It is, because, well, think about it. Think about it this way: you live in your house and you own your house. If 15 squatters show up and say, "Well, we're going to outvote you now. This is our house," the answer to that is no. Obviously, you have an autocratic rule over your property, and it has to be that way. So there has to be some things that democracy can't touch. That doesn't mean that democracy is bad. At least in my opinion. I think the government has to be democratic.
We have a Bill of
but-
Rights that protects the rights of the individual, because the individual is always could end up in the minority. The majority doesn't need
Yes.
the protection of the Bill of Rights, because they have the protection of the vote. They're the majority.
Yes, exactly. But that is still anti-democratic, because the minority is the minority. You know what I mean?
Democracy works on a majority rule basis. Therefore, if, again, as Dev said, if a majority of people came in and said, well, we want to turn your private property into public property on the part of the state, then that would be a democratic decision. If everyone agreed to that, except for you, well, your rights as the minority would be stifled. And in fact, that is why having an autocratic ruler or a monarch in place who is above the mob rule, the majority rule, who'd say no, who's in the position to say no, that's not acceptable, and to respect a Bill of Rights, for example, and to not allow the minority to be stifled.
When you say mob rule, I mean, what exactly is the implication there? Because you seem to be saying that. Yeah, but just because the decision was made in a democratic way doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad decision. You're going to be making decisions in a non-democratic way. You're just going to be, I don't know, consulting experts. How exactly are you going to be doing your decision?
Just because it's made by many.
I'm not talking about morality as much as I'm talking about outcomes.
So there's a dispute I wanted to clear up earlier, which we should probably clear up now. It seems as though Aydin and Spoon are arguing that a monarchy would be in the best interest of the people, and that ultimately what is in the best interest of the people is what matters. And the problem that they're putting forward with democracy is that democracy isn't able to adequately serve the will of the people, because the people aren't educated or intelligent enough to really know what would even be in their own best interest, or enough to elect representatives that would be able to do that. So there seemed to be an agreement that ultimately, like, what is in the best interest of the population is what we're arguing about from everyone involved. Is that agreed?
Yes.
The monarchy be a more neutral arbiter.
If I may,
the population has conflicting interests, though. Obviously, we live in a democracy. Well, the democracy is set up to deal with those conflicting interests through a power sharing means. But in a monarchy, you basically have, anyone who disagrees is shut out of. They're never gonna.
But that is the way it is for the minority within a democracy as well. The
minority changes, though. What are you talking about? We have a power, like, we go back and forth. Democrats are in charge, and then Republicans are in charge.
And so somehow that's liberty, that your rights are stifled.
Well, you kind of sound like sore losers here, because, okay, let's say we're going to do a monarchy, and Obama is going to be the monarch from here on out. Now, how do you like your monarchy?
Who selected him?
Okay, I don't understand this sore loser thing. If you think this is related to Trump, it's not. If I may go back really quickly to what was was said before, and then I will touch back on this, but this is just before I leave my
Aydin,
train of thought.
are you denying that there are people who are not going to be in favor of the policies of whatever the monarch proposes? Is that what you're saying?
Of course there will be.
Okay.
But
and those people, will those people ever get relief?
If it is a serious concern that would affect enough people, yeah, potentially. Because
obviously some concern could be serious to them and you could laugh at. That's a situation that happens quite often.
That happens
some
in
people think yes, it does. But in democracies, there is a way to fight non-violently to gain new leadership and change the policies.
All people are equal in their status as being below the monarch, right? There is no minority position there. Everyone.
But we're talking about how to make policy decisions.
In which case, because there is no minority, no majority under the monarch, they are all they are all under the monarch. There isn't one group that will have their voices heard, even if it's just for 4 years or 8 years, more than another.
Well, that could
neither one is
potentially be
prioritized.
That could potentially be even worse, because in a democracy situation, you would hope that at least 51% of the people are getting, elites that are working on policy positions that they agree with. A monarch could be working on policy positions that 90% of the population doesn't agree with.
If it would be something that would upset all of their subjects, 90% of their subjects, it wouldn't be in the best interest or incentivize the monarch to do so.
Why?
Because it's their property. And their subjects are akin to being their children. You don't hurt your property. You don't, for the most part, seriously punish your children. I mean, some people do, but that's antinormative. People don't beat their children mercilessly for no reason unless they're psychopaths. But you're always going to get a psychopath. However, the difference is,
where does the wealth come from in this situation? Because if you're treating me like I'm your subject, like I'm going to drag my feet. I'm not really going to be a hard worker in this situation.
Why
are people hard workers in democracies?
Okay, I just want to ask, why would you not be? There's many people who revere the head of state like a god. There's great honor in honoring the king.
So do you have numbers on how many people are going to be hard workers, we honor the king, and how many people are going to be feet draggers like old Adam who say fuck the king? And I like, what's my like, why do I want to get in ahead in a situation where it just puts my life at risk?
Why would it put your life at risk?
Because people, there's no protection for me. Does private property exist? Like you're literally saying,
yes, private property exists.
You called the people the property of the king, though. So,
but they can own their own private property as well too. Mm-hmm. But the king, the monarch, is the state. Therefore, the state is his property. Therefore, he is not want to destroy his property.
I don't think that logically follows. Sorry, Aydin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
It just, I mean, people destroy their property all the time. People are foolish all the time. People make bad decisions all the time.
Someone who's been trained in the art of statecraft since they were a child.
That makes no difference.
Yes, even them. In fact, you can elect an idiot, but he'll be gone in a few years. You have to revolt against a monarch.
Will the idiot be gone in a few years?
Yes.
No, I don't agree. Let me put it this way.
Obama twice.
No, let's put it this way, right? And let's not just talk about the president where you have an 8-year, limit. Okay, let's talk about the majority of politicians, which a lot of them stay in place for their entire lives for the most part. I mean, some of them do, like Bob Byrd of West Virginia, of course, who was a Grand Cyclops in the KKK, served till who is like 98 or whatever. The point is that let's do the hypothetical, right? Okay, or it's not really a hypothetical, but let's say you have 3 people who are running for government, right? You have the good Christian, the good pagan. I'm using Knut Lennon's
and the bad pagan
language here. The good pagan, and then the bad pagan, and he uses this because he's looking at this from a very Christian perspective. So the good Christian is going to be completely honest to the people about his faults, his errors, things that he's good at, that he's not good at. He's going to say honestly what he's going to do. The good pagan who might not necessarily tell the entire honest truth about it, and then the bad pagan will just outright lie and will say, I will grant you everything you could possibly ever want. Everything you could possibly ever want, I will give to you because they want power. Well, generally speaking, what the people end up voting for is the bad pagan because he's promising them the most. Now, if that bad pagan is unable to actually provide those things, they can just say, well, we couldn't get it done this time. I got tied up in bureaucracy. Just vote for me again. I promise next time I'll be able to do it. And that's how you get career politicians. That's how you get people who stay in government for their entire careers. They don't do anything because they're not incentivized to actually do anything. Their options are A, to keep lying, or B, to actually do anything and potentially piss off their electorate. Generally speaking, they tend to go with A and not do anything, but just continue to make promises. Meanwhile, they maximize their own personal wealth and power.
Well, that's true. That's all completely true. But it sounds like a bad king is just that with less steps.
Yes,
So
exactly.
here's a quick question. So, according to the only relevant source, Wikipedia, there are 2 absolute monarchies with a population over 1 million people: the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman. So, do these 2 societies, for the things that you're saying about how an absolute monarchy would go, would you use the Sultanate of Oman and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as examples of this going smoothly?
There's no absolute monarch that we're referring to that exists currently.
Okay,
we're talking about historical examples.
Is there a
Well,
good
sure,
historical
but
example?
Saudi
hold
Arabia is
on.
closer.
There's a problem with historical examples. If you're looking at a society that existed 200 years ago, it's
Oh,
going to be wildly different than a society
today,
post-industrial revolution, right? Like
Sure.
I don't know that a meaningful comparison could even be made necessarily, right?
Yeah, that is the one argument that I find is interesting, is that the theological aspect is drastically different in today's world than it would be in the old one. And that is one of my biggest conundrums, because I don't think the theologian argument would hold as well up as it would be in those days. And that is a concern that I have, because it doesn't have...
I think that's why in the United States model they replaced God with the Bill of Rights, because there still has to be some appeal to the ideal, and it was God for a long time, but now it's not, because people aren't as religious as they used to be. So that, yeah, I mean, I think that's why you have constitutions and democracies.
That
so
does make it easy to destroy, though.
Sometimes, but like the idea of, like, I mean, I think we're all going to agree here, an absolute democracy would be terrible. Right?
It'd be hell, yes.
I think we can all agree on that.
Yes.
Like there has to be some limits on democratic power.
Sure. I think the only thing the reason why we're both advocating for monarchy is because we think it allows for maximization of liberty. Because otherwise you do end up, and it vacillates. So who is the majority today is not the majority 4 years from now necessarily.
You end up, how do you get that? Because in order for a monarch to maintain power, they have to get resources from the population that they can give to their loyalists to maintain their power base. So
their power base is again, it's mandated by God. They don't need, the difference is, Adam, I would say that a Democrat, I mean, a Democrat is a leader in a democratic society. An elected leader needs to maintain their power by getting elected. So they are motivated and incentivized to give money to their electorate, the people who are going to elect them again, to give money and gifts to their friends and to people who they want to elect them again. Or, it can be through social welfare programs or whatever. It doesn't have to be a direct, give them a yacht or whatever. It can be by making sure that you've done something, you've thrown them a bone so that they'll elect you again, or promise to give them something to throw them a bone. The monarch has no such need because their right is mandated by God. It is mandated inherent. They don't need to. That doesn't
make them immortal. That doesn't make them beyond assassination, which is what happens.
Their hereditary line makes them immortal. No, they're not beyond assassinations, but neither is a democratic leader. The difference is, as I was trying to finish up there, is that in a democracy, it is only behooving to the Democrat leader to give things to their base, to their coalition, correct? To try and get their coalition.
There's something that keeps happening here, Aydin.
Mm-hmm.
I keep asking you questions about the autocracy, and you keep replying with how a democracy works. I know how a democracy works, okay?
Well, I've
You're
been
not
trying
supposed to be arguing against democracy. You're arguing in favor
Well,
of
so
monarchy. So I'm asking
okay,
you,
hold
how
on.
do resources how are resources
I was trying to get
distributed
there.
in a monarchy?
Sure, but just to clear this up really quickly, it does seem reasonable to me that if you're going to argue for a form of government, that's going to imply an argument against competing forms of government, right?
Yeah,
Like if I was going to argue for capitalism, I would be making arguments against socialism or whatever it was that the person was advocating for. But Adam does have a point that
If I may.
it's hard. Yeah, sure, but it is hard for us to imagine what exactly a monarchy would look like today, especially if the existing monarchies are not ones that you would think are examples of this, right? So it's
Yes,
pretty important to
perfect.
try and paint a picture of how not of the monarchies that exist today, but of what you're proposing. How exactly would this work, and what would this look like today?
Okay, we'll go. I'll get there in a second. To finish up what I was trying to say, just to finish it off, I was trying to contrast where I was saying that the Democrat leaders would be incentivized to give to their coalition, whereas again, there's no majority nor minority under the monarch. They're all equal under the monarch. So if you're talking about a redistribution of taxes, for example, for public works, there wouldn't be one group prioritized over the other because they're all equal. It wouldn't matter if it's one group that is particularly suffering, then that group could be
this monarchy
prioritized.
or democracy?
This is monarchy.
Okay,
Because
in
everyone,
monarchy.
because there's no majority. There is no majority nor minority. They're all equal under the monarch. There's no one group that's going to be able to stifle the liberties of the other.
There are people keeping the monarch in power, and there are people who are inconsequential in keeping the monarch in power. I'm talking, how do you motivate your citizens to produce value that as a monarch you can tax?
Not even just their own produce. Like, but building the society, like just as you would in any like a democratic society.
You have liberty.
Yes.
So you would go about, and you're not going to
live your life.
Yeah, I mean, are you unless you're not going to get? It's not a welfare state, so people would have to function under a capitalist economic system as any other.
I don't quite get what you mean by that.
Yeah,
what is your incentive
I
to
think
live?
I can reword it if you like. So in our current society, you have a situation where the reason that a democratic government will build schools and build universities and build hospitals and build roads is not because they do it out of the good of their heart. It's because a well-educated, well-fed, healthy population is more productive, and so they can get more tax out of them. But if
the monarch would be incentivized to do so as well for the exact same reasons.
Possibly. But the difference is that the majority of a democratic government's money comes from a majority of the people. Meanwhile, in a monarchy where basically the monarch holds political power not because most of the people want him, but because he has just his court, I guess, the key supporters in his government. All you have to do is just keep those guys happy. You don't have to worry about the welfare of the people. That doesn't matter. And we see this in democracies too, though. I mean, you see situations where there are voting blocks that people talk about, like the young people.
Yeah,
you should do things for young people. They never fucking vote, so nothing ever happens for them. Like Bernie Sanders talks about it, and nothing happened. Right? He didn't get elected. There's lots of people will talk about doing things that are popular with young people and never do them because young people don't vote. So there's no power in that block. So it doesn't need to have concessions given to it, because in any kind of monarchy, with the exception of constitutional monarchies, there are basically only a few areas where you have to devote resources. Those are everything else doesn't matter. So the people will basically just be left out to dry.
It's more complicated.
They're left to their maximization of their own liberty.
It's more complicated than that, because let's say you ignore the population and you just focus on keeping your key supporters happy. Anyone who becomes an innovator and actually creates something or discovers a diamond mine and starts mining, the monarch is going to become very interested in that resource to maintain their own power and also to keep some rival power base from dethroning them.
There's no rival power base, and their mandate again, it just is. They don't have to worry about getting voted out. And again, outside of assassination, but everyone is liable to assassination. If I could really quickly talk about this issue of taxation, just to get back to that before we move on, please. What I just wanted to say about that in terms of the monarch and getting money and taxation. So the monarch they could increase taxes and horribly tax people, Prince John style, but to do so would inherently devalue the stock longitudinally because it disincentivizes people from working. If you overtax people, if you don't allow them to maximize their own personal gain, then the monarch actually minimizes his personal gain by overtaxation. Meanwhile, if you're a caretaker, if you're a democratic leader, you can tax people as much as you want because you don't have to care about the longitudinal longevity of your stock, right? And by that, I'm using stock in the economic sense. A prince, a monarch, assumes liability for the stock. A caretaker, democratic leader, does not. The caretaker thereby doesn't benefit by any expansion of liberty that would be expanded by from under a monarch by allowing people to maximize and incentivizing people to maximize their own stock, which again maximizes his as well.
You need a certain amount of resources to maintain power, though, Aydin. And if you have a population that is completely unproductive, you cannot maintain that power. So your population has to be a certain level of productivity, and if you have to tax them at 90% to maintain your power base, then you're going to tax them at 90%.
Okay, but here's the thing: you can get resources in a better way if you tax them lower, because, like Aydin said, in the long run, the lower tax incentive is going to provide them with more produce, and it is going to develop your society better.
Well, the thing is, the monarch situation doesn't incentivize people to become producers because of
expropriation. This is a capitalist society, right? We're talking about a capitalist society, generally speaking. This is a government system, not an economic system that we're proposing. So why are you incentivized to work? So you can eat? I mean, this is what I don't understand. What do you mean? Like, what incentivizes people to work? So they don't die?
To become rich, to become powerful.
Because they want to? Because the same reason that incentivizes anyone under a democratic system to become rich and powerful and to work very hard.
But in a monarch situation, you have people that are worried about maintaining. They're worried about rivals, basically. So
if you have that in capitalism,
who is worried about a rival?
Monarchs.
Comparatively to, again, we have to compare comparatively to democratic system.
You're basically denying. There's a lot of things that you have to deny to believe in this. You have to deny that absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Let's talk about that.
You have to deny that you have to deny that elites are self-interested, that they're not these magnanimous people. You have to deny that the people right below the monarch are not people who are more interested in taking over the monarchy than supporting the monarchy. I mean, there's all these things about human nature that you have to completely deny to buy into something like this.
All that I would say as to all of those critiques, which, first of all, I find extremely cynical, perhaps true, but very, very cynical, is that every single one of those things applies to democracy as well. So if you're going to
I don't disagree, though. That's listen, Aydin, let me.
That's all.
Aydin.
Sorry.
I'm saying democracy is a system that deals with human nature as it is. People are generally self-interested. There are people that are driven to power. There are people that will do anything for power. These are things about human nature that democracy accepts and deals with. Elites are mostly interested in maintaining their own power. Things like that are parts of human nature, but democracy focuses those elites on developing good public policy for a large number of people to maintain power, and monarchy doesn't do that. Monarchy develops a system where you're focused on developing extractive economic institutions that are going to take from the population and give to a small number of people that are going to keep you in power.
If the issue that you have with monarchy essentially is that because there's a single ruler and they're going to want to maintain their power, that they will inherently be an asshole, right?
They have to be an asshole.
Then why would
you don't seem to understand that the boss is the boss because he is the asshole. That's why he becomes the boss.
If I could finish, then why would you ever assume that anyone who runs for office is not also an asshole, or that people vote out
They
of spite because
are.
they're also assholes?
They are.
Okay, then if the postulation is that everyone is an asshole, then why do you want a system that will inevitably lead to the worst, biggest assholes being elected, rather than hoping for a system where it might not be the biggest asshole?
Listen, it's all about the incentive structure, okay? In order to maintain their power, they have to deliver public policy that makes 70 million people happy.
The monarch doesn't.
It also might make 100
The
million
monarch,
people unhappy.
The monarch doesn't. Exactly. So
because what makes people happy isn't necessarily good for them either. And that's
okay.
No, hang on. No, I'm serious. It's a problem I have with the Dictator's Handbook, because one of the things that he talks about is basically trying to just give people as much to maintain your power. You're giving to people to maintain your power because you want to make them happy. But giving to people and giving, well, what do you end up with? You end up with the national debt being what it is. You end up with debt just spiraling out of control as it has in democracies all over the world. I mean, unfortunately,
it's not debt.
It's not debt.
No, the debt is actually a service that we provide to people. It's accommodating people's desire to save is what it's doing.
Is it time for MMT?
Well, I'm just saying, I've read your Mencius Molebug, and your Mencius Molebug doesn't know anything about economics, so it's
I find it a bit disingenuous.
Austrian school garbage. So
okay, I mean, I disagree. But okay.
Do you know? Well, I don't want to get in a side conversation about the debt. I'm saying that there is this thing called the will to power. People rise to power, and you can incentivize them to maintain that power in a couple of different ways. Monarchy incentivizes people to keep a dozen or two people fat and happy, and not even really concern yourself other than keeping rivals down in the population with the rest of the population. There's absolutely no incentive for people to.
Okay, here's one problem with that argument. If that even is the case, he could provide those people with more goodies if he lets the population actually run the full capital gambit.
If you reduce tax, let's say that. Let's take that argument. Let's assume the monarch is a dick who just wants to make sure that his pals who are keeping him in power have the most goodies. They have the most yachts. They have the most money. He will be incentivized to not overly tax the people so that they will be more productive, so that what he does get out of the taxation per GDP will be higher percentage-wise.
Yes.
Therefore, he eventually ends up with more goodies to give to his pals.
This would be the Thomas Sowell tax cuts for the rich argument.
It depends upon what. I mean, in monarchies, a lot of times they have monopolies and stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't, you haven't spelled out a decent understanding of monarchy for me to really critique.
Okay,
I don't think every monarchy has a guild system. And the guild system was basically the crown's monopoly system. So I don't think that's inherent to monarchy.
Discussed at all. And I don't have anything set up to talk about guilds because I didn't anticipate that. It wasn't part of our argument. I mean, it could happen, but not all monarchies are identical, which is one of my reasons with issues with Dictator's Handbook, saying all monarchies are exactly the same, essentially, as all military juntas, which are the same as all dictatorships, which are the same as all CEOs.
Unusual, yeah.
Just because they all could be defined under the umbrella of autocracy.
But do you understand that the argument that they're making is, even if the monarch is some magnanimous person, the monarch has certain behaviors they have to participate in to maintain their position of power that really are dependent upon human nature of the people beneath them?
Okay, but again, we just postulated a theory of why you can maximize both the profit of the people and also the people he has to pay off.
Get correct. Why doesn't
this in a democracy as well, Adam?
Why doesn't this exist? Why are monarchies endangered species? What are we missing?
Well, geez, I have so many quotes. Oh my God. Do you want to start on that, Spoon? And I can try to find some of the millions of quotes from the founders on why that's the case. But
Your list is probably more organized than mine.
I mean,
so-
well, it's a single list, but
before we get into that, I do have one question before we move on like how is decision making done in this monarch situation? Because
What's best for the people?
What's that?
What's best for the people?
How do you know that will be the decision making mechanism?
Okay, what's good for the monarch, right? Okay, so again, let's run off of this premise: the monarch is an asshole. Everyone's an asshole. We'll run off this very cynical perspective, which I don't agree with. But let's run off of that paradigm. If everyone's an asshole, then the monarch would want to maximize their own wealth, right? Then they would want to enact policy within society that would maximize their own wealth without destroying their own property. Because if you're trying to make money off of let's say your stock, if the country and the people are your stock, you wouldn't want to do something that would harm it. You would instead want to try and pump the stock, right? So you would want to actually try and influence the wealth of your people so that it influences your wealth. You wouldn't
I think that's false, actually.
Okay.
Why?
Yes.
No, it could be.
Because let's say if you are the king of a country with 100 million people, you can afford to lose a few if you have to.
Yeah. And
if you have all this land, you can afford to burn some of it and to pollute some of it and to just, strip mine some of it. You don't. If you own a whole bunch of stuff, you can destroy it as long as it's not in your own personal backyard, and you don't really care.
And what happens when conflict arises between two citizens? The king has to take a side there.
You have courts for that.
Isn't that what the courts are for? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the king, so the decision making is basically going to be a court system, the same as the court system that we have.
I mean, there have been courts throughout monarchies throughout history.
Right,
I don't think the president gets involved in like petty squabbles. Yeah. So,
what if there's a disagreement between one of the key supporters that is maintaining the power base of the king and some other wealthy industrialist?
I think again we fundamentally disagree on the idea of maintaining the power base of the king. But if there's a squabble between them, I don't know why it can't be handled by a court.
Well, are you saying that the king just has the king doesn't have to? The king.
I know you don't like it.
Works if I accept. Listen, that only works if everyone accepts that it's a divine mandate. We live in a completely secular world. There are going to be lots of people that don't accept that it's a divine mandate.
It's not just that, Aydin. I think you've been inconsistent on this point specifically this whole time.
Okay.
You've said that it's a divine mandate, and that's just how he maintains his power. But at the start of the debate, you mentioned a Russian king who was overthrown by the people, and it turns out his divine mandate didn't matter when that happened.
No, because when this is always the case, right? The reason why I brought that up is because there's a perception, I think, that the mandate, the mandate exists. The mandate exists to his heirs. You can remove a bad monarch, but the mandate is on the line, right?
Well, not if you say no more monarch, we're going to implement something else. The mandate's gone then.
In which case you.
But you can do that in any government.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
It's a revolution, and you can get that in any government.
But my point is though, is that you've been saying there is no other power base. There's always another power base.
Yeah.
And at the very least, democratic systems can kind of absorb those other power bases and maybe give them enough perks that they won't overthrow you.
Well, it's also a technical issue, Dev, because the thing about these small power bases, it's like if there's only 10 people maintaining the power of the king, then those 10 it's easy to buy off 10 people. It's not so easy to buy off 435 representatives or 100 senators. So the more diffuse the power base is, the more of a technical challenge it becomes to actually overthrow people. What's that?
It also makes them more irresponsible, though.
Well, there's a balance there. That is true. It does. Because if it's like, I only 1 out of 500, who cares how I vote? That's true. Yes. It doesn't
Well,
make you more responsible.
their
You have to
specific
balance that.
constituents, their
But-
specific constituents do care how they vote.
There's something to be said though about, and that's related to the diffusion of power, which is not just who cares how I vote, it's the anonymity of voting that makes it so that people are more incentivized within a democratic system to make essentially bad decisions because they know that they can never be held responsible for their actions of voting, which is a good thing, by the way. I agree, it's a good thing that you shouldn't be held responsible for your vote, but it also causes people to vote for despots, for dictators, you know. Monarchy and democracy are both susceptible to corruption, but the reason why democracy, I would say, is more so is due to that diffusion, and because elected officials are temporary in nature.
The diffusion helps. The diffusion works.
The diffusion of responsibility. Diffusion of responsibility helps democracies be less corrupt.
No, what do you mean by corrupt? You understand there are people that are getting public policy decisions that make them happy, even though you might not be one of them, Aydin.
Sure.
What if it comes at the expense of other people? Like
that happens in autocracies as well. You're still going to be paying taxes in your monarchy, and you're not going to be happy about paying taxes in your monarchy either. And you're going to be even more unhappy because especially if your monarch is Obama and you're a Trump supporter.
Sure.
So let me lay out what makes democracy effective, because there's just one thing I have a counter argument on. You're acting like top-down decision making is a good idea, which I don't necessarily understand, because you're basically making the exact same argument. Top-down decision making is planned economies, right? That's basically communism.
That's literally also how every private enterprise works.
I mean, but to equate a monarchy with communism, again, this is an issue with, I don't like this. It's over saying that a communist dictator is the same as a CEO, is the same as a monarch. I think is a simple oversimplification to a degree that I don't even think is really. I mean, to what degree
how they pay off the coalition is very different.
What here, let me just read this. So what makes democracies effective? So my argument rests on behavioral economics. For you to accept my argument, you have to accept that human beings are fundamentally self-interested. Yes, we can be selfish, selfless in some situations, but in general, humans look to maximize their own well-being. Political leaders only care about people who got them elected and develop public policy that benefits their voters, often at the expense of the opposition voters. That's Bruce Bueno de Mesquite and Smith, 2003. This creates a socio-economic system that shifts any costly externalities onto parties with no political power and away from voters. In your situation, that would be everybody. Though most people think of voting as a decision-making about the future, with central planning being the furthest extension of this idea, where only the most intelligent and experienced people make political and economic decisions, voting in a democratic society actually functions as a selection mechanism based on the policies of the past. This makes the voting process much simpler, since anyone can look at their current situation. Do they have good schools, safe streets, clean drinking water, and vote on how the current policies are affecting them, instead of conceptualizing voting as a future prediction mechanism, which I think you're doing. Something even the smartest economists and engineers often have difficulty doing. Voting is better conceptualized as a poll of people's individual situations. Voters evaluate how current policies are affecting them, utilizing experience that they only possess, and vote to maintain the current leadership, or non-violently enlist new leadership to displace the current status quo. If voting is a kind of market survey designed to poll the populace on each individual's current situation, good schools, safe streets, clean drinking water, polling the widest number of constituents should best represent the nation in aggregate and produce the best possible policy. So that is why I think democracy produces better policy, because we at least know that these policies are amicable to a large number of people, where in your situation, I mean, you're not going to make everybody happy. We both agree on that, I'm sure.
Yeah. If I may, something that you brought up there and that I want to talk about is this future versus present mindedness thing, right? Because we are talking about future mindedness, but that's on purpose because we're looking at long-term long-term well-being. So of course people can look out and see like, oh, right now, and this is how you're correct. This is how people work. They look and they say, oh, prices at the pump. Well, there's a primacy and recency effect in terms of human psychology that depends. So sometimes people can get a little bit confused because they forget like how things were directly beforehand. But right now they go out and say things are okay. I'm doing all right. I'm not doing horribly. And that's exactly what elected leaders are, what they do. Their way they stay in power is by appeasing the masses. They will appease the masses in whatever way, usually via spending, that will cause them to be popular and continue to be elected.
Mhm.
And as a result of that spending, it can take many, many, many years in order for it to become apparent that they have made many errors. At which point, they're not responsible. They're no longer in office. Or if they are, then they can just resign. The monarch, on the other hand, is more likely to make good but unpopular decisions. So it might be rougher in the interim.
How do you know they're good? There's no selection mechanism.
The correctness of an action can only be understood through the lens of history, through retrospect. And that's
How does
what
the
makes it
monarch
very
know it is a
difficult.
good decision?
Because a monarch has an education and has advisors.
That's just laughable, Aydin. What is the selection mechanism?
How is that any different than a president and what he's advised
A
by?
president who
Well, listen,
hold on a second,
because
hold on a second,
70
hold on a second.
because 70 million people showed up at the polls and said, "I like the policies
Yeah,
that
but
we
that doesn't
have
mean
now."
it's good.
So right, so
It means that 70 million people are cool with it. In your situation, you have 0 people cool with it.
But that doesn't
I
mean
just gotta ask.
anything.
I just gotta ask, Aydin, are you making the experts agree argument?
Yeah, she is totally.
that would be a epistocracy.
I'm referencing the meme, but yes, I get it.
No, that would be an epistocracy.
But see, I don't understand that idea. Like, for example, if someone came to you and said, enact this policy, and a whole bunch of experts told you, don't do that, but a whole bunch of people said, but we like it, it's popular, you're going to go with, but everyone
But it's
I know
popular.
tells me this isn't a good idea. Who are you going to listen to? The ignorant masses or the experts that tell you this isn't a good idea?
Can we focus on what? So, in this situation, what is some policy that the monarch thinks is going to be good long term? And tell me, good how? Good for who?
People, investment in infrastructure, for example.
Good for the state in terms of good for maximizing the profitability of the state, which would mean maximizing the profitability of the individual agents.
And happier people produce more wealth, which would be
Sure.
good for the monarch.
So happier people you're presumably going to be more productive, which is good for the state.
So you're talking about developing infrastructure or something like that. You're talking about building roads.
Can I ask something?
Sure.
Do you think?
By the way,
if-
yeah, sure. Why not?
Because I often hear do you tell me if you guys think this is unusual? Like if you hear politicians talk about this, do you guys find it odd to hear politicians talk about plans that like exceed their presidential term by like 15 years?
They do it all the time.
I mean,
This is our 15-year plan. That will be way outside of their capacity to
you're
actually...
you're literally arguing that that's a good thing.
Yes, because the monarch would be in power for 15 years, presumably.
Yes, whereas the person who's doing it on a temporary
because
basis
they can't
is
diffuse
like,
their
it's
responsibility.
half-hearted.
If 15 years comes
Yes.
and goes and they haven't done it, well, there's a direct finger to point. If in a democratic system, if they've gotten out of power, they could say, well, I got bungled up in bureaucracy, I wasn't able to do it. The monarch is not capable of diffusing responsibility onto outside sources.
But the monarch can make mistakes.
Sure,
True.
but they can't diffuse responsibility.
So what? Like if the monarch says, okay, we really have this climate change issue that we have to do. So we're going to make sure that we lower our carbon emissions dramatically. And they basically shut down any business that's a net carbon producer. And they do that for 15 years. It could be a step completely in the wrong direction. There's no mechanism to find out 10 years in if this is actually working.
But I'm sorry that I have to do the whataboutism, but it is the whataboutism. I don't understand how that's any different in a democracy.
No, in democracy, there are several elections which are the selection mechanism. Is this working? Is this not working?
But you're also entrusting the next person to just not continue it.
You're also I mean, I keep saying, which is
What
true,
is
though.
what is the selection mechanism in autocracy? What is I mean, you're basically saying that, you know, the people might not know what's good for them, so they could be suffering 10 years into this policy, but you just know in your heart of hearts this is the right thing to do. Like
no. Again, it's why you have advisors, and yes.
So you're listening. So those advisors are the ones that are telling you. How is this different than the 5-year plans that Mao came up with?
Does a president not have advisors?
How is this not the great leap forward? That's my question.
I haven't said it. I don't even know where that's come from, actually. I maybe I've lost the plot on it. I don't know. I don't know how we got to that, though. I don't even get it. It's disconnected from
it is a bit disconnected. Right, we can go back a few steps if you like. When it comes to responsibility, what does it matter if okay, here, let's say the king has his 15-year plan and the king fucks up, and so the country's in ruins, and then the king just walks out on his balcony and is like, yeah, sorry guys, I fucked up. It's like, well, oh well, and he just starts pissing on all the people.
Pretty sure they fucking revolt and kill you. Just
saying. So then what's next?
They have to revolt. They have to revolt and kill you. In a democracy, you just vote them out, and there's no revolt, and it doesn't.
And you vote them out before it ever gets bad.
Yeah, it doesn't take years to happen.
As I said, by the time that you normally notice that it's gotten bad, it's after that person's already out. But let's say they are still in, then you vote them out. Let's say you vote out a bad president. You vote out the vile, big, evil, double Hitler Donald Trump. You get rid of him. Well, for the most part, a lot of the people that he put in place, let's say judges in the democratic system, they're still there. People on lower levels in democracy are still there.
You're still not offering.
May I please just to finish my thought here? With the monarch, you have one vector. You can get rid of him. If they are a real fuck up, you get rid of that person. In a democracy, the roots of corruption go down and down and down and down to lower levels. And just by getting rid of, by cutting off the head of the snake, you don't get rid of the corruption at all. In fact, it's easier to remove corruption from a system by getting rid of one bad monarch than otherwise you'd have to overthrow the entire democratic system that has become corrupt over a period of time. Does that make sense?
Kind of not.
I don't know what you're calling corruption.
The representatives.
I mean, even in like Mulbug talks about monarchy as like a corporation, but even a corporation has a selection mechanism. They have these things called quarterly reports. Every 3 months, you figure out, what your profit and loss is. I mean, it's even
beholden to your stakeholders, which is the same way you're beholden to the state.
What's that?
State, which is you are beholden to your stakeholders. It's the same way. If you've really pissed off the stakeholders.
Yes, but listen, in a monarchy, there are no stakeholders. There is no selection mechanism. That's what I'm saying.
All the citizens.
What is the selection mechanism? In corporations, the selection mechanism is the market, sales. Capitalism runs on sales. Your sales are either up or down. You're either coming out with a new product people want, or no one is buying your old product. You're growing or you're going out of business. There's a selection mechanism that takes place that people keep tabs on every quarter, every 3 months. So in democracies, there is a selection mechanism. It's how happy are your constituents. In the House of Representatives, that selection mechanism takes place every 2 years. In the Senate, it takes place every 6 years. In the presidency, it takes place every 4 years. In monarchy, the only selection mechanism is everybody has to get together and revolt.
And
that's not a good situation.
But can you not see how that's way more motivating to the monarch?
No, it's way more unmotivating. Voting is easy.
If I may, you're right. Voting is easy. So if I go in and I muck around and I screw up completely, I take a bunch of bribes, I'm completely corrupt, I can just leave. And I'm gone. I'm out of my position. I've gotten my bag and I'm out. If the monarch does that, they get killed. It's a
Yeah.
one of these is a bit more serious of a threat than the other, and one of them leads to more corruption because of the diffusion of a responsibility within a democratic system.
What do you define corruption?
Paying off people,
Being
taking
paid off to
foreign
make-
money, China.
This is what a monarchy is. You're literally taxing people and giving Lamborghinis to the people that are keeping you in power. That's not corruption.
No one's keeping you in power. You're kept in power by your own mandate. Whereas
that's not true.
In a democracy, you are going to want to pay people off to keep yourself in power. And you
listen, I hope the head of your military is a big believer in God and not an atheist, because as soon as the head of the military is an atheist, you're fucked.
You see, that's true. In these kinds of monarchies, you have, a bunch of counselors. You have the guy who runs your military, maybe the guy who runs your economy, maybe you have counselors, and that's it. And that's all you have to worry about. You don't have to worry about
most of them are eunuchs, so you don't have to worry about them having loyalty to a family over you.
I mean, okay, if we're talking about one specific, and I already talked about how the Chinese monarchy was incredibly corrupt for a lot of reasons as well. We're not saying that, first of all, and I think I said this at the beginning, but just to reiterate, we have never said that monarchy is a perfect system. We've said that there's no perfect system. We are offering an alternative, not saying that we've come up with the grand fucking idea. You know what I mean?
No, read Mulbuck's Chimeralism model for that one.
Well, yeah, neo-Chimeralism might be a superior model, but we're not arguing
neo-Chimeralism. Model is insane.
Maybe I should read super chats. I'm not sure. Do you want to? Do you have any?
Sure.
I don't want to cut you off if you have any closing arguments.
Are we near the end already?
Well, I don't. I'm not.
For us.
I don't think I'm going to change your guys' mind.
No, I don't. No, we're pretty solidified on it.
You seem pretty set on this.
If you would like, if I could, how about read some super chats? I'm going to have a smoke, and then if you have anything to say, Spoon, and then if you're all right with me finishing my script, I can finish my script. I wrote this big script, guys. Let me finish my script. If you want, it's up to you.
Sure.
I think I have a very spicy argument.
We can hear the rest of the script. Spoon, are you taking off? Do you want to say anything?
I will a bit, but I want to. Have you read Mulbug's argument? It's a big fucking argument. His argument for the neo-Chimeralist security model of how you would run a state as far as the military goes.
He wants
it's very like
a privatized military. Yeah.
No. It's not private. It's there's a certain word that he runs weaponry. Like the weaponry is encrypted with
the same way. Words for everything, though, to be fair. So
no. There's a certain technology that is used for the nuclear weapons now, and he says that you can apply that to small arms, and that's how you would keep an army regulated.
Mm-hmm.
It's a massive system. I was wondering if you ever read that. It's a very intense read, and I think it goes way over my head.
Okay, but I haven't read it. No, I have read Mulbug.
Yeah, he's if you type in like Mulbug neo-Chimeralism, you should be able to find the specific chapter on it. But
it's meant to be on the one that Frederick the Great used,
mm-hmm.
the one in Prussia, and he's interesting because he managed to sort of forgo some of the elements of the Enlightenment and still managed to crack open the Prussian economy in a way that would rival the rest of the Western powers, which is unusual.
Most of the people in favor of these positions don't like the idea of power sharing, because it is quite evident that when elected leaders get into power, they put policy prescriptions forward that tend to be at the expense of the people who didn't vote for them. But this happens. Right. This is the world we live in. Yeah. Precisely. So it's
at the expense of the minority. We are advocating
for
this.
The minority
we want to protect the minority.
The minority changes though. So this is democracy. There's a power, and that's not true. I fundamentally disagree that would happen, because those people become irrelevant. They become irrelevant.
They're not irrelevant under the monarch because they're all subjects equally. So it doesn't matter if one group is more of a majority than the other. And I understand
as a monarch, who are you going to be more interested in? The people that you don't even know exist, or the people gunning for your job?
No one's gunning for your job.
You hold on, Aydin. What?
That's what your children are for.
I don't think anyone's gunning for your job. That you have a hereditary line. Your children be the only ones gunning for your job.
They're definitely gunning for your job because you mentioned before that if you do a bad job, you will get overthrown. They
Yes, if
definitely
you
gun
don't
for
do
your
Okay,
your
job.
so
job.
yeah, if you do a terrible job,
they're waiting for you to slip up. They're waiting for you to make them
you have to do a pretty
unhappy.
big slip up. You have to do a pretty big slip up, like do prohibition for the military and then send them off to war, like Nicholas. Okay, that's how he got put to gunpoint.
So I guess you fundamentally just disagree that people are generally looking to raise their socioeconomic status. And
No,
even
they are.
though it's not everybody, there's enough of them that once you get to the top, in any situation, you're a big celebrity, you're a big business mogul, you're a big representative. You're running for president. There's always fucking 35 people running for president.
That may be true, but I find your idea that the dictator and the monarch are the same person just because of a power structure and the way that they were raised and how they got there has no discernible difference on their mindset. I find that completely insane.
Well, I actually kind of find it
Go
crazy
ahead,
that you think you can just raise somebody to be a good leader and that'll work out.
Yeah.
No, okay, put it this way. Why would you rather have someone, a dictator lead you or the monarch?
Well, hang on, if I may, because that's too abstract. Well, I mean, that's not abstract. That's direct. But let me make it abstract. Okay, right. Let me make it abstract. Okay, so in terms of the raising, we're talking about the background element, right? So, a phrase was brought up earlier, which was absolute power, right? That quote.
Yeah.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
That, as applied to a monarch, is environmental determinism. You're saying that because you would be born into power, therefore you would be born corrupt. If that were true, then everyone who was born wealthy would be progressively more and more evil than those people who are born progressively more and more poor. Democracies absolutely lead to powerful dictators, while monarchs are born into the role of power and therefore wouldn't know what it's like to not have power. People who are not born into power will seek it out, and they're not going to generally seek it out for good reasons. Again, they will lie, they will cheat, they will steal in order to obtain it. And those will be the people within a democracy who will be the most persuasive. The person who has no morality and is willing to lie will be the person that will be more likely to get elected.
You keep acting as those people aren't in the monarch too. There will be bad monarchs always. Democracy. Those people exist. The lying and cheating and stealing and the structure of monarchy, though, you're basically creating a power base that this is the only way those people can rise to power. Where in a democratic capitalist situation, there are all sorts of avenues to power. There's sports, there's business, there's 434 representatives, there's 100 senators, there's all these different avenues to power. You're constricting those avenues to power to like 12 people.
Oh, no.
And your society's still going to have like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 of these people.
Not in the least. I fundamentally disagree with that. You're talking about like power in sports, being a powerful business owner. The monarchy doesn't precludes none of these things at all. Is the monarch supposed to be the greatest sports star as well? No, nothing that I think we've said has alluded to that. In fact, again, if everyone is equal under the monarch, there's no one group, there's no one individual that's more or less powerful under that. It is any class, and there will be classes because classes exist inherent. I think we have to accept that classes will exist. There will be people who are richer or poorer than others, but all of them exist outside of the class of the monarch, who is outside of class.
Aydin, okay? What if I am a business mogul who becomes wealthy through selling oil and natural gas, okay? And I come out and I start saying, listen, our king is a piece of shit. The things that this king is trying to do with this climate change stuff is fucking garbage. He's an idiot, a moron, and we should revolt. We should replace him. What is going to happen to me?
I mean, it depends on the monarch.
Listen,
It
I
depends
have
on- it
I
depends on
have
who's
listening
more
to him.
I have more money than the monarch.
If you have a lot of money, if you have a lot of
Mhm.
money and a lot of wealth, and you've clearly proven yourself to be useful, it would behoove the monarch to maybe listen to you.
Okay, so but I'm not, I don't give a fuck about this monarch. I'm going to go to the head of the military and I'm going to say,
So
listen,
you're extremely
he's-
corrupt, and you want power for yourself, which is the
I'm
exact
gonna-
same thing you get in a democracy. Is
right.
people who are corrupt
but
competing
listen,
for power.
in a democracy, there's ways to deal. There's a more diffuse power base. The monarch is
Which is my exact
basically
issue.
calling the shots for everyone. So it's going to incentivize people like this oligarch to try to gain that
The
power.
oligarch would be better off in the democracy because he has to pay less people. Your
Listen,
democracy
you're-
has to pay people off continuously, whereas the monarchy doesn't have to do that.
Listen, I'm going to go talk to the military guy. I'm going to say, listen, he's not paying you enough. I'm going to pay you double. And I say we kill this guy in his sleep. Okay? What's
So, okay,
the
so
monarch?
this is a series of
monarch,
corruption. This
your
can happen in
monarch.
any.
Listen,
but this could happen in any system of government. What you just
your
described.
monarch.
Yes, it
your
can happen
monarch.
in every system of government, but it's more incentivized than a monarchy.
Totally.
Why?
Your
I
monarch.
don't
Listen,
understand why.
Aydin, your monarch is a fucking idiot if I don't end up in a jail cell in 24 hours. Okay. And you know what that's going to say to the population? That's going to say to the population, if I become a wealthy oil baron, I'm probably going to end up in a jail cell. I better not do that.
So
And your
in any
population is just going to be completely demoralized. You're going to have a bunch of fucking losers under your monarch.
may I? Again, I don't think you're identifying an issue that is unique or endemic to monarchy. If you have a please,
I know.
but
Structure, I understand that. You keep saying
so-
things
but-
I understand.
okay, but just to reiterate, if tomorrow Elon Musk comes out and says we need to fucking kill Joe Biden, and he puts him in a jail cell for making a terroristic threat against the president, does everyone go, oh man, Elon Musk he must be right because he said to go kill Joe Biden? That's what you're proposing essentially?
There's a key difference there, and it's that
Big difference.
a
I'm not
billionaire in a democracy can say, you know what, I have a path to power. I can run for office. A billionaire in a monarchy does not have that path, so he has to incite a revolt.
Yes, it's the only path to power.
So I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Listen, the monarchs.
Why do you inherently why would these people who are making all this money, who are able to have all this personal wealth and power under this system, which I think and I didn't even get into the taxation data because I could have gone on to the numbers on that. But if people are very wealthy and they're all doing well, why do they also want power on top of it?
Well, some of them wouldn't, but some of them would.
And people who would want power would be
Despots.
dictators.
Maybe not. Here, in a democracy, you can have a whole bunch of billionaires and a whole bunch of people who are successful financially, but they're not all going to be Donald Trump running for office. Only a few of them will be. But they can just run. They don't have to use their billions to hire a private army or pay off the general. They can just run for office. And
and you would want that person who is inherently malfeasant to have to be in power over a monarch who is
it malfeasant to say that you have business acumen and you think that you could do well in the public sector?
And you're going to pay off the military to assassinate someone? Yeah, I think you're malfeasant there.
Well, hold on. That's only because there's no other way to get power.
Yeah, he changed the thought experiment on you.
But you have power in every other way besides control over the state.
Listen,
why would you want that?
In Spoon's king training school that you guys are going to train the king, the first thing they're going to teach him day one is
it's like Hogwarts, Adam, by the way.
The first thing they're going to teach the king day one is they're going to say, listen, you don't want anyone getting richer than you. Okay.
No.
That is a threat to you, to your personal safety and to your power base. They're going to say, listen,
completely disagree.
So what do you mean? Like as soon as someone's richer than the king is fucking not.
Why? Because again, when you maximize the wealth of your subjects and you are taxing them, then the wealthier your subjects are, the wealthier you are. The healthier the state, the healthier your rule.
We should move on to super chats. Obviously,
Would you
we're not-
rather should we do super chats first and then finish my stupid script?
Let's read a couple super chats and then we'll
Yeah,
go to your
sure.
script.
Sure.
Brain for $10 says, I'm surprised to find the big brain so committed to ideology. Perhaps the two could start this by discussing the less hyperbolic pros and cons of each ideology and the circumstances that best suit them. Well, I think we failed utterly at that already.
I wasn't
so.
trying to. By the way, I wanted to come into this in a very friendly way. I will say also, and I will discuss this in my closing statement. I find the inherent revulsion towards monarchy that creates cognitive dissonance in me, guys. You push me further towards it when you just go, "You're stupid, Aydin," for even theorizing on this.
I'm not saying
I don't think
not you specifically, but
there's not saying that. I think the chat's saying that.
No, not the chat even specifically, but it's just something.
It's an American mindset.
Well, I'll get into that, but this is a very American, I would say, mostly Americentric, maybe Canadiocentric, secondarily, Dev, but you guys don't disincentivize me from believing in this shit, from being like, that's stupid.
well, see, yeah, like I still fundamentally think that constitutional monarchy is probably a pretty good system. It's still democracy.
May I ask you guys? Do you guys know what the richest countries in the world are per GDP? The richest countries in the world per GDP.
No idea.
They're Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and Monaco. They're all constitutional monarchies. Just saying.
Well, probably because they have diamonds or oil or some
Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and Monaco.
No, they don't have diamonds or oil. No, it's because they have high trust societies.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're probably
tiny. If you want to go diamonds,
they are very tiny. They're microstates essentially.
Hopelessly corrupt.
You guys keep using the word corrupt, and I'm curious. I mean, I'm real curious what you mean by corrupt.
Well,
have you seen my government?
He's talking about South Africa, but corrupt, I would say, okay, I'll define it, is influenced by external actors, able to be influenced by external actors.
That's everyone. That's everything.
Sure, of course. Well, most people are capable of being corrupt, but the monarch has less likelihood of being corrupt than other actors, I would say.
No, wrong.
Yeah, I do disagree with that.
That's ridiculous.
Here. May I ask why?
Okay. In an absolute monarchy, yes, they're definitely more corruptible. In a constitutional monarchy, probably not, because they only have limited power as it is in a constitutional monarchy.
But you own the state, so what is someone going to offer you? What can someone offer you beyond you already own everything? What can someone else offer you? It's why Trump.
Your head on a plate.
That's a threat.
Okay, but it's why Trump was comparatively seen as sort of incorruptible, because he already had so much money. He couldn't be bought off very easily. In a democratic system, you can easily buy people off comparatively to a monarchic system.
Trump did not get the one thing that he wanted more than life itself.
Twitter re-election.
A second term. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He goes down in history as a one-term loser.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out.
He still might get it. Who knows?
Yeah, but you're acting like there's nothing Trump wants, that Trump can't be, is incorruptible. Trump wants something.
No, Trump. I'm saying, look, everybody is corruptible, but we're talking about degrees of corruptibility. Why is it funny?
When I pointed out earlier that if you own that much stuff, like if you're a monarch and you own the whole country, and then you have so much to spare that you don't actually care.
What can someone offer you?
If one of your friends, say the guy who runs the military comes up and says that he wants a favor, and you are inclined to give him that favor because he helps keep you safe, and part of that favor involves maybe a small minority of people go missing in the middle of the night, and it doesn't matter because you have 100 million people. What do you care? If you own 100 million subjects and say 100,000 of them die overnight, does it really matter that much to you? The answer is going to be no.
It should, but perhaps does not. I'd be willing to admit. Yeah.
That's quite disturbing that anyone can consider life to just ephemeral.
Again, I think that Uh-oh, now they're coming for me.
I think that's me.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Hide the bong.
What I find to be endemic in this discussion that I think exists for good reason is that there's a lot of cynicism, and it's perhaps healthy cynicism, but I think we're trying to look at things a little bit more positively. Cynicism is healthy to a degree, but
Well,
the cynicism that
Utopianism is very dangerous.
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
the
I was
cynicism
gonna
that I
say
find
that
in the Dictator's
because-
Handbook, though, that's I think unhealthy cynicism in that book, and I'm not the only one who thinks that. I've seen reviews of the book that also say like this is incomprehensibly cynical.
I mean,
Yeah.
Aydin, you and I had this conversation privately at
Yeah.
one point. Sorry, no one else got to see it, but we had the conversation privately, and that's why I called your ideas utopian.
I don't think they're utopian. In fact, I think democracy is a utopian idea. To truly believe that democracy can solve the ills of society is completely utopian. And
especially
so what
because
I
the
think
old founding fathers thought it would end up in
what you
tyranny.
mostly get is majority rule and devolution into tyranny, as I began to describe earlier on. I think you get devolution into tyranny. However, yeah,
Well, I think that
no
can
system of
happen.
government.
But it's not inherent to it. It can happen. Though, yeah.
It has been a consistent trend.
Hey,
with
Aydin, which
democracy.
is better? A society where 40% of the population is pretty satisfied, or a society where 5% of the population is very satisfied?
What was
you
the
have to
first one?
comparatively get the 60% versus the 95%. What is their level of satisfaction comparatively?
Well, I'm
And
just
what is it
saying.
they want?
I gave you two choices. Like
no,
we're
but-
never going to get to 100% of the
course
population
not.
is fully satisfied.
Of course not.
So
But,
I'm being modest by
Well,
how democratic
bad
Hang on,
are
standards.
the other
I was
ones,
asking
Adam?
how bad the other
Yeah.
ones were. If the 95% is, or if 5% is very satisfied, the 95% are starving to death. And 40% are very
Yeah,
happy,
but
and
desperately,
the
you got a problem.
60% are
Well,
like
just
okay. These
that's
are
why
very
I didn't
different
want to be
comparisons, to understand.
in honor of Brain. I didn't want to be hyperbolic. I was just saying, satisfied, not like
But satisfied compared to
What?
Okay, what? If 95% are suffering horribly, and then 60% are just
I
kind
just
of
said
okay.
I didn't say suffering. I said unsatisfied.
That's right. Just generally unsatisfied. You just said satisfied. So I
Yes.
was wondering in comparison to what? So just 40% satisfied versus 5% satisfied, and the other percentage in both those cases is unsatisfied. Well, then
Yes.
40% satisfied, but it depends on what. And what I want to quote the gentleman and the scholar himself, who said, "You can't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need."
Well, I mean, I would argue, and I made this argument before, that even in the democratic situation, like in America, where you have, oh my God, it's like 30% of the population that can vote doesn't even vote. You
course not.
can make an argument that they must be satisfied enough that it's not worth their time to actually go out and try and change things.
That's an argument you could make. I don't think that's why they don't vote necessarily.
If shit got real, if shit really started getting real, I think the election numbers would go up
Or do you
dramatically.
think maybe that they recognize that their vote doesn't matter because they're in the minority?
Yes, in the next election, Trump is going to get even more votes.
I'm just saying, like, I think that the democratic system produces actually a non-activation within the government system, because if you feel that you're within the minority, that your vote doesn't count, then you don't participate, which actually only precipitates further mob rule via majority.
Actually, Aydin, I'm actually in favor of that, just because I think less people should vote.
Well, okay, but you want to get rid of the universal suffrage thing, which was
Yeah, I do.
But
Yes.
I understand that. I agree.
Yeah. Someone
You
just
want
missed.
the thing is this is what's interesting to me, Spoon, because you
Was the epistocracy thing?
you seem to be saying that my position is that you seem to be saying that your position is that you want more liberty, you want more people to have more freedom, but at the same time you're advocating that less people should vote. How do those two things square? You're basically saying we want you to be freer, but we're going to make the decisions for you.
Because
No,
people make bad decisions, and
Yes.
and they really do make bad decisions. I mean, this There's so
Listen,
much data on this.
The
Particularly in
amount of
mass groups,
hubris,
people make bad decisions.
Aiden, the amount of hubris
This
for
is-
you to
this is group
say
psychology.
that you can make better decisions
Not
for
me.
me
Yes,
is just
because
insane. Insane levels of hubris.
I'm not saying I can, but I'm saying that probably for the
Listen, are you vaccinated? How do you feel about the vax mandates? Because there's a lot of people that think they can make better decisions for
look,
you.
I absolutely understand. I absolutely agree.
So where
that
are you at
it
with
can go
vax
wrong.
mandates?
I'm 100% against them.
Oh, interesting. It's very interesting that you're against vax mandates. Yet you're saying people make dumb decisions and other people can make better decisions for them as individuals. It's so anti-libertarian.
I actually think that libertarianism is maximized under monarchic systems.
Yeah, I don't think it can work in a democracy. Actually, it's
I don't think it can
antithetical.
either.
Emo.
Also,
If I go ahead.
I sent Sitch a link, but he's saying he's not going to come in.
actually,
but
Adam, someone asked
I have
me
a
a good
libertarian
question.
thing to say.
who's going to
someone
read
asked-
my super chats?
Someone asked me.
Sitch is afraid of me. That's what it is.
Hey now. All right. I can't.
Somebody asked me a good question. They said, "Did I make the point of removing democracy generally removes the constant political feuding that is culturally rotting the general
That's
public
What we're
that
arguing.
we
That's-
have right now?" Yes.
Listen,
when
that feuding is not going to go away. Democracy gives it
No,
an
It
outlet that's
will-
non-violent.
It will unify people against the one person that's bad.
It gives it a way to rot.
I don't think so. I think without that, you're going to actually be fighting rather than voting.
Yeah, you're going to get real violence.
Are we not already there?
We don't have that now with Antifa.
Not at the levels
They're anti-democratic,
they
yes.
could be. I mean, what are you talking about here?
I mean, one of the reasons that Antifa is as violent as it is because it rejects democracy.
Also,
Hey now,
you're also fighting each other, by the way.
All right.
You think I'm afraid of you, Dev? You fucking little bitch. You think I'm afraid of you, motherfucker? I'm afraid of shit, Mr. Fence sitting. Oh, I want to live in a constitutional monarch. Get out of here, you Canadian. Oh my god.
Well, I can't believe I never thought I'd I'd fight side by side with a Canadian.
I know. Look, I wasn't even. I was like, I'm not gonna come in here. Adam is doing a good job. He's solo flying, redeeming himself.
I know. I didn't even get triggered.
Didn't get. Well,
I'm so proud of you.
yeah, didn't
actually.
get
I was
triggered.
really
Okay. Okay. And then Dev is like, yeah, Sitch is too afraid to talk to me. Okay.
Just to be fair, I wanted this to be a friendly discussion, and it seemed kind of like it was getting not friendly on Twitter. I'm
No
so happy
way.
it ended up
Come
being
on.
friend-
I was just joking around.
I was just worried. I was just worried it was going to get not friendly. So I'm glad it was I think, even though we don't agree, I think we had a somewhat productive conversation of understanding each other's
It's totally
perspectives.
productive. I think it's
Okay.
totally productive. Yeah.
Good.
Well, no,
All right.
you know what? You've actually, it is productive because you convinced me. Okay. As long as the monarch is
You're
a hot
monarchist now?
MILF
Hell yeah. Oh, hell
with
yeah.
big monarch milkers, I'm totally on board. As long as that's my only criteria.
So you're advocating that the monarch has an OnlyFans?
Yes. There you
Then
go. There you
taxation
go.
is taxation for the OnlyFans. There you go.
I mean,
There's my
We're getting
representation. I don't need
like the Finnish prime minister was like photoshopping cat ears on herself.
Oh, I
we're
know,
like,
that's
we're
so
getting close.
weird.
Oh,
That was so base, dude. I'm moving to
Weird,
Finland,
though.
dude.
Yeah,
It's
that's
such a weird
excellent,
thing
man.
to do.
She's so lit. He's my favorite. That's my favorite politician.
I wonder if she also has abs.
Well, we'll have to find out. Subscribe to her OnlyFans to find out more about the Finnish PM.
Hot.
Emo Hoping for $5 says, and before anyone else, read Hopi's A Short
Hoppa.
History of Man.
Hop.
Hoppa's a short history of man
Is it just hot?
for aristocracy to monarchy to democracy and democracy, the God that failed. Well, I attempted to
Well,
read Democracy, the God that failed, but
Now, speaking of which, hang on a minute now, Adam.
I did.
I know you attempted and apparently got through the preface. Now I have a whole bunch of quotes here and like notes on.
That was
on
just me.
Hoppa.
He got a little bit further. in, I
Okay.
think.
I read your book though, so come on.
What was Adam's book?
The
Uh,
Dictator's
The
Handbook.
Dictator's Handbook.
Yeah, but that's actually a good book.
Oh wow! Can I be honest?
Well,
I
it's not
absolutely
friendly
fucking
anymore.
despised it. I hated it. I hate his. I think
Because
he
it was
makes-
proving you wrong.
He's a
No,
your
that-
worldview, so
Very,
yeah.
very that is not
Hold on,
why.
hold on.
stands to
Zoomer?
reason,
You're
right?
cynical.
Doomer,
Sorry,
you
of
can't
course.
talk in here because you never read anything ever.
That's okay. Fair enough.
Could I describe why I
I'm just
don't
kidding,
like it?
man.
I felt like he kept making assertions and then not backing them up. I like particularly as it. I had some major issues with his methodology. Is it very easy to read comparatively to Hoppe? Oh yeah.
Wait a
It's-
minute. So in the, I just okay. That's why I couldn't get past the preface, because in the preface, Hop is like fuck science, fuck empiricism. I want my a priori common sense assumptions, and I'm like, what?
That's-
How is Aydin, Miss Science, recommending me this book?
But that is exactly what I found it in the Dictator's Handbook, and that I felt he didn't say that, but I felt that there is like a point, and you know we're kind of post script here.
Mhm.
So there's a point in that book where he talks about Mozambique and about how like well once they
debt
democratized, then all of a sudden all of their debt went away. It's like, you mean after their giant civil war, where they had no debt before the Civil War, or they were in a civil war, and then as it went up to as they started to democratize, their debt way goes up, and then after they democratize, the debt goes down. Once they get bailed out actually by banks, it's like, well, this is why democracy reduces debt. And I was like, oh my god, what a ridiculous thing. Also, he looks at Maryland's 3rd congressional district as like, well, Democratic leaders get deposed all the time. They get replaced by other Democratic leaders way more often than in autocracies. It's like Maryland's 3rd congressional district is in D+18 fucking district. I knew that off the top of my fucking head. So it's like, oh, so you replaced a Democrat with another Democrat. You are replacing party with party. There are things in that book that are intentionally designed, and I don't know the author, obviously, but I think are sincerely designed to mislead a reader who is not a little bit more informed. And I find that to be suspicious when I see things like that. When I'm like, ooh, you're doing things I don't. I'm
But
obsessed of,
these you got to admit, these are nitpicks. You're not attacking the core argument, though.
I think I did attack the core argument, but when I also see things like that, in that I feel that the
You're
entire
saying you
argument-
got a little tiny piece of data wrong, or
no, he got massive
wrong
pieces
in
of data.
your eyes. But I mean, it doesn't discount the overall argument.
No. I understand his whole argument. His whole argument is that to maximize the happiness, or you want to appease the people, right? You want to appease the people, or
Yeah,
a
there's
democratic
a
leader wants to appease the
quid
people.
pro quo that happens,
Sure,
and everybody is self-interested. I mean, they get the psychology right.
it's a psychology, but is that good governance? Is good governance to give people what they want if that's not good for them?
Your governance doesn't even have a selection mechanism.
But is it good again, is it good governance to give people what they want if it's not good for them?
Right. That
If it destroys the economy, but he's advocating for a government system. He's saying democracy is preferable
Spend
because
as
it makes
much as
people
you
happy.
this
to spend
you're
as much as they want.
this is the argument for vaccine mandates.
But
That's exactly what you're making.
whoa.
How?
Wait, yeah, I'm sorry, what? Like, he's arguing that whatever makes people the most happy, whatever they say they want, you should spend however much it takes to get that,
To
using
please
their
the
own money
coalition.
by the way, to keep yourself in power. He argues this specifically to keep yourself in power as a democratic leader, not a despot.
Well,
Not an
no,
autocrat.
you're not using their money. You're using the people who didn't vote for you's money.
You're using both the people who didn't vote for you and the people who did vote for you.
Well, I mean, he does
as a
make an
democratic leader,
argument.
because your taxation taxes regardless whether or not you voted for the person, correct? You don't get a choice to
Yes.
not pay taxes just because you didn't vote for the person.
We'll ask Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I have serious issues with some of his arguments.
That was a pretty good joke, actually.
Yeah, I have serious issues with some of his arguments. It is a much easier book to read though than Democracy: The God That Failed. Absolutely. I would really like you to read the Kuhnhut Lenin. Please, if Adam, if you really want to get triggered, try to read the Kuhnhut Lenin book that we're talking about, because
There's no way in hell Adam would read
it was my. Don't be
Aydin, can you
original.
not say racial slurs while I'm in the chat?
What?
You just said the C word, and I'm very offended.
He said
that. Oh,
C
it's not
slur.
German.
Oh, we're talking
Kuhnhut
about that
Lenin?
Sunday.
He's Austrian.
I know. She almost said cracker.
Hold
And I
on.
was about to
Is-
stop her.
Is that going to be the Sunday
Mitch,
show topic?
Watch yourself out.
If you want to understand,
maybe.
if you guys or anyone in the chat wants to, I think, really understand our argument, you should read this guy's book.
What are you here for, Aydin? We want to hear your argument from you. We don't want to read some stupid book.
I've been
Like these
trying-
leftoids are always
I
like,
have
you need to
laid
read
out-
Capital.
You
I've
can
been
listen to
trying to
this
do it.
live stream. You don't
Hang on a
need to
minute.
read the Dictator's Handbook. I've laid out the argument in
I have laid-
Dictator's
I
Handbook.
have
so
laid
you
out-
Your argument.
and I've
can
laid out the
walk
arguments
away
as
from
well.
this live stream and know my argument.
I
How
think you
is
can
it,
walk
Aydin?
away from. I think you can walk away from this and understand my argument as well. I'm just saying, if you want to have further support for it,
Listen,
and by that I mean,
here's Aiden's argument. There's this guy that God
Oh my God.
touched on the top of the head and made him benevolent dictator.
I think
You
God touched him
gotta
on the
listen-
do you
peen.
want me to be as equally dismissive of your
Now
argument?
when he says you got to get the jab, it's for your own good, motherfucker.
Now
Get the
here's
fucking
the
jab.
so that in which case, here's Adam's argument. There's a whole bunch of people who don't know shit about anything. Someone
Friendship's
promised
over, guys.
to give them some money, to give them some money if they vote them into power. So they do, and that man's name was Adolf Hitler. Do you see how these are ridiculous, absurdist, reductive arguments?
Godwin's law.
We're being silly, of course.
Wait, what's wrong with Hitler?
The Butter Animal for $2 says monarchy begs for tyranny. Down with the king.
Highly disagree.
Somebody clip that and send it to Vosh.
Don Cofer for $5 says Aydin is right. Read some Hopi. Private government is demonstrably
Papa.
You know, it's not a
demonstrably
coincidence.
supreme.
Is it
Read
a
some-
coincidence that
read some
Hopi
Hopium.
rhymes with Kopi?
You
I don't think so.
I have not read Democracy of the God That Fails, but I have
Please.
read A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism. Have you read that one?
No.
No.
That it's another book by Hopi.
Hopi.
Yes.
By Hopium.
By Copium.
Mr. Hopium.
I mean, I don't know if it's like a different time period or something, but he has really
I've
good
read that one,
ideas on theories of property and really bad ideas on theories of state in that book.
He's an ANCAP, so you're going to get some of that.
Yes.
And by the way,
Yes.
he is not. The thing about Hoppe is he is not a monarchist. He is only, which I don't think even we are saying. I think I was pretty clear about this. That we're not saying that, like, monarchy is the supreme best form of government that could ever exist ever. We're just saying it's maybe better than democracy, and certainly better than fascism or communism, right?
So,
Um,
based on what?
Based on, I think, the things that I've described here today.
God.
You don't even have a selection mechanism for whether or not your populace is satisfied.
You mean aside from the wealth that the nation produces?
Yeah, the wealth of the nation and satisfaction of the people. Again, this is, if you give them bread, this is a bread and circuses argument.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
So
hold
we
on,
just
hold
give
on.
This
them
is
bread
a-
and
I-
circuses,
this
and
is-
that's-
There is a
I'm
selection
happy.
mechanism. There is actually a selection mechanism. The problem is that it's a far more violent one than in
Oh yeah,
democracies.
you're talking about the revolt.
You revolt.
funny.
There's your selection mechanism.
What,
That's-
but
That's
It's
horrible.
not nearly as good.
okay, so we just allow the seeds and the roots of corruption to leave within a democratic system, because with at least the monarchy, you can cut off the head, and the head, which if it is corrupt, can be cut off. It cannot be cut off and then remove the corruption within a democratic system. The
Yeah,
corruption
but the
remains.
guy who cuts off the head becomes the king. I'm not cutting
And
off
you-
someone's
and-
head
and-
so some other motherfucker
I'm
can
saying
become
you-
king.
You have a president and a monarch, right? You cut off the head of both. Let's say both are horribly corrupt. You cut off the head.
Well,
You
wait, hold
become-
on.
You
The-
usurp their
yeah.
power in either case. The power structure underneath remains in the democratic system.
There is a problem here, is that you're assuming if the head is cut off the monarchy, that another monarchy is going to be instituted, which, I mean, if we look
I'm
at
not-
recent history,
Yeah.
that's not the case.
Yeah.
It generally in
In past history, yes. But in
But,
recent history, that's not the case at all. Usually it's
Well, yeah, right,
communism
right.
or fascism or something crazy.
In recent history, monarchy and democracy, when its head is cut off, has been
Right.
replaced with fascism and communism.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So that's not really a good revolt mechanism for fixing corruption.
That's why I'm saying it's not a. And because of that, there's just to reiterate, to make this very clear, if this has not been absolutely clear, because maybe it hasn't been. The diffusion of responsibility is such that in a democratic system, if you fuck up, you can just leave. which means that the Democratic elected leader is not incentivized to not fuck up because they can just leave. If the monarch
but they
fucks
don't
up,
want to
they
leave.
get
though, Aiden.
killed. What?
Well, hold on.
But
It's
but
not
they
just-
can
You're
if
not
they
just-
fuck up.
Hold on, wait. When you say if someone fucks up in democracy, that's defined
Just leave.
completely differently than someone fucking up in a monarchy.
How so?
Because in a democracy, fucking up means, oh, your voters don't like you because you did something they didn't like, or you didn't do what you said you were going to do.
Uh-huh.
Fucking up in a monarchy means you pissed off the people that maintain your power base under you. So these
That's
are
the same
very.
thing.
Those are not the same. Well, they're the same thing in the. That's the problem. Is that in the
They're the same
democracy,
thing.
the people that elect you have the power over you, as opposed to the nobles under you, who their goals are not necessarily aligned with the people, which is what Adam has been saying this entire
totally.
conversation.
I feel like there is a fundamental sort of disconnect that we still haven't been able to really mitigate here, which is that it seems you, Adam and Sitch, both agree that who matters to the monarch is only the noble.
It's only
Correct.
whoever solidifies their power.
Yeah, it's
But-
only the
Which is the
person
Which
nobles.
is
who's gonna power.
God.
Yeah, but they don't. The monarch doesn't have.
It's
well,
not God.
The butter
because-
amble for
Wait,
the
wait,
butter
wait.
amble for. Hold on one second.
Are
The
you
butter
gonna just
amble
move
for
on?
$2. If we don't agree God exists, no one gives king power.
That, God, no one.
Okay.
No, there's none of the nobles are going to say, "Oh, you know, the king, they're really fucking me over here. I'm losing all my money because they're doing something that's beneficial
That's
for the
'cause they-
realm." But you know, God appointed them, and I'm a big fan with the G guy, so I'm not going to go try to overthrow him.
It's
Doesn't the
antithetical
old
to what everything I've
president swear an
argued.
oath under God as well?
Yes, they swear an oath to God as well. And by the way, so do American.
It doesn't. But that doesn't answer what. That doesn't
And
have
do
anything
not
to do
all
with what
Americans
I was responding to.
under God.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I was responding to.
Sorry, we got.
You were
off topic.
saying that I was saying that the power derives from the nobles and the whoever keeps them, you know, physically, whoever pays the army, basically, and whoever pays the power structures.
Mhm.
And you said no, their power derives from God. And I'm saying,
I
okay,
think-
but that's a paper shield. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's more the
I
legitimacy.
think it's a claim of legitimacy. Again, the difference is, I would say, is that and this is, again, you can argue against this. I think it's a very arguable position, but this is the argument, such as it is that in the case of the monarchy, they are the state. They don't have to be questioned because I am Spain, I am France. That was the terminology and the way that was said by the monarch. So comparatively, you would say, I am the president of France rather than I am France. These are differences in terms of their perception. Of
Yeah, but
power.
how is that beneficial? I guess.
Yeah, makes no difference.
I'm just saying it's the way it's different in how it's perceived by people and the way in which that relates to the public.
That's true, but it doesn't
I am
defend
the
you
Senate.
from being
Yeah,
overthrown.
I knew that was going to come up. I fucking knew it. And by the way, only Sith deal in absolutes, because I knew it was going to be the fucking
Only
thing.
a
Like,
monarchist
all
deals in
monarchs,
absolutes.
monarchs and dictators are the same thing, and I was so ready to say like, oh, only Sith deal in
I
absolutes.
don't
all that
I don't
autocracy
understand.
shit.
Like, in order for your system to work, Aiden, you literally have to have like genetically modified human beings, because
Have you
the
seen
human
Dune?
beings, normal human beings are just, they're not going to be. There's a wide variety there's a wide
complete
diversity
idiots.
in human. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Like, that doesn't matter.
Well, I would say that Kunad Ledin does talk about this a little bit, but it does appear that well, we all know what happens when monarchs inbreed a whole bunch, not good things.
They produce
Correct.
11 fingers.
Spoon, I'm
Targaryens
curious.
and coins.
Spoon, you've said this, you've made this argument a couple times that people are complete idiots. And I'm super curious. I've noticed sometimes people measure IQ by how much someone agrees with them. And
I
I'm
don't care.
curious, like, what distinguishes you from the idiot category?
Basically, for the voting argument, it was like means testing.
No. Just, I mean, have you had an IQ test? Are you?
He's not talking about IQ. He's talking about means
Do you
testing.
have a PhD?
What's
or
your
something
IQ,
that-
Spoon?
yeah,
You
yeah.
tell us.
Dude.
No, it's fun.
Wow,
It was
this
just,
is-
Well,
this
I
has
mean, I'm
gotten
just, I like
very
to look at objective.
environmentally deterministic here. All of a sudden.
I like to look at objective metrics, and You've
Yeah, but-
said
yeah,
a
but okay,
lot
but
of
like,
people are
okay.
complete idiots, but
I've also said a lot
are
of
the
people are
one
complete idiots.
you are the one with the position
I said
Hold
that
on.
not a lot of people have.
Wait,
So,
wait a minute,
I've
wait a
got to
minute, though.
go soon. So if you
I'm
do want to do
just
super chats while
curious.
I'm still here,
Oh, just
I'll
sorry,
do
do
so.
super
I
chats.
can do some super chats.
And then I'll read
is-
my
okay.
script, and none of you
Okay,
can
let's say-
escape from it.
It is more of a jokey thing, but would you not be comfortable if someone said, in order for you to be more responsible with your vote that is better, it would be better for society to be means tested in a way that is better for the electorate?
Listen, I am not presumptuous enough to think that I can decide what is best for society.
But you do
I
as a
believe
part of
voting.
the,
I
participating in a
believe
democratic
voting, Aydin. I believe voting is me deciding what is best for me, and everyone
what if
goes to
what
the
you want is
polls and
expensive
they
somebody else?
decide. Everyone goes to the polls and they decide what is best for them, and that's how voting works. It's like a power sharing arrangement. Some people want universal health care. Some people want abortion to be illegal. Okay. So different people want different things. I don't know what's best for society, but in a democracy, I at least know that a large number of people are getting people working towards the policy prescriptions that make their lives feel meaningful. And
But
that
what if-
seems better than all of us working towards the policy prescriptions of some monarch.
Okay, but what if the voting population was smaller?
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Oh, right. So so we're arguing against universal suffrage. We get into that.
Oh, no.
If the voting population is smaller, listen, people are still going to vote for the policy prescriptions that are good for them. So if the voting population is smaller, that smaller number of people, landowners, are going to vote what's good for them.
There's multiple forms of restricted suffrage. It's land ownership, military service, public service, etc.
If only men can vote, they're
Or
going
there
to
could be
vote what's good for them.
plurality of voting for
Don't
citizens.
get into this because
There could be enfranchisement lottery. There could be an epistocratic veto of democratic decisions. The government by simulated oracle, which is required knowledge testing. Although then you have to ask who makes the test.
If only vaccine manufacturers can vote, they're going to vote what's good for them.
But this is not what an epistocracy is. We've been into the discussion of epistocracy, which is unrelated, although I think is somewhat related.
No, I've seen lots of people on like the libertarian right talk about how they want to restrict voting to certain classes. I kind of know what you guys are talking about. I fundamentally disagree with all of it, though.
The reason why I would suggest it is because if you are not, I'm going to say things I probably shouldn't say. Can I say the things I don't want to say about voting?
Say something offensive. Go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that. All right. I do believe in the
vote.
epistocratic voting system. I believe that the way you should vote is by restricted suffrage, land ownership, military service, public service, and government by simulated oracle.
The logic behind that, as I understand it, is that if you don't have
and that would
any
be
kind
fine
of
with
buy-in,
enfranchisement lottery, by the way, is included.
If you don't have any kind of buy-in to society, if you don't own a business, if you're not serving the military, if you don't have some kind of stake, then you're just going to basically you're going to be more irresponsible with your vote. That's kind of
there's a problem with that theory.
As the person that I put, what's that Indian guy sent you in the beginning, Adam, that I asked you to play. You said the government by the people for the people, but the people are retarded. I mean, that's the basic argument.
The problem with that though is that
I'm being facetious, by the
way. If only people with quote unquote the buy-in to society can vote. Obviously, they're going to keep voting for policies that are going to help them, and they're going to want to limit basically their power. So they want to keep the other people out of. We want to restrict other people's.
Precisely, which is the problem with voting, which is ameliorated by having a monarch.
Hold on. They're going to want to restrict other people's ability to vote. And basically what you're creating a system is that where people who are not already bought into society have no incentive to buy into society because you're making it even harder and harder for them. And this is the problem with having noble classes and serf classes in this caste system. I agree. If people can't move up in society, you're not incentivizing you're not incentivizing investment. You're not incentivizing people to actually go out there and start businesses and to run things and to buy things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I disagree. If the buy-in to. So first of all, I don't necessarily agree with voting as an idea. From this argument that we're making, from the monarchy perspective, voting would not be a part of it at all. Okay.
I thought we were talking about.
But if
We're not talking about monarchy. We're just talking about
moving outside of that.
voting,
Moving
yeah.
out, just
Right.
to delineate from the previous argument I
Sure.
was making. In this system, I think if we were talking about how you did have some restrictions on voting, of being a landowner, of being a what were my military service, public service,
soldier.
simulated vote, or a government by simulated oracle, which is taking a test. I think that would incentivize people, because if it's like, well, if you want to have the franchise, then you should start a business. You should
No,
try
but-
to.
Yeah, you would.
Right, no, I
incentivize
understand.
people. I don't quite get that one.
But do you
Because-
understand? Like,
okay,
then
I
if
understand
you
exactly
want, if you
what
want
you're
to have
saying.
the franchise, then you would
Right.
want to get more invested into the society rather than just being given the right, which you can squander. Essentially, you can squander it by voting for nobody,
So
or you can
ridiculous.
squander it by not voting, or you
So
can squander it by
it's
voting
an
for
privilege.
somebody
No,
who's going to just
okay,
give you
no,
the
I
most.
understand completely what you're saying. But my counter to that is, why is property in California so expensive?
Because there's a lot of people there, and the
No.
zone restriction.
Yeah, there
Zone
you go.
restrictions.
Guess
Okay.
who's voting for those zoning restrictions?
Who's voting for all these zoning restrictions? The people that own property, because they want their property values to keep increasing. And
Yeah.
so if
Thank
you're
you
going to
for
build,
explaining how voters do not necessarily make good decisions for the populace.
no,
Well,
they
if
make
you're not
exactly.
gonna
That's
vote.
that's the point. They make
That's the whole point.
they make decisions based on their own self-interest.
And thank
so
you for
if you
making the
base-
monarchist argument.
Wait, if you base voting on something like property rights, okay, that means property is going to be even more expensive and even more valuable than it is now. And the price is just going to keep going up, and people are going to keep voting in policies to make the price keep going up.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you're
not-
creating an incredibly
that's
strong
why I'm-
artificial
Again,
limitation on
that's
voting.
why I
Sitch,
moved
there's-
away from the limited voting argument into the monarchic argument.
Okay, well, I was just
Because I
stressing
don't
that
want-
one.
Yeah, yeah,
I want
that's true.
all people to be completely equal under the law, and I think the best way to
Well-
maximize equality is to have no voting.
So,
Honestly,
Sitch,
Hold on.
there
There's
is
a-
How is it
one
not
more-
to have everyone voting though?
There is a more direct argument for everyone voting, and that is, if the state has the monopoly on force, there is some kind of moral imperative that you have some say in how that's used.
Right, exactly.
True.
again,
Jab Slam for
Yeah.
$2 says,
ahead.
reminder, I got Doomer on EFAP and monarchies are gay.
wow,
True.
Heard it
Wow.
here first.
I'm
Can
personally
I just
offended.
point out one thing that Sitch said that is
Yes.
sometimes true, but not always, is that you're assuming that the person who's voting for his own self-interest, it doesn't also have a benefit for somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well,
just
it
one
can.
thing.
It can.
It can.
It always can.
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. but that's just-
Every action can actions can be good for me, good for society. They can
Yeah.
be bad for me, bad for society. But where things
Precisely.
get a little complicated is where they're good for me and bad for you.
yeah.
But you know,
Well,
if
fair.
I can
Often
vote,
you get with
if I
majority
can
voting.
vote and you can't, consistently they're going to get better for me
But when
and worse
Mhm.
for you.
But
Mhm.
may I extrapolate upon that? When the majority is when you have a democracy, and therefore the majority rule, which is what it is majority rule, they will want to vote in ways that restrict and minimize the capacity for the minority to get ahead, essentially to maintain a permanent minority. That is what we found in the history of America, for example. Do you know what I mean? It's only in recent years that we've had any
Yeah,
kind
but
of moves.
your situation literally makes it worse. Your
I don't- I
situation
disagree.
makes the minority everyone
Yes,
because
everyone is
nobody
equal,
gets to
because
vote.
Everyone equal under the law.
When no one can vote, everyone can vote.
But it's not. No, it's not. Everyone can vote. It's that everyone
This
is
is
equal under the law.
ridiculous.
If your concern is really equality, which by the way, equality is not something that the founding fathers were very fond of, as I previously explicated. at the
Who's
beginning.
arguing for equality here? When did
Every
I come
Democrat
into this
ever.
debate?
It's a Democrat.
When did I
argument.
come into this debate? And I'm the guy who said, listen, people are voting their own self-interest. My argument revolves around people being self-interested actors, all of them. That's unavoidable.
But we were talking about equality, not equity. By the way.
Listen, I didn't bring up equality or equity.
Okay. All right. Fine. Sorry.
I mean, I talked about 40% of people being satisfied. Okay.
Mhm. Well, I mean, the equality argument's a bad argument.
Yeah, we are
Yeah, because you'll always
actually
get
not
it.
arguing for that. We're arguing
No,
that
you
equality, that
said-
equality limits liberty.
You said no. You said when no one can vote, everyone like that makes everyone equal because no one can vote.
Yeah, and
That's
they're
not
all
a good
equal.
argument.
They're all equal in their liberty.
Yeah, but that's like okay. Well, if we put rocks on everyone's back, no one is strong, so everyone's
If
equal.
everyone
Like,
is a
that's not-
slave,
I
no
don't
one's a
think
slave.
that's
No,
a good
I'm
way of
making the Harrison
conceptualizing
Berger-
your
Well, I'm
argument.
not making the Harrison Berger argument.
It sounds like you are.
Instead, I'm actually making the opposite. Is because when there's no limitations, you're not saying that like one person is better than the other. You're not saying that some people can rise to power over others, because that is the case within democracy. Let's be honest. If let's just say you rolled the fucking dice. How many of us are going to run for president? None of us. Just saying. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys are.
Wow, how do you? Yeah, jeez, I'm thinking
maybe-
going 2024. Why do you think I was
Go
betting
for it,
against
Sitch.
Adam for Trump?
But-
I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna run for
gonna run
But
for
the
office
reality
because I
is
said
the
what's wrong with
vast,
Hitler earlier.
massive majority of people are not going to run for office. In fact, who is incentivized to run for office? It's people who want to prioritize and maximize their own power. Those are going to be people who run for office, and the people who will win are those who are most disingenuous. So, as a result of that, I think that what you get in a democratic system are the most corrupt and most corruptible people. Even if they are not corruptible, they're not corrupt inherent. The altruist is corruptible by nature of this status.
Let's dig in a little bit to exactly what you're saying. You're saying that person is disingenuous, and I agree with you to some extent, but that is why there is this selection mechanism, because they promise a policy proposal and they either deliver that policy proposal or they don't. So it doesn't matter how disingenuous they are, because if they don't deliver it, you vote them out of office and move on.
They just say, I got caught up in bureaucracy. I wasn't able to do it. I'll do it next time.
If they can
it happens all the time,
if they can convince you that they're going to continue to work on that policy proposal and they're getting closer and you vote for them again, that's not
I don't understand how the monarch solves the problem at all that you bring up.
That's
because the monarch can just do it.
No, but Adam is saying is that the elected politician is incentivized to maintain his own power structure, to do what the people want, and the monarch has no incentivization to do what the population wants at all.
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Why would
monarch
they?
Okay. The monarch would be incentivized to do what the people want if what the people want is for their own best interest. He's not incentivized to do so if such a decision is bad for their own best interest. And because people have a limited capacity to understand statesmanship, because they're not. Don't just laugh. Don't just laugh, Sitch. Don't just laugh.
It's hilarious.
Make me laugh, dude.
No. Why you didn't answer my? I said why would? Say the masses. Okay, we'll just very simple. Say the masses come up with a magical healthcare plan that is in their own self-interest. Why would a monarch give a fuck? Why is that why would he care what they want?
Because they're his wards. If you want me to finish my script, I'll finish my script. I have this script.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means. They're his wards.
I kind of get it.
They
I already know
are
the problem
his
with
children. They are.
Yeah.
He is designed to take care of them.
Don't you feel empowered now, Sid? Daddy Monarch, you have to.
You guys are gonna get so mad at my script. That's why I want to.
Yes, Dev.
Let me jump in here because I have to go.
Sorry, Dev.
No problem.
Follow Dev's Tropic on Twitter.
the big problem with this argument is that simply giving somebody responsibility does not mean that they will be responsible. So you can say, it's the monarch's children. There's no reason he will care.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
unless they directly affect his power.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't actually matter, because the reason I care about my property is because I worked and I obtained it. If you are simply born into it, you're not going to care the same way.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
If that property is standing in the way of you, I mean, sometimes, let's face it, you get an old car, it's like more work than it's worth. You're like, fuck that old piece of property.
Because basically,
why would a monarch be? Okay, just to be clear, you're suggesting, Dev, that the monarch would be a gambler because he's born into wealth. Why would the monarch be? Let me put it in this perspective. Okay, you go to Vegas, and have any of you guys been to Vegas before?
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. So when you go to Vegas and you show up, you walk into the Flamingo or whatever. Mm-hmm. What do? Oftentimes you roll up, you get a hotel room. They give you a bunch of chips. Do they not? That's not really your money, is it? It's technically your money because they gave it.
They only get that's only if you're rich. So you don't just walk in and get.
Are you joking?
Yeah.
I got the cheapest fucking room at the Flamingo, and they gave me chips to go spend at the casino.
I like the
Okay.
Vegas example. Ask me
Yeah.
about my
Wait,
gambling
because that's what they
habits.
want. They
let
want
me
you to
finish.
spend.
Let's do the
Wait.
let's do the Vegas example, if I may continue.
Wait a minute. They give you the chips because they think you'll blow through them and spend your own money.
And spend your
Yeah.
own money, right? And spend your own money.
So it's a way to trick you.
Precisely.
How
But
does?
the,
Yeah, how's this?
if I may continue my example,
Yeah, okay.
please. The monarch is not prone to be a gambler, such as a Democratic leader is prone to be a gambler, because the Democrat leader is essentially working off of the fact that they are working on the state's chips that have been given to them via their temporary position of power. The monarch, I mean, the Democrat can keep spending the state's money because then they can just walk away from the table at some point, right? They can walk away from the table.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. The monarch, it's literally their own country, their own money. I understand
their money,
exactly. Yeah,
their
right, okay.
country.
So,
So when they spend, they can maybe get some. They don't get the temporary chips, by the way. It's their chips always.
Right.
The Democratic leader might get some temporary chips, but any chips they spend outside of that, as a result of being given the temporary chips first,
Okay.
they incline towards spending more and more and more from giving that initial
Yeah, I
inclination.
understand
towards
completely
spending.
what you're saying.
It's
Okay.
not their money, though.
Right.
When the case of the monarch, if they spend recklessly, if they do things that are terrible for society, for the state, they are affecting their own. They are affecting the state.
Okay. Yeah. Listen.
Their own money.
I understand 100% what you're saying. Okay. But
All right. Sorry.
But-
Super chats.
okay.
I saw that super chat. from-
But what I say in response to that is, who is the more fiscally responsible individual? The first generation parent who builds up the business on their own, who works hard to make all their money, or the son and grandson who
I'll see
just
you guys later. I
inherits
gotta go.
all the money and the
Yes,
giant
sorry.
wealth and the
Later,
big
Deb.
That's
house.
okay.
See you later, Deb.
Thanks.
And
See you
all
later,
all that money that they just inherited that they didn't work for at all. Which one of those people is going to be more responsible? The person that worked for everything, or the person that was just given everything?
Did you work for anything if you're elected as a Democratic leader?
Yes. What do you
Listen to what
mean?
about
You
it?
have to
What did
completely
you
wait.
give?
You have to. What are you talking about? You just can I just walk into like a poll station and say, "Hey guys, elect me. I'm PSC Sitch and I'm awesome."
Yeah,
Or do I have to
Yeah,
work
yeah,
from
yeah,
nothing
yeah,
to
if you're
build?
supported
Wait.
by the Democratic Party or the
Or do
Republican
I
Party,
have to work
obviously.
from nothing to build up a power base in order to maintain
And
in order
what-
to even get
and-
elected? We talk. It's a
And
fuck ton
what
of work.
do we
Yeah.
have in the United States? We have dynasties. We have political dynasties. We have had two Adamses, two Harrisons, two Roosevelts, two Bushes, and then we've had countless Rockefellers.
Just
Clintons,
This is
always
White
hurting
one
your
of those.
argument. I don't understand what you're just saying. You're just saying that democracy does the same problem that you're admitting now is a problem.
I'm not admitting it's a problem. Okay.
You got her, Sitch. She totally
didn't get me.
contradicted herself.
You did not get me.
You did.
You didn't.
You
didn't
did.
get me.
You
No, let
just-
let
you
it- let-
just-
If I may,
No, but she literally
may I?
called the
Please?
Bushes and Clintons a dynasty when she's
did.
here arguing
know.
for dynasties.
I know.
But
I
you're
I
misunderstanding
thought
me.
I thought you were in favor of dynasties.
I am in favor of dynasties that are held to consistent responsibility. Whereas the reality is that the way that democratic dynasties work is that they can just get rid of one person and bring in another person. That's not the
That's
way
a
that it would
good
be held to the
thing.
same
That's a
responsibility within a
feature.
monarchic dynasty.
Wait. Okay.
It's a feature that one Biden can come in and fuck shit up, and then another Biden can come in and fuck
Hold-
shit up
hold-
because
wait.
their family has enough pull within the electorate.
By a Biden, you mean a based, incredible politician who does.
Yeah, you don't
things right.
Yeah,
That's what you mean by a
understand.
Biden.
There you
You
go.
I
don't
just wanna
seem
make
to
sure I
understand
you.
that people are down with what their politician is passing.
Why are they down with what their politicians?
Wait,
passing?
wait,
Why
wait,
do they
wait,
get
wait,
handbooks
wait.
by giving them shit?
Go ahead, Sid.
I
Finish
want-
up here.
I want my question answered. And I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
and
Sitch, could you read?
I'm
please?
sure you've seen a million studies on this, that if people are just given money, just given wealth, they don't act responsibly for it compared
They
to
do
the
not.
person who works for it. So I don't understand how if you have,
generations of kings, if that was the case.
well,
We
couldn't,
agree with
I
that.
missed the first part of
We-
what you said.
Sorry, Spoon.
How do you have like 5 or 6 generations of kings then?
What do you mean? Because they have all, what do you mean? They have all the money and power.
Yeah.
That's how you get 5
Wait a minute.
generations of
Wait a
They're
minute.
kings.
I'm sorry,
responsible with it.
that
They wouldn't
confused
be
me.
Are they?
Wait a
Question
minute.
mark.
That did
They don't
confuse
have to be they don't have to be responsible in the way that we want. They just have to maintain their power base. They just have
Yeah.
to pay off the army and the nobles and whoever it is that
But
That,
how
you
is it
know,
different from a democracy?
because democracy is that they have to pay off the people that vote for them, the population.
Yes.
With whose money?
So you pay off the people with their own money.
Yeah.
Yes,
good.
and their
I don't
own
know if you-
productivity.
Listen,
what the fuck?
I don't know what's being argued here, because you have to understand that every human being is a piece of shit, selfish, asshole, primate creature, and we
I
have to
disagree with
devise systems that will use those negative impulses to try to create positive outcomes.
I
And that's
disagree with
what
that.
democracy and capitalism is supposed to be doing.
I
You-
find this cynicism.
You
I understand
disagree
where
with
you're-
this?
I
You think
disagree with that, yeah.
I'm
okay, well
black-pilled
this is
as
maybe this
fuck,
is
but
the
I think
fundamental
this is- even
problem
I
is
think
that
this is cynicism.
you're
It's
viewing
cynical.
like there's some sort of magical monarchical utopian individual, the Aragon, the prince who is in promised, to come in here and save us. That doesn't happen.
Also, there's one problem with your argument, and that is the person who has like the business one who has like a bad son. There's not an expectation of them. There's an expectation of the heir.
Wait, what? I don't understand what you said.
If you raise a king with a son,
Mhm.
the son is expected to become the king. There's
Right.
expectation from him. If you're a business person and the kid has all the money in the world and doesn't have a care in the world, doesn't give a fuck what he does. But the king's son has expectations.
That's not necessarily true at all. People all the time raise their kids to be like, "Oh, I'm grooming
Yes,
them to take over the business."
Yeah, but
You know,
it's
once
not
I'm
more
gone,
substantial
blah,
But,
in
but there
in
is a
kingdom.
different expectation within a monarchy.
But yeah, there's a different. Of course, not a one-to-one comparison. But I'm sure you've seen millions of studies on this, Aydin, about how when you just give people, they have the monopoly studies. The one I know offhand, where you just give people
Yeah.
money, you give them shit, and they never
They
act responsibly
immediately
with it.
They immediately, but that's very different. The studies you're talking about, which I'm acutely aware of, are when you give
1700s.
somebody who doesn't have money, you give them money. It's not someone who was born into money that they are want
But
to
it's-
probably
it's-
protect that they've had
it's-
since birth. These are different.
I
when you
know,
give
I
someone
know that's
$5 and
true.
say, what do you-
That's true. That
it's
is
a little bit
different.
different.
I just cannot fathom how you think putting a person, an individual, in a position of power. You say you have all this power and you literally cannot be deposed. Bearing a violent revolution or something. How does this make anyone more responsible to the populace's needs? Like, this seems so
Look
baffling
after
to
your
me.
people, you get killed.
This,
Yeah, I know we're agreeing to that.
you
but
only
that's
get
not what
killed
I'm
if the
saying. Yeah,
army turns against you.
Or Hezbollah can defeat your army.
right.
Or if another army from a foreign country comes in and can defeat you.
Yeah, sorry about that, North Korea.
All right. Well, apparently Adam wants to wrap this shit up because he's showing chance to say as much.
Okay, we can wrap it up. I
want to read my script. I want to read my script because the reason I want to read my script is because I think there's a part of it that's going to make everybody very.
Can
very
I just
triggered.
read like 10 super
Read
chats?
super chat so I can read my script that will trigger everybody.
Princeton for $10 says, not really for monarchy, but can I legally have multiple wives for my own harem? Be a ruler over
There you
my
go.
own masses.
You be
I don't-
you,
is that-
king.
What
Yeah,
happens
only
if-
men should
what
be able
happens
to
if
vote.
If you can
I'm
have that
king?
consent, I say fly away.
What happens if I'm king and Spoon has a super hot wife that I think I want to have sex with all
Then
the
I'll
time?
kill you if you fucking touch her.
I'm not answering questions
wait a
seriously
second.
anymore. By the way, now I'm just going to answer
I'm the
questions
king,
facetiously.
Spoon. I am the king. You are my property, okay? And so is your wife.
If you do
Ajar,
so-
You can
Ajar
talk
Ajar
Game
for
of Thrones.
five.
Robert Baratheon
Ajar
does that
for
shit all the time.
you.
The Lord's
that-
first night.
yeah.
Okay.
Look at the documentary of Uday and Hussein. Check it out
Oh, yeah.
sometime. See how real power base works.
If you want to
Ajar
look
for
at a
$5 says, I
baptism
checked
of
with
monarchy,
God.
yeah.
I checked
It's
with
not the
God
same.
just now. Ajar
Look,
for $5
blasphemy.
says, I checked with God just now, and they said Adam should be king. Debate over. Well, that's not good
Okay.
for Spoon, but
By the way,
I'm
I
listening,
knew
God.
going into this that bringing up the God shit was going to be very, very contentious and make it and
I don't
result in
really.
these.
It's not.
I thought you
that
were
contentious.
atheist. Well, that's right. You
No,
said you're
I-
taking the Christian pill now,
I
right?
took the Christ pill, yeah.
Oh God.
Oh.
I took the Christ pill.
Chris Nemo for $5 says, if Aydin starts getting uppity,
Oh
Just-
no, put me in my
just
place.
bounce a few quarters off her butt.
What?
Also, hi flamenco. What
Oh, okay.
is that?
This is an old meme. This is an old meme. Where did this start?
What's
I
going
think-
on there?
It was like basically, I think back like during like the stuff that was happening with Andy Worski, and we were supposed to go to Knoxville. Is that
Mhm.
someone said they were going to bounce quarters off my ass in public, and I told them they could, and it didn't happen. I mean, allegedly it didn't happen, but
I say
Oh,
Pixar
my
didn't
goodness.
happen.
Christopher Myers for $20. Thank you so much. Says tomorrow's my last day at work, so please accept portion of my final paycheck, my good man. A team reigns supreme. Well, I
well,
hope
it is a
I hope you
generous
got another job
donation
lined up.
towards
Yeah.
the Monarchs Fund.
18
Don't
does
send
reign
don't
supreme,
send
by
me
the way.
money that is not disposable income, guys. I don't want you guys starving. So
Oh yeah, for sure.
Abdabi Mohammed for 50 secs says, Adam, Gib Wrench,
Swedish krona, by the
I'm
way.
becoming S class. Oh shit. I just have, that guy been around a while? I don't know. Let me know in the chat if I should give him a wrench. Derek Drummond,
Abby's
I
pro
see
Monarch. He said you suck, Adam.
Yeah,
Oh, he did?
He said he
that
hates you.
Swede-
That you
he's
suck, and that S
Swedish.
class
Give
is
him-
best class.
He
How
knows that
dare you.
there's a
That's
bunch
why
of
he
Swedish
sucks.
Swedish
you.
monarchs. Give him.
Derek Drummond, I'm tempted to give him a wrench just for, because I don't know. How is my wrench supply looking? Derek Drummond for $5 says, I don't know if this has been asked yet, but how do we as a society decide who the monarch is? Like,
Okay.
how do we start a
We
monarchy?
don't. God chooses.
Okay,
Mhm.
so hang on. This is a huge debate, and we'll get into this after the
In
super chats, I
monarchist
think, because
circles.
I actually really
In
expected like
LARPing circles, this is a huge debate, guys.
no. By huge debate, I mean I expected this to be the first fucking question you asked us: is how do you pick the monarch? I wrote a bunch of shit because I thought that would be the first fucking question. So I was like, yeah, Aydin, well, how do you get the monarch? No,
Whoever
Wrote a bunch
can
of shit
pry
about
the
it.
Constitution from the stone shall become king of
This is-
America.
You're
Farcical aquatic
making my
ceremony.
argument, actually, Aiden, because
but-
everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. And look, your plan
but-
was pointless. I didn't even ask that question once.
Well, I just planned for it because I expected that to be the argument because that's what I kept seeing on Twitter and stuff. But like,
You plan like a monarch. Terrible.
Adam is the Joker.
oh,
I'm just turning all these plans on.
I'm
their
gonna
heads.
now publish all of my scripts and my fucking notes, and
No
you can
one
tell me
is
it's
going to
poorly
read that.
planned. But that being said, how do you
Little
pick the monarch? Even Quaden Ledden is not really. He does not give a great how you pick an
What?
American monarch. And I admit, but because America is orphaned, it's abandoned
Wait,
from the
we
monarchy.
already have royalty in America. Obviously, Kim Kardashian is going to be queen
Yeah,
of America.
Kanye.
Yes. Why are you even asking this question?
Do you know what is
I-
really funny though? Is that
Mm.
I saw an old article from Obug like 2011, and he actually talks about royalty, and he does mention Trump's name, which
Oh,
is
no.
fucking creepy. No, because
Jesus.
like he would make a good representation for you guys
Just-
as far as a king goes.
And just to be fair, as you brought up to me earlier, Spoon, remember, people called Trump God Emperor, which of course is a 40K reference.
Mhm.
But regardless, it was the right calling him that. It was his supporters calling him the God Emperor.
Yeah,
That
they
wasn't
wanted
like
a daddy to step on
disparagement.
them.
Well, we'll talk about the daddy when I get into my script.
Okay.
Get my script.
The Butter Amble for $5 says dictators have been elected. Aiden, that's because you set up definitions. So if a monarch is elected, it doesn't count.
Wait, say again.
Dictators have been elected. Aiden, that's because you set up the definition. So if a monarch is elected, it doesn't count as a monarch. He's saying.
Yeah, if someone's elected, they're not a monarch.
Right. Okay. Lord Tennyson's pipe for $5 says his own ministers would kill the monarch if they had no scruples. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Reject the crown and scepter.
Power corrupts absolutely is environmental determinism as it applies to a monarchy.
No gods or kings.
With great
No,
you
that's not
don't-
what I said.
You don't
No, no, no.
I know
accept.
it's not what
You
you
don't
said.
accept that power corrupts.
I do. But I said to say as applied to a monarch is environmental determinism. You're saying that because someone is born into power, they will be inherently corrupt. That is the same as saying that someone who is born wealthy will be more corrupt than someone who is born poor. Is that your argument?
Well, it's a
Is that someone who
tendency.
is born into
It's not
wealth will be
absolute.
more corrupt, will be more evil than someone who is born poor? That is the argument that would be making under the environmental deterministic argument.
They
that you're
will.
making
They
with
will
monarch.
have to make more ethically questionable decisions to maintain their power. I think that's.
But could you answer that question?
Doesn't
If-
everyone in power have to do difficult decisions though?
I really would like an answer to that question.
What was the question?
Okay, we are operating under the paradigm of power corrupts and absolute power, and then absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Right.
I actually agree with this paradigm, by the way.
Okay.
But that is, as applied to a monarch, environmental determinism. If a monarch who is born into power, right, they are born into that. So they are not, they do not achieve the power and do not seek the power. They are born into it. That would imply
but
that,
they
that would
have
imply
to
that,
make-
may I
They
please,
have to
Yeah.
maintain it.
Okay.
if I may please finish.
Okay.
That would imply as well that people who are born more wealthy are more corrupt and more evil than people who are born poor. Is that true? Are we accepting that this is the true paradigm? That people who
No,
are
well,
born
no,
and
because-
more wealthy are more corrupt than people who are born poor.
Being rich and being a monarch is not the same thing, right?
They both have power,
Yeah, but in very different ways, though.
but they both have power.
I
Yes?
understand that, but in very different
we
ways.
can say it's in levels. We can say it's in levels.
And I'm
So then,
confused by you using the term environmental determinism because I thought that was your argument, was that you
No,
wanted to raise the child with like magical king school to make them the best king, and
That's
how's that not
deterministic.
environmental determinism?
How is
Hogwarts
the
Park's
teacher
kinda
not
based,
the
though.
real king? That's my
But
question.
they're not. Okay, they would be offered that, but it's not by nature of their birth that they become that. I mean, they will be because of the nature of their birth, but they have to be trained afterwards. What this environmental determinist argument is stating is because someone is born rich, for example, because someone is born into the monarchy, therefore they will be corrupt. And I would ask the question, so even though we could say there's a difference between the amount of power between someone who is rich and someone who is a monarch, this kind of absolute power corrupts absolutely argument would suggest an environmentally deterministic argument that would say that anyone who is born rich would inherently be more corrupt, more evil than someone who is born poor. Is that true? Yes or no? Just a
No.
question.
It's not. I don't think it's comparable.
I mean, no, could
No.
I? Yes or no? If
No, because I don't think it's comparable.
I mean,
Why
I
is it
already
not
answered
comparable?
that.
I'm confused because to me saying someone born into a position of power is going to create them to be corrupt, that's environmental determinism, is the same as saying someone born to a position of power and is trained to be king with good training, that's also environmental determinism. These are the same things.
But the environmental determinism of evil is different from because it's always a possibility. We do not. Spoon and I agree that even though you can be trained as a monarch, that you can't. There's no possibility you can't be a bad monarch.
Sure.
You always can be. We admit and we totally accept that
But
because
you're better off
to
with
otherwise
training.
be absurdist.
Okay.
However, the power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts.
Absolutely.
It sounds like you're contesting that. You don't believe that.
Okay,
No, I
here's
do.
the
No,
difference.
what
Let me
I
say
do
what the
believe
difference
that
is.
it's
Because
between when you're born that way versus when you seek power.
It
With power,
depends.
seeking
It
power.
depend. The reason power corrupts absolutely is not just because if someone's doesn't work for something and they're just gonna. I think that does corrupt them. If someone doesn't work for anything and they're just given a bunch of shit. But also, I think the real reason absolute power corrupts absolutely is because no man rules alone, and that you
exactly.
have to keep doing things to maintain your power.
Yeah.
When you say if someone is rich, are they born corrupt? No, because it depends. Like you have all these rich kids who they just go off and paint, or they just smoke weed and
I
fuck
agree.
whores every day.
Yeah.
They're not
That's
doing
my
anything
point.
to maintain their wealth necessarily.
That's my point. Is that you can have someone who is born into the monarchic position who decides that they just want to paint and smoke weed. It does not being born into.
Yeah, but then they're not going to be a good
You
ruler.
just lost your monarch.
Yeah,
Then
we're not going to be a monarch at all. They're going to abdicate.
You have to pick another one from the air. But my point is that being born into a position of power, be it the monarchy or a wealthy position, does not corrupt inherently. And in fact, what I think you see instead is that people who seek out power are more likely to be applied that idiom.
Why don't you just make the monarch teacher the monarch? That's the guy that's the smart one anyway.
Do you want to put professors in charge of anything these days?
No,
I don't get it.
Yeah, there we go.
but that seems to be kind of what is being advocated for by the pro-monarchs team.
Wait. What? Say again, the Sitch?
Is this because if you're saying that you're just going to teach them to be the good king, then it's like, well, why doesn't the teacher just be the good king?
Because he's being
Because
taught
it's
many
not just
things,
one
it's not
teacher;
just one
it's multiple
subject.
teachers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have. Why can't we just have a super teacher be the king, the good king?
Yeah, why
This is
can't we
when
just record these on YouTube
if and
videos
when-
and we
if
don't
and
even we
when
can get
you-
rid of that person?
if and when you want me to get into Quentin and Lenin's
Oh, well, let's
Royal
argument
is the
going
reason,
with-
by the way.
about how to find the monarch and his system of how you make a monarchy in America.
Let's
I
read some
think
super chats
It'd be very
instead.
funny for you guys. 'cause I
Whoever
think it's funny
has
too.
the best, here's what we'll do. We'll have every woman in America line up, and whoever the quarter bounces off the furthest from their ass will be
I
crowned
like that
Queen of
system.
America. Okay.
I like
The
that.
one problem with that,
system.
you're going to get the fattest person is going to be the ruler.
Well, listen,
We already established the rules. We can't change them now.
you can't
Yeah,
A
change
the
grassroots
largest-
dictator for $5 says, "Sorry, Adam. Democracy is cringe. Monarchy is based."
Hell
Also,
yeah.
when do you plan to make Aydin cry? Near the end, or are you gonna try to speed run this? Well, I
Adam,
mean,
you didn't
Aydin,
speedrun the crying.
Aydin, what's up? No crying.
I haven't cried yet. Adam, what are
Although-
you doing? You fucked up, dude.
Are you
I
not drunk
know.
yet? What's going on?
I'm not, dude. Okay,
I
when I'm
told her
actually
not
trying
to
to have a
drink.
serious conversation, I'm not going to drink. I mean, I did drink.
Yeah,
energy
no,
drinks,
that's you
but, like,
better
I
not
didn't
drink.
alcohol.
You better not drink. Respect our debate.
I
Rohan,
have respected this debate. I'm going to drink now that we're talking about
Rohan
super chats. 'cause who cares?
No.
Wow, thanks. Now I'm
Jarndi,
going to get drunk.
No, don't do it.
important.
Don't do it.
Rohan Jarndi for 100 INRs says corruption
No.
is the absolute truth all systems lean towards. Too much centralization gives way for control, collapse, and perpetual limbo of stagnation. So it sounds like agreeing with the democracy side. Yeah.
Potentially, but I'm not entirely sure. Because
There-
democracies are also centralized ultimately.
And if you fraction the centralization, you'll just get them with competing coalitions.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what
Derek
it's
Drummond for
fractured, see.
$5 says, "How can you have a liberal monarchy when the monarch doesn't even have a choice in their own occupation? If God tells them to, they have to listen."
The monarch can
That's
always
an
abdicate.
interesting point.
The monarch can always abdicate.
Abdicate, yeah, to a
And,
region.
no,
Really?
and in most systems, yeah. Okay, so like we were talking about Charles
Abdicate
third
D's.
or George III. Excuse me.
Yeah.
we were talking about George III, who is the most hated person by America, but we were talking about it. Actually, was a good king. It was because of perceptions within Americans that made him.
Who's George
perceived
III?
as the one Americans rebelled against.
That guy from Hamilton? He was a terrible king. What are you talking about?
He was super bad when he.
I mean, I
watched
like
Hamilton.
this. He has a good singing voice.
But
I like
actually,
the
he was
song.
extremely well liked in the UK.
He was especially liked by the Americans, actually.
And he was liked by the Americans. And he had
Grassroots dictator for
15
$5.
children. So just saying, you got a choice usually in a monarchy. Of
Grassroots
who
dictator
you're
for
like.
$5 says, "Adam, the monarchy changes when the monarch is ambushed by orcs beside the river
Oh no!
Anadin.
That's true.
His body lost to the waters along with the one ring." Oh, okay.
Oh no!
That's interesting. A stepsister for $4.99 says, "They literally just said who would be crazy enough to kill the monarch. Then said if the monarch fucks up, it's at it's at the barrel of a gun."
Yeah,
So
Well,
I
Yeah,
guess
because it's
mean,
because
there
of
you
the
go.
policy.
but both
You
are
you
true.
realize
It-
fucking up is subjective, right? You guys, we all in
I
agreement
think
on
killing is quite not subjective. I think
that.
that's
No, it's
that's
not.
right.
But the fuck up that leads to the killing is subjective.
Well,
Mhm.
it kind of depends on when people
Yeah.
you piss off.
Right, exactly.
You asked me like
Sure,
if
totally.
they fuck up, and I said, well,
Like,
okay. well,
Okay,
then if
wait a
they fuck
minute.
up,
Depending on
you haven't-
alcohol.
Then they're
I
all-
figured it out, guys.
Mhm.
This is how we figure out who is king of America. Okay.
Okay.
Whoever
King of
can
America.
pull Hassan's stepsister from the washing machine will be crowned king of America.
King of
Oh,
America.
that's beautiful.
This is America.
Fondue for $5 says CEOs can be fired in a way that doesn't involve putting their heads on pikes. True.
Yeah, but
Sometimes unfortunate, but true.
you're kind of removing all of their power in the same way. It is financially putting their head on a pike.
see,
It's
Oz-
totally different. But
Ajar
Spoon
for
probably has a
five.
better. Sorry.
Ajar for $5 Aussie dollars says, "Does Aydin and Spoon support Islamic Caliphate kingdoms,
no,
or are the
No.
monarchies they want only Christians?"
yes.
We are supporting only Christian monarchies. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, we're European,
Interesting.
so
yeah. This is a this is a Eurocentric,
Eurocentric,
one, and I'm
yeah.
going to be debunking the Americentric perspective in a moment.
I wonder
You should
how
be-
the Christians in Saudi Arabia feel about their monarch.
Yeah, I'm sure they feel
um,
great about it.
Hugo
Well,
Glass
Cameron.
56 for
All three of them.
50 MXN says democracies are not stable. They have all descended into oligarchy. Elected and not elected officials make the rules.
He is completely correct. They do
Yes.
always descend into totalitarian dictatorships.
Well, there's
What about the ones that haven't?
yeah.
Which ones
Given
haven't?
time.
Democracies? I mean,
Over time.
Well, what's the barrier for over time? We just ignore all the democracies that are still democracies and only focus on the ones that did.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
but
it
goes.
seems
It
to
also
happen
goes both
consistently.
ways. Remember, this
I also
guy
told you
Hitler in
that
Germany had a dictatorship, and now I mean I looked, and now
Adam,
Germany is a democracy. So tell me what happened there.
And now
I-
they're trying to consolidate all of their power into a
hang on a
centralized team
minute.
in Europe.
we're talking about the cycles of politic, correct? I'm not
Yeah.
saying that politic, because it results in totalitarianism or dictatorship, that it is that forever. I'm saying that these are cycles, and democracy tends to be the cycle that prefaces dictatorship, as it did in Germany, as it did in Cambodia.
Yeah, but dictatorship can also be the cycle that prefaces democracy, as it happened in
Okay,
Germany.
hold
in
on,
World War
hold
II.
on.
Wait,
Wait,
you just
wait,
repeated
hold
what I
on.
said.
Wait. No.
Every instance of cheating is preceded by a romantic relationship. That doesn't mean that romantic relationships inevitably lead to cheating.
Yeah,
Or does
true.
it?
But can you find to me besides the Italian monarch promoting Mussolini to be PM, a situation wherein a monarch directly proceeds and enacts a dictatorship, a totalitarian
A
dictatorship?
monarch is a dictatorship by our
That doesn't-
definition.
That doesn't. Hold on,
It's
hold on.
not, Adam. I thought we spent 2 hours describing why it's not.
But that doesn't.
I didn't
prove
buy
that
that.
doesn't prove your point. Like it. Like
Yeah.
even if it were the case that every single dictatorship ever, aside from one, was preceded by a democracy.
And by the way,
does
that one
not-
was also preceded by
hold on.
mob rule. So
That does not mean that democracy inevitably leads to tyranny. It just
Yeah, it doesn't.
That does not follow.
Does
to
not
me, it seems
compute.
as a statistician, to me, it seems that the propensity of evidence
Appeal to
seems-
authority.
It's not as appeal to authority. This is appeal towards math. That appeal towards statistical propensity seems to show that democracies devolve into dictatorships.
Aiden, when are you going to cry? We're here to see you cry.
Adam, you
Do the Russians not count? How are we skating
Actually,
around them?
Let's get to the Russian, because I actually was
Oh my
really hoping
God.
that someone. would bring it up.
I
Wait,
feel like
hold
you're
on, hold
wording
on.
this in a
Wait.
very specifically narrow way
Wait,
in
so
order
I
to
have
circumvent
an interesting.
stuff.
So I don't
interesting
have a good
idea.
answer to that
It
because I
seems-
don't have a good answer to that.
Okay.
It
So that's why I
it
was
seems
actually
like-
hoping for the Russian example.
It seems like monarchies always tend towards democracy, right? Because most of the monarchies are turning
Monarchies
democracies.
tend to lead towards democracies. Yes,
Okay, then I don't understand. Is it just circular?
I'm just saying it's
But
That's what I
see,
said.
yeah.
That's
this
what
is
I
the
started. I
problem.
started out by saying it was
This is-
cyclical.
This
That
is the
my first
problem
statement. It was
with this
cyclical.
thinking. Monarchies do not tend towards democracies. What happens is you have some democracy starts sprouting up somewhere, and people say, "Hey, we like that. That looks like that's working for those Americans over there. Let's do that here." Okay,
But
so it's
they
not
started
like
in
monarchies
France first
tend
before in
towards
America.
democracies.
It was in
Yeah.
France before America.
People
Fuck France.
copy.
No one cares about France.
France can fuck off.
Actually, if you want to talk about the Russian thing, I think it's actually really interesting, because that was a monarchy directly into basically the
Right.
dictatorship of the communist. And I don't have an answer to that. It's another, I would say, general aberration. But when you have more than one,
Aberration.
hang on, when you have two aberrations, it's not an aberration anymore now, is it? So
But-
I don't know.
Because I mean, I don't know. Under your framework, I would argue basically you have a bunch of monarchies. They become democracies. People get mad under the democracies for whatever reason, and then they kind of take your position, say, "Hey, let's go back to being a monarchy." And
It's
then
what
it's like,
happened in
okay, but
Cambodia.
the modern monarchy is
It's what happened in
fascism,
Thailand.
is
It's what
communism, is whatever these other authoritarian dictatorships.
It is happening. It happened in Cambodia. It happened in Thailand. And these are just the two that are off the top of my head. So these are countries that went through the whole cycle within the last 100 years, where they went from monarchy to quote unquote republic or democracy to in the case of both Cambodia and Thailand into pseudo communist systems, and then back into monarchies where they
Right, because they want to go back. They're like, we want to go back to some authoritarian terrible system.
No, they want to go back to where they had order.
Because things were good
Well,
in
no,
Cambodia
they want to go
under the
back to when
communist
they
system.
were always the winners.
that's
what are
why
you talking about?
Right.
There's
they
a
want to go
power
back to
si-
the worst
there-
system.
there is a power
my
sharing
God.
dynamic that goes on right now
Wait a
that
minute.
both
Monarch?
sides, the left and the right in the United States, would love to go to the monarchy where Obama is king for all eternity or Trump is king for all eternity. The power sharing arrangement that democracies have break down because people step in and they break it.
I'm sorry. I just have a really. I have to go back to that. Cambodia is worse off now under the monarchy than under the Khmer Rouge.
I don't.
Is
No,
that
no,
what
no.
you said, Sitch? Because
That's not what I
I'm
said.
making sure that's not what you said.
First of
'cause I
all,
was about to
wait a
freak out.
minute. What was the Cambodian democracy like? I mean, can we? I don't even know. Like, is this really a
Republic lasted
comparable
for 5
example
years under the
to?
prime minister that was democratically elected by the Cambodian people
No.
after the abolishment
okay.
of the monarch to
Yeah.
elect a leader who then he was leader of the republic for 5 years. Then he established the communist system of the Khmer Rouge, which then proceeded to kill 1/4 of the entire Cambodian population.
Okay, so wait.
Now
they
they're
were a
monarchy
quote democracy for
That sounds
5
bad.
years.
a republic.
Okay, so they're a republic for 5 years, and then the guy who's in charge of the quote republic decides to make it communist. This is
What
not
I
a
would-
comparable example of
no,
anything.
May I please? What I would say that Cambodia is the entire system on steroids. The
Entire
cyclical
system
system
of
on
what?
steroids. The system of monarchy into republic into fascism.
But it
into
didn't. It went
monarchy
from
on
monarchy
steroids.
to. It went to monarchy to
went to
to
monarchy to
covert
republic.
communism into overt communism into monarchy again.
But I mean,
Can I just make a point?
Mission
By the
your
way,
opinion,
if
it's fine.
it goes from communism into monarchy, doesn't that tell
elected
you that
person is
it's,
apparently a communist. No.
doesn't that tell you it's not the same thing?
It's not. It's not exactly the same thing. But communism is just
So are you saying that an
monarchy.
elected official is not
Listen.
an elected official is a communist official inherent?
Communism is just monarchy where the monarchs pretend that they care about poor people. Okay, that's
Wow,
basically the
that's
only
fucking
difference.
disingenuous.
Yeah,
Is
totally.
it, but
What's the
but
difference?
You're saying, Sitch, that someone who was elected
killing to
by
get
the
his right.
people to be the prime minister to overthrow their monarch because they were sick of their monarch and they thought the
Mhm.
monarchy was bad. That is communism.
No, wait, what?
But that is what you kind of intimated.
No, I'm saying
Because
if the guy. No, I'm saying if the guy who
they
no,
elected Pol Pot.
I'm
He was
saying if the
elected by
guy.
the Cambodian people.
Okay, I'm saying if the guy who overthrows the monarchy turns around and a couple years later, or 5 years later, makes the country a communist country, to me, that's not like. This is not a good example for you to use to say, "Oh, see, monarchy leads to democracy, which then leads to communism." Like it was 5
No, I'm
years
not
by the
saying-
same dude. It was obviously part of his plan from the beginning.
I don't think it was part of his plan,
Okay.
considering he.
I just
okay.
there's lots of these revolutionary
Or-
types
or
that talk
maybe
about
he didn't pay him
overthrowing
for,
the
like,
monarchy and
people
becoming the government of the people, and then surprise, it's communism. So this is kind of par for the course.
I'm giving a. This is the Pol Pot's like the most extreme example, but I'm using that for a reason because usually people use Hitler, and I don't want to use Hitler because it gets bogged down in a million fucking issues. Hitler. Spoon, what were you saying?
Let's go.
Oh,
Let's
there's
read some
no-
super chats.
Sorry,
Derek
super
Drummond for $5 says, "What's the incentive for monarchs to not be tyrannical? Why should the monarch care about any individual other than themselves?"
Because
Because
all
their money
individuals.
comes from the taxes from the state,
Yeah.
so you'll be incentivized to make them productive so that you
You-
can get a better state.
Yes, precisely, and because the state is your property.
Can I get a better empire by me and a
Hugo-
few experts or many people?
Hugo Glass 56 for 50MXN says, "Monarchs have historically sided with the common folk against the aristocracy."
Yes, they have.
Hmm.
They actually, do they
Is there
actually
a
have?
list I can look?
But they have.
The obelisk for $2 says, "Democracy and monarchy are not incompatible."
Precisely.
Yes.
Grassroots
Constitutional.
Dictator for $5 says, "All government is cringe."
There
I
you go.
don't think monarchy would work, but the romantic idea of an Aragon style king is far more appealing than democracy. And he says dumbocracy. So,
By the way,
And,
just-
and,
by
and
the
by
way,
the way,
Campbell
again,
there.
like
It's pretty
we're
big.
just saying that, like, that yes, democracy and monarchy work far better than democracy and
yeah,
fascism. or
grassroots
communism.
dictator. You're saying that now.
What about
But
democracy?
what happens when I show up because I like your hot wife? That's my question.
Why do you keep going to this
caffeinated-
one specific?
Adam,
it's a
Adam
good-
really
it's
has
a
one
good
thing
your
one.
on
hot
mind.
wife. He
Caffeinated
wants your hot
tweaker for
wife.
He wants to bounce the
Caffeinated
quarter and find the
tweaker.
king.
Don't let Adam's
Caffeinate-
wife know. that he
We're
wants
reading
your hot
super
wife,
chat.
but-
Adam is single-minded.
Caffeinated tweaker for $2 says, so Adam just won. That was a fun 20 minutes. Holy shit. These super
You won,
chats.
Adam. You won. I abandoned
I'm
my
never gonna get
monarchic
through these
positions.
super
Just
chats.
kidding. I don't.
The Wooster for $4.99 says Adam should read Democracy for Realists. It changed my mind on democracy and that it's a horrible idea to pursue. Well, maybe I'll look at that, the Wooster.
If you have a hard time reading Hoppe, I have not read that book, but if that one's
Mhm.
easier, I guess. Or
I mean,
I-
but
I'm-
the thing is, I don't deny that there are problems with democracy. I literally said that democracy might get you 40% of your population content. But
and we don't deny that
alternative is
monarchy is
5%.
and we don't deny that monarchy could be a bad position. I think that's where the whole contention here comes from, is that there's this perception that because we're advocating for monarchy, we're saying that monarchy is a perfect system. We would never say that.
Yeah, no, it
Okay.
just seems like it's a far worse system.
Yes.
We've tried for thousands of years. But-
Well, it's a system that's lasted a lot longer than democracy, but just saying.
Brain
yeah,
for
because
$2.
okay.
Yeah,
I don't know,
because
King
you've
Tom
got
was
a
okay.
lot of boots on people's throats. and
for my ending script. I got my
Brain-
script.
We're never going to get to it if I don't get through these super chats. Brain for $2 says, how does democracy account for manufactured consent?
Precisely.
How
voting,
does
apparently.
democracy account for manufactured? I know how monarchy counts for manufactured
it
dissent.
wouldn't need to
voting.
have manufactured consent. 'Cause all
JMac
people
for
are-
$100.
quickly than me.
Thank you, JMac.
Whoa, JMac, thank you. Holy shit.
JMac says, Dev, the enlightened centrist.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I
Dev
should have
was
read
the
that.
enlightened centrist on
Dev
this,
was
actually.
disgusting. I'm
I
so glad
know.
he's gone.
I almost muted him. I was like,
Yes.
Dev, what the fuck? We're in a
God.
debate. You're both right. Shut the
How
fuck
dare
up.
he? And also, how dare you, Doomer, take centrist positions on this argument?
Did you hear
Doomer,
how many
at
times
least-
I said based? We're talking about doing away with universal suffrage.
I know.
I think I'm taking a centrist position.
Those were all sarcastic based.
No, it wasn't. I
okay.
argued that on this channel the first time I came on.
Oh my
Wait,
I
god.
oh,
that's
also
right,
agree
you
with
did.
Inuit.
actually
I also
did.
agree
Yeah,
with
yeah,
universal
he did.
suffrage. So based, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
The
know Doomer was in
obelisk
favor
for
of that.
$5
There was a
says
commie.
it's both. I don't know what that means. The obelisk.
It means it's both.
Oh, that
democracy
must
and
be when
monarchy.
Dev came in.
Yeah.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for $5 says the flaw, the vice, the flaws and vices inherent in the human soul become magnified and manifest in the actions of a monarch in whom all power is singularly vested. I agree with Lord
Ooh,
Tennyson's
good.
pipe.
That's a good super
Yeah.
chat.
That is
That's a
great.
very, very poetically put.
I
do
mean, I
disagree.
don't have a lot of willpower when it comes to
Because I would
hot
say that
women as your wife. I mean, I don't.
Because
I'm
I would
just
say
saying.
that we all agree people have
Do they
vices.
teach you that? I'm curious. The monarch teacher are they the ones that tell me that I can have anybody's wife I want, or do I,
I
have
get
to
the
figure that
feeling
out
that
God
myself?
says
Adam's
May I-
ideal job is to be in a harem.
May I please though?
Does God?
Okay.
Does
Just
God
Adam?
who tells me that? Does God
let
tell
us
me that,
agree.
or does the monarch
God,
teacher?
the
tell
Let
me
Bible
us
that?
agree that
It's in
everybody is
Leviticus.
prone.
I mean,
towards
I've
their
seen
vices.
Caligula.
So what-
Caligula's a monarch, right?
Everyone is prone towards their vices. Who would be more prone towards exacerbating and maximizing their vices? Someone who has never had access to them before they gain the maximalization of power, or someone who has always had the access to maximalization of power?
Yeah, they'd be more likely to get bored, actually.
Yeah.
Look, just imagine if
He-
Nuance Bro was king. There'd be no pumpkin pie for
Nuance
anyone.
Bro,
Okay.
Let's just make Nuance
yeah,
Bro the
he's
king. Then there you go.
Danimal the Bruce for 1999 says, if Aydin keeps comparing Monarch to CEOs, shouldn't the way that YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook treat those who speak out against their religion be the most obvious arguments against monarchy? Great super chat, Danimal. Yes.
Well, what if they maximize the profit for the YouTube viewership? Even
You
if
guys
they are
just
outspoken against
listen.
it, though.
You don't know what's good for you. You want your president on Twitter? Fuck you. You don't get it. Rowan Jaranide for I feel bad. Jar and Gerund? Is that it? Rohan Gerund? Am I getting close? Someone help me out here.
I can't see what you're looking at.
Yeah,
So.
paste
Should I
the
share
name.
this?
He gave it a
screen?
shot.
Here, I'll share the screen here. This might be helpful.
I
Let's
mean,
see.
I know who you're talking about. I think it's Ronan Gironde who always gives us money.
Okay. Which one is this here? I can't tell. This one here. Oh, it gives a little picture, but you're not going to be able to see that, right? It's tiny.
Which one
one's
is
up?
it?
What
Oh,
is it?
shit!
Sorry,
It
step back.
moved.
Yeah, damn it.
Adam, these are the
Oh,
DMs.
no.
What are you doing?
No, you showing the DMs. Oh,
Rohan
gosh.
Gironde for 100 Ronin says anyone can just murder and wipe out the royal bloodline. Literally anyone.
You could
I
say the same
mean-
with president.
I think I
Yeah,
missed a
again-
bunch though.
Yeah, but who
Like
You
cares?
guys do
democracies.
realize every single
It's
day
this one.
Kamala Harris dreams of this.
Paris dream? Oh, yeah, I bet she does. Ronin Gironde for another 200 Ronin says, in our time, individuals are already getting more and more power. With every technological innovation, at least I'll have resources at hand in a liberal system where the government doesn't hoard success. True! True
But
and
the
false.
government would not hoard its success. In fact, it would transfer it to the people in the monarch system.
No,
but
it
good
doesn't.
for you.
No, only listen.
Property
only,
doesn't get a vote, fucker.
Only
Nobody actually.
if transferring that success to the populace will be distasteful to the people who are keeping you in power, they're going to replace you, Aydin. Don't you understand that? It's
Why do you
like
think I wanna be
it's
the
like the
king?
CEO. It's like the CEO. The board members of the CEO can replace the CEO. And if
Yes.
the CEO decides, I'm going to give your bonuses this year as a big dividend to all our shareholders, the board members are going to go, we're going to replace you. Like,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
unless he can
Mhm.
say to them that no one else is going to earn like I do.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you can prove that you're the better CEO, which
Yeah.
would be
Yeah, but
the,
no,
the
no,
best-
it doesn't. There's so
But
that-
that's
doesn't
Bullplug's
matter.
best
there's
chess
so
player
many of these.
argument.
There's so
That's
many of these
Bullplug's best
organizations.
chess player argument.
Wait, there's a lot of organizations where you have incompetent CEOs who are literally just buddy with the board. And this is the same
Yeah.
problem. This is what you're creating, the same exact problem. All the
No,
workers
not-
underneath say, God, this fucking person's a moron.
Not
They don't know what they're doing.
necessarily. What Spoon just described as Bullplug's best chess player as CEO argument.
Okay, that's not a good argument because Moldbug's argument is literally devolve the entire government and give all of it to a single person,
True.
which is
but,
even to me is nuts.
but it's based on a similar paradigm, correct?
Is that
And I
really his
agree, it's nuts.
argument?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Okay. Now, to be fair, he does have a very, very heavy system set up for how he would run the government, and it isn't just a case of his thing is like find the best chess player and just give him the job. There's an analogy of using why chess and markets he uses that to say how democracy encourages kind of not the best kind of behavior, and the CEO is a better figurehead for maximizing the profit of the state. You run like a business, and that was his argument. So the one vote to one person, just give all this person the power and then just let them run it as they see fit, which I'm just like, okay, I know what you're advocating, but the way he just says it in that moment sounds insane.
I think it's
And
just an
that
insane
and
idea.
that
But
person has to be as magnanimous as
Yeah.
the king.
Yeah.
Like, who
Yeah,
knows?
true.
They're not corrupt.
No. There is a massive amount of fail-safes in his arguments.
Yeah. Citation. Mark
It's like, Jason,
Ellison
do you want me to say it?
for $20 says, U.S. is a republic with representative democracy elements, just like pure monarchy sucks. Pure democracy sucks.
I also am in favor of a constitutional monarchy, so I agree.
No, go with the
Hugo Glass 56 for 50 MXN says the only democratic way to remove the current oligarchy is by electing a king. The Obama dynasty would be better than democracy.
I do think the Trump dynasty would be better than the current democracy, but that's just my opinion.
agreed.
Yeah, I'm sure the SJWs would just completely be real happy
Yeah,
with
I'm
that.
sure they'd love it.
Did you not think that seeing the SJW spoke out at Trump being king would be the funniest fucking thing ever?
It'd be funny, but it would not be good.
This is listen.
I don't think that's a good
listen.
reason to.
Don't you
to
think
run a
when I
country.
show? Don't
No,
you
that-
think
that
when
is
I
slightly
show up
superior, though.
at that guy's house and fuck his wife, it'll be hilarious?
Yeah, it'd be real funny.
Yes.
Is this before
I mean,
or
that's-
after you shoot you, Adam?
Look,
How are you going to
this is
shoot him when the
exactly-
army comes in before
I'm
him
looking at
and
the fucking
pins you to the
chat.
wall,
Listen,
so you have to
I totally
watch?
agree with this.
Yeah,
chat.
why is my army? Because my army gets seconds, dude. Think about what you're advocating
Yeah.
for here.
Can I preface? Can I read Lord Tennyson's pipe super chat here?
Yes.
To all Marcus simps, sic semper tyrannis. I cannot agree further. Always unto tyrants. But it's a tyrant,
Yeah.
not a monarch, and always unto tyrants. I want their heads on a pike. I wish I could. If I don't have any tattoos, but if I could get anything tattooed, I would have sic semper
You
tyrannis
just
tattooed.
you
Listen.
fundamentally disagree that someone, in order to maintain power in a monarchy, must become a tyrant. That is their only future. That
I
is their only
fundamentally
option.
I know. I think
fundamentally disagree.
Aiden has won me over now. I agree. We should have only good kings, no bad kings.
Yeah, okay.
But-
As long as we have a
okay,
good
so we
king,
should-
I'm on
okay,
board
then-
here.
then yes, Sitch, we should only have good democratically elected leaders. And no
Yes,
bad democratically
please.
elected leaders.
Only good
Thank you.
presidents.
Yes.
Hexadecimal Stan for $2 says MFW when Adam says
The Louvre.
Louvre instead of loom.
Is it pronounced loom? I also said Louvre. So
Oh
oops.
yeah, it is loom.
Is it pronounced loom?
What are you
What's-
talking
It
about?
is
What
the
the fuck?
loom.
It's pronounced no. It's not pronounced loom. Is
We
it?
were talking about that dumb monarch that told the guy who invented the loom to fuck off because
Oh, I thought we were
she
talking
didn't
about the
want-
Louvre, about the fact
She didn't
that a
want
monarch
everyone to be
donated-
unemployed.
He
Or
wanted
the
to
fact that
invent the
a
Louvre,
monarch- a
and the
monarch
queen told him to
donated-
fuck off.
A monarch donated the
Fondue
Louvre to
for
the French people.
$5 says the groups will still exist. The only ones that get heard are the ones that kiss up to the king. Here, yeah.
It's a potential argument. Potential argument.
Derek Drummond for $5 says if everyone is a slave, no one is. I know,
Yes.
I mean that
Paladin.
again
That's the
a
democracy
potential argument,
argument,
but
by
I
the
would say
way.
if everyone is equal under the law, as they would be under a monarch.
Fondue
everyone
for
is equal.
$2 says God doesn't feed your armies.
False.
Very, very
But
true.
Feed your
Very,
soul.
We described how
okay?
the monarch maximizes
very based.
prosperity.
Yeah, very based. You know, the head of the army is going to come to you and say, "Listen, I think God wants me to replace you." Rohan,
read that one.
Rohan's very generous.
Oh yeah, you did read that one, didn't you? What's this one? Read this one. Why are you?
Satoshi
Shit.
was a Reploid for 200 knock knock says everything for the people, nothing by the people.
It's Norwegian.
What does that
kroner.
mean?
Norwegian kroner.
No, the super chat. Everything for the
Okay,
people,
knock
nothing
knocks,
by the
sorry.
people. That's basically Aiden and Spoon's argument.
I think it's Norwegian, yeah.
think, but
What? And okay.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for $5 says, Aiden, quote, what do you mean when you say this? Are you dreaming in the throes of a fever or are you laboring under a madness? Martin Luther.
Well, if I asked questions, it wasn't meant to be disingenuous. It was an honest question.
That's a good quote, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Martin Luther.
Fondue for $5 says, everything within the king, nothing against the king, nothing outside the king. Aiden
Based.
Paladin.
Based
There
fucking
you go.
dab. I'm literally dabbing in real life, guys.
I have no doubt that you actually are as well.
I dab.
I have
You
a
have to
feeling this monarchy thing is really like Aiden's new fancy pair of shoes. She's like, oh, I look so
Except I've
fucking
been
I look
so sexist.
cute in these shoes.
Except I've
Oh
been
my
doing.
god!
Except I've believed in this for like 4 years. I just haven't expressed it because it's taken me a long time to like think that I'm just retarded by thinking it.
I thought you were like a libertarian
Yes.
ANCAP for 4 years or something.
Libertarian ANCAP is the exact same thing as libertarian monarchy. I was been reading Hoppe for the last 4 years.
Oh my
and how
god,
it
I'm
is
gonna
exactly
kill
like this.
myself.
I
I
know.
just didn't express this part of it because I thought it was stupid, and then I found Spoon, and now I have a reason to express that monarchy might be okay. Don't cry, Sitch.
Adam's not gonna make you cry. You're gonna make me cry.
I know this
I said
totally went in a bad
someone was gonna cry
direction.
at the end of
It's gone full circle.
I knew someone was going to cry at the end of the stream. Who could have predicted it was Sitch? Look, what am I supposed to do? I'm an ANCAP without a
This
without
is
a
what you're
future.
supposed to do. Apostolic Majesty for £10 says Aydin. Lovely to see you embracing monarchy
Hell
after
yeah.
Hopa Ivuk in Yarvin. I recommend reading Dante's Inferno, Capenalia,
Evola. I've read Evola.
Racist Dumb Avola, and Demastre.
I'm not a big fan of Evola, I will say.
Good. I also
but-
recommend Radical Liberation's fantastic YouTube channel.
If you have not read Kunal Ledinen, that's who I would recommend to you. My friend.
Aydin, don't you want to climb on top of the funeral pyre when your husband dies and ascend spiritually into heaven by burning to
No.
death? Oh,
No.
you don't? Okay, surprising.
I know, weird, right?
I know.
Is that what Ovola?
He doesn't mandate that, but he was like praising
It's
that
weird.
system
I'm
as
not.
being
I'm
amazing.
not advocating Ebola here
Yeah.
for all these reasons.
Yes. You have
That
two
would be
X
kind of
chromosomes.
cool. I
Yes.
want my wife to do that when I die.
Hugo GLZ 56 for 100 Mega Man X dollars. Thank you so much. Says Adam's resources argument is also applicable to democracies. Petroleum has been a curse on Latin American
It has been.
democracies, all looting no long time perspective.
It has been an issue there. Yeah. We could have gotten into that. I do have some data on that, but yeah.
Coding Jesus for $5 says monarchs' incentives are closer aligned to those of property owners. Read Democracy, the content fan.
Yeah, Adam, read. Yeah, Sitch, read Hoppa.
I don't read people who don't believe in science. I'm sorry, I don't know. what that-
I
He
don't know how to
literally,
read.
he literally gives
I
the critical
know.
race theory argument.
I know, but I still think it's worth reading his arguments as an economist,
Okay.
even though I disagree with him from every other perspective. I'm
Okay,
not a
fair enough,
I
fair enough.
like Hoppa. Like I think he makes good arguments, but I don't worship him because that's a silly thing for anyone to do. It's ridiculous for anybody to say like, "Oh, I read this person, therefore it's true." That's an absurdist statement. I've
Yeah.
not done that at all. I don't
Okay,
think I
good.
have.
I agree. Thank
Well,
you.
except for Jonathan Haidt.
Except for Jonathan Haidt. Yes, I agree.
No, don't do that either. Stop it. Don't worship height, you guys. Stop it.
My elephant's telling me to worship the elephant.
Don't
in
worship
my-
I'm
height.
gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go with that. Yeah.
Ronin Grande for 100 Ronins says, I'll support monarchy only if you become our queen. Aiden.
I'm not the queen.
She already said she wouldn't.
She's
too
I-
dangerous.
Something I already
Yeah.
that was weird about this is that people are like, "Oh, you support monarchy, so that's because you want to be the queen or
Like,
the king." I'm like,
no,
"Oh God, no, not
God,
at all.
no.
No, please don't. No.
That's a lot of duty.
No, we don't want that, and we're not raised to do it. So we're just
No.
supporting the monarch. That's all."
Fondue for $5 says, they need to play the game in democracy. In monarchy, there's no game to play. They just win. That is false.
I
Yeah.
disagree.
100%
Yeah.
false.
There is a game to play. Yeah,
always
it's called
a
keep. It's called
Wait.
Keep Your Head.
Yeah.
Aiden, how do you respond to the idea that democracy is better than monarchy in Hearts of Iron 4?
Oh, okay. I've never played Hearts of Iron, but I watch every single video released by oh shoot, what's his name? I watch his guy every fucking week. The guy who has the Jensen avatar. Do you know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh shit.
How do you respond that democracy is better than monarchy in both Civilization 5 and Civilization 6?
I mean, well, whatever.
Checkmate! I win the
Oh,
conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Monarchy's pretty good in
I
Civ
should
4.
have paid attention because I didn't care for a second. But I watch every single video from Isaro Productions. His videos are on Hearts of Iron, and all his games are amazing. So just if you like to watch comparative fictional history stuff on like how shit might work if wars went down under way weird radical political and military options, watch Isaro Productions because his videos are fantastic. It's just he just plays the games. He just plays the games. It's not like history, but they're fucking awesome. They're so fun to watch.
Oh,
He turns like historical options off sometimes, and they're really fun. Just check out Isaro Productions. He's very cool.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 50 big shots. Says MMT on DMT stream when?
Yeah, Adam.
There you go.
Oh my God. I would have to
I-
get
I-
some
I wanna watch
DMT, but
that.
I'm down.
I've been looking at that Danimal tweet or that Danimal message for a minute, and I think he's really correct. So I'm getting to
Fondue
that.
for $5 says the example Adam is creative destruction. Monarchs will always fear creative destruction. Now that
exactly. Yes.
No, that's
true.
actually completely incorrect, Adam. And I wanted to bring this up because I thought you might bring this up, Adam.
Mhm.
Under what system have artists most flourished? Monarchs paid artists to flourish. Did they
And
not?
also the
Listen,
Artists
philosophers-
don't create fucking iPhones. I want a robot, man.
But
I want
Adam,
laser
But
vision,
Adam,
okay?
are you not an artist?
I'm
Yeah.
down. I'm not. I don't
Do you-
need.
do you want
Aiden's trying to
pain?
appeal to the artist. And he's like, no.
I don't
He just straight up. I throw the fucking dart and he just fucking
I don't
misses it.
need.
Doesn't
I
give a
don't
fuck.
need a. I don't need a painting of me with laser vision. I want
I
fucking
need
laser
actual
vision.
laser vision.
Yeah.
Oh, you need the actual.
What the
laser.
hell?
I thought you would have wanted pain. With the laser.
I
We'll see
want
how
a
it is.
fucking- I want my mech
artistry doesn't
suit.
matter.
Listen,
So the
Aiden,
support of the
my-
artists,
my
support of the
mech
arts, which has historically been supported by monarchs. So then we shouldn't support the arts.
listen.
I'm
Artists
I'm
are the
very
immune system.
pragmatic here.
Artists are
Right,
the
that's what
immune
I'm saying.
system of society, but they're not the ones who build the robots. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
So fuck artists, in other words.
Yeah, they are. They're
Very
all
much so.
irrational.
Well, I guess we could just remove them.
I agree. Get rid
They're
of
not
them.
important to society, are they?
Fuck them. Daniel the Bruce for $20. Thanks so much, Daniel. Says, what if the king decides, quote, hey, I can improve the value of my country and my people by eliminating this group of people permanently from my kingdom or this world? Like that has happened over and over and over and over again.
That has
Yeah.
not
Better than
predominantly
foreigners
happened
and
under
get
monarchies.
the guillotine.
That has
Yeah,
not
but-
happened under monarchies.
Is
That's
that not?
predominantly
I
happened
feel like
under
it has. I
dictatorships.
feel like it has in my gut. So
What
I know
about
you
the?
feel like it
I
has,
thought the
but-
kulaks wasn't the kulak thing a whole like, oh, we need to get rid of these people. We need to
But-
spread their property around.
Could we please be clear about who has actually tried to remove entire populations of people? from
Aiden,
society?
yeah, I
Aiden,
did. I
Aiden.
read the Bible, Aiden. The Pharaoh didn't let my people go. All right.
Don't
Like-
you think at least getting
To be
rid
fair,
of the old
Sitch, all
people
of
would
the-
be
Points me
more
the
your
efficient?
monarch
people were
that
always
points me the
hoarding money.
monarch that puts that
Yeah,
puts
'cause we're
Jews- I mean,
based.
now let's be fair.
Pharaoh?
They might have
Based.
put Jews into ghettos, which is horrible as well.
That's
they put
right.
them in the fucking concentration camps, though.
Yep.
Just saying.
Aiden,
Let's put
Aiden, what is
comparative
more
evilness on
efficient?
this.
What is more efficient? Universal health care for the people or kill all the old people?
I don't want to kill anybody.
Aiden, Adam asked
Unbased.
China.
Oh yeah, that's China, I guess. Yeah.
The
Okay.
DM, go ahead. Sitch.
DM Viper.
The
I don't
DM
understand.
Viper for $5 says, I don't understand the divine mandate. It's not like God can post on Twitter, quote, John is pretty good. He's monarch now. How does the monarchy start? Yeah, we talked.
It is a good question. How do we start it out? I will get into it in the closing statement.
I have,
Okay.
I have an idea. Duels.
That's
Are
how
your
it
duels?
usually works.
You got a better idea?
Satoshi the Reploid
If
for
you guys stick
50
around for long enough,
knock-knock
it will
dollars.
Whoever can
eventually
make
get
the
my
best
fucking
Magic
closing
the
statement.
Gathering deck becomes king of Magic.
Oh, I got this.
Hang around, guys, because I will make a closing statement at one point. It's really long. It's because I only got through half of my script, but
Oh,
that's all right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're gonna have to all sit through it now. You've asked.
We
for
only
this.
we only have this many more super chats to
Oh,
get
good.
through. So
We only have 2 hours worth of super chats to get through.
so there's plenty of time for your thing. But
Don't
I
worry.
mean,
I'm gonna sit around.
Okay.
Now I
it
have
will
had a
it
whole-
will
I've had an
require
entire boost energy drink, so I'm awake.
it will
Boost.
require a monicum of silence while we read the super chats.
right,
Satoshi
shut
with a
up.
Reploid for 50 knock says the top 20 or so of countries by quality of life index are also monarchies, just saying.
Yep.
Thank
The
you.
top
Just
20.
saying. Yep.
Mm.
Interesting.
We got some
I would like-
survivor's bias going on here. Fondue for $2 says Adam isn't conflating a
You
CEO with a monarch, though. Stacking damage for $20 says Adam, you are fighting the based fight here and making great points. Gotta hit the hay for work. Looking forward to watching the ultimate victory of democracy tomorrow.
Democracy never
USA.
wins.
USA.
It always results in
Tyranny.
totalitarianism, but I hope you are. I hope it's not the case. Stacking damage. I honestly do.
USA. Hexadecimal
Hey.
stand for $5 says, what if the monarchy doesn't want a bigger castle? He wants to shtup the princess of Troy.
Well,
Well,
then he will do that.
yeah,
Look,
and then
if
you get
democracy,
war.
if democracy always leads to totalitarianism, then monarchy always leads to democracy. So monarchy also leads to totalitarianism.
Doomer,
Boosh.
Doomer, you're there.
Got
No,
That's the point.
actually, by the way, Doomer, got him. Doomer's completely fucking correct. Monarchy.
So we're
always
just
leads to
stuck in a loop
always-
forever.
It's on a loop. Monarchy leads to democracy, which leads to totalitarianism. The end.
So it's
I-
like it's
just
like
saying.
Fire Emblem.
We're trying to move back. We're trying to move back a couple
I
steps
see.
from the totalitarian.
I
thing,
just
that's
want to
all.
reset the loop.
I just want to reset a little bit, guys. Just
Wow.
move back from totalitarianism just a
I
little
want to
bit.
break out of the matrix. Okay, I don't
I
want
just-
to re-go back to the beginning of it.
Me too.
You're stuck in the matrix. I just want to move back. I
With
want to roll
that
back the
attitude, you
system a little
are.
bit. You know what I mean? I just want to roll.
I'm
back
gonna have a
the
drill that
system
will
a bit.
pierce the heavens, Aiden. Okay, I don't know about you.
You have a drill that will pierce the heavens.
Yes.
All right.
There's so many ways you can joke what you just said, by the way.
I guarantee Spoon doesn't understand what Gurren Lagann is, so he has no idea what's happening.
Well, as long as you do. Okay. Fondue for
I
$5 says, "Who cares about diffusing responsibility? He is the king. Who is going to stop him?"
So that was the
Um,
argument for the representatives. By
True.
The way.
Yeah.
Exactly. What happens?
Well, we did talk about. Well, maybe we didn't get it all through, but whatever.
It's fine. Rain for $2 says 2020 was a year of people revolting at him. I don't know what that was in reference to.
The
Reed-
riots, probably.
Yeah, but I don't know what you guys were talking about at the time.
they were. I mean,
don't
they
know
were
either,
revolting,
actually,
and
in comparison.
people are voting for change. I agree.
What
with
do you
that.
mean revolting? There was not an insurrection. I thought that was the
There's
talking
no
point.
insurrection.
Yeah, there was no
Yeah.
insurrection. Reed Lombardi
Like
for
happened in Boston
$5
today.
says, "Combining the parliamentary system with a monarch is personally my idea. Britain has it, a uniting central figure who is apolitical."
It's
Yeah,
worked
you
very
never
well.
brought that up.
Right, but that's not really what that's not what's being discussed in this
We
conversation.
were discussing the most extreme position
Right.
to move towards a more reasonable position, but you have
Right.
to start from the extreme to be able to. By the way, communists don't do that. They start from like the least extreme and then
There
move
you
towards.
go.
We were starting from the most extreme. So that was on purpose.
The obelisk for $10 says, "This was dumb because autocracy/absolute monarchy is not a good form of monarchy. Power shared by monarchs and politicians with a constitution would have been a more interesting discussion."
Again, we were trying to do the most extreme form of it
Oh,
to try
okay.
and.
I think this was a more interesting discussion,
That-
honestly. But I
that's
do
why
thank
we
you for
did
the
it this
super
way.
chat.
Well, I
The obelisk is
Regardless.
mad because he's pro obelisk. Okay.
What I just think, really, you're just arguing in favor of a democracy. I mean,
no,
Uh,
we are. I am arguing in favor of monarchy for real, and it will become more
Monarchy
clear. I
in
read my
name
This
only.
shit,
time, it's for real.
but I
monarchy in name only.
Mean-
I
the
mean, if
minute-
the monarch
no,
has
I am
absolutely no
arguing
power,
for a constitutional monarchy. That is my argument.
I have no problem with you having your monarch that makes absolutely no decisions whatsoever, and it's just like a pretty decorative display on the
I
top
don't know,
of
man.
the
What if they go? They're
table.
gonna. If we have that, they're gonna go woke.
That's not what I
Based-
am arguing for. I'm arguing for a constitutional monarchy, but I will get into it in my fucking script.
Adam, the spaghetti fanatic for $2 says, "Dev is a cuck, and we love him for it." Team SFO. Wow. Okay.
Dev
That's
is not a
pretty funny.
cuck. He's a Canuck.
He did cuck
Pronounce-
out a little
please
bit. I
spell it
mean, let's-
correctly.
Come on.
They put KUCK. They did not put a K. They
That's
just
what I'm
put
saying. They
K.
spelled Canuck wrong.
No, I
That's
don't think
all
that's what they meant.
They meant
Yeah.
I'm
Canuck.
trying to spell cuck.
Aren't all Canadians. I mean, Joshua Nowski for $5 says, "Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely." There's your environmental determinism.
And
I
had a
hope
direct
the monarch
response
has
to
read
that.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Fondue for $5 says, "They will kill the king and groom their kid to be their puppet." That's true. That has happened.
That's a Chinese dynasty argument. Yeah.
That's a Chinese, particularly Chinese.
The
But Fondue's
damn
not wrong,
Chinese
it's not wrong.
dynasty.
Fondue is correct. Yeah.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for $5 says, "This whole monarchist shtick is merely a bad attempt at recreating the perfect city-state which Socrates constructs in Plato's Republic."
By the way, Socrates was anti-democratic.
Yeah,
Plato
this
was
is
as well.
surprising.
As was
Bunch of fucking
they all thought-
philosophizing
they all
elitists.
thought democracy was a
So
really
you
bad
think-
idea.
Oh,
City
those
states aren't
things.
stable either because people go
Nobody's
there.
perfect.
Just saying they all
Bunch of
thought
Ivy
democracy was a
League
really bad
elitists.
idea, but I digress.
Philosophers.
City states get taken by barbarians on like turn 7. So
There you go. Caffeinated Tweaker for 5 Canadian says, "After all the arguments I've heard tonight in favor of monarchy, I am now an anarchist." There
Based,
you
and
go.
I agree.
That's
Good.
agreed.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Wait a minute. Is this the real thing? It's like the monarchy
monarchism to
thing?
hide the anarchism.
Yeah, it's just to control. It's just to have society break down enough to allow anarchy to come in.
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
it's happening here.
I will say, if you take the position of what you can have pragmatically versus what you have ideally, I think a lot of people would ideally be anarchists.
I
with
think
no state.
honestly, most monarchists as well are monarchists
Anarchists.
ideally, but anarchists realistically. As I believe Spoon and I are both anarcho.
Oh, I think my brain just melted when you said that.
what just
but-
No,
happened?
wait, no,
Other way
hang
around,
on.
by the way.
Well, I would say that I am an anarcho-capitalist, but I'm a monarchist as an idealist. Does that
He's
make
an
sense?
idealist. Cinema Sleuth for $20 says the danger of revolt is so much easier to avoid if you keep your people weak and powerless. Keeping them happy and supporting their liberties on a regular basis raises the bar for how good of a job you need to do. Unrealistic. True.
Very
you
true.
raise the message.
Perfect.
You
Perfect.
absolutely increase the debt of the state to an incomprehensible level as we have in the United States. That's what
Listen,
The
we've done.
debt doesn't
the whole-
matter.
Of course that doesn't
This is
matter.
a complete non sequitur here.
Yes.
She jumps to the debt thing.
The debt.
Okay, if the debt
Like,
doesn't matter, why doesn't
please
every
read the
politician
wealth-
just spend like a crazy fucking person?
Please
Because-
read The Wealth of Nations, okay? The fucking money supply is not the wealth of nations. It's the people.
So it doesn't matter how much debt the United States incurs, meaning that it is actionable on its debtors.
The debt is the money supply. The money supply needs to be the right size for the productivity of the population and the economy.
So
Okay,
why
so the
is
United
Manson
States is
so
not
much against it
actionable
right now?
upon by its debtors.
Our money
Because
supply is
billions in debt.
gigantic because we're Americans and we fucking kick ass.
Well, I
Okay.
mean,
We make fucking jets and
you are looking
and-
upon. You are looking.
and
You are on the.
fucking aircraft carriers, okay? We make fucking nuclear submarines. Dude. We're the fucking king of the world here. We need a money supply that supports that. Okay?
You are looking on the Paladin
We're going to
Hill
fucking Mars, okay?
You are on the Paladin Hill overlooking
We're going
the
to
eternal
Mars.
city, my
Listen.
dear.
We're going to
You are on
Mars
the
and monarchists are
Palatine
going to
Hill
hell.
How
overlooking
many-
the eternal city.
Listen,
But all right.
how many monarchies invented internet and how many democracies invented internet? Oh, I rest my case. Get out of here.
Got him.
Well, I've been eternally BTFO'd, to be honest.
There we go. America.
I'm over, dude.
Utter nonsense
I'm-
for $2 says debates are gay. True.
True.
Hexadecimal stand for $2 says the richest per GDP means big savings and no income. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it is something to be clear about the biggest per GDP company or countries being Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and Monaco, meaning they're
Oh my
really the
god!
Liechtenstein.
Oh my god!
All I know about
Holy
Liechtenstein
fucking-
is
Hang on
that's
a minute.
where
Do you think
TFO'd
wait a minute, do you guys
What
think
about-
that I'm
what about
being
the
like
biggest
that's
monarchy,
a
Saudi Arabia?
disingenuous conversation from me?
no,
I've-
I appreciate
Sir, this is possible.
I
Is this
appreciate
the-
Aydin for being very
Oh, yeah.
very
Hell
not
yeah.
evasive and open and honest and having a good faith conversation.
We have a
Unlike some people.
Yeah,
like Doomer.
exactly. We have a. Well, I was thinking more like.
Yo, is
Jangles.
anyone
Do-
else
like Doomer-
is anyone operating or advocating any of the political system going to be this fucking like legitimate and just like
No.
admitting to the faults of their
That's true, they
political
won't be.
system?
But that's because you don't really want monarchy. This is like
No, I
the
do want monarchy.
communist who they want
I
to
am
like put all the
monarchy.
woke shit in society so society breaks
Did
down.
you just relate us to
just so they can
communist,
get-
Sitch?
Yeah, this is like the commies who want
You're an
they
asshole.
push wait they push all the no listen the commies they push all the woke shit
Uh-oh.
because they want liberal society to break down enough so that they can have the revolution, and you're like,
Yep.
I'm going to push the monarchies enough to break down society so we can get the anarchy.
I agree
No.
that Sitch is an asshole.
That is true.
Here's a good super chat. Please respond to him in Dutch.
Oh,
Spoon.
fuck off.
Hang on. Please read
Who,
the
who,
super chat.
who speaks Dutch?
Spoon's South African.
Okay, first of all, I'm the token
does that
South
mean?
African here. Fuck you. Yes, we are in a failed democracy, but our low resolution grand narrative keeps us from complete anarchy. We live in a society. No, you don't. Not the way we live in our country now. We fucking don't.
What do you have to say to your fellow South African then?
That's so good.
The,
That's so good.
actually, what I want to say, I cannot say on the stream
Uh-oh.
because you're talking to a white South African, and you know where that's gonna go.
Not
You're
really.
Not
I
allowed
don't
to
say
say
the
the
N-word.
N-word on stream. Okay?
No,
I,
No,
come-
no,
I went
no,
to the
that's not-
American public education system, sir. I don't know what that means.
Can I have a sip of Adam's Coke Samimi for $5? Says, Adam, you are the king of my heart, so you can tyrannicize me anytime. Trample
Sure.
my rights. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Tyrannize their
Oh my
rights. Adam
goodness.
Chan.
Holy yeah.
Akila Naryanasawamy for $5 says America is basically a monarchy where the Constitution is king and the Supreme Court justices are advisors. That's interesting. way to
Oh,
think about it.
very interesting. We will get into that. If you
I'm
let me
fine with
read my
Paper
script.
King. There you go. Brain for $2 says liberty is measured in bad decisions, Aydin.
I want a
Ooh,
maximization of
I
liberty.
like that.
I think that potentially is an accurate statement, but my arguments are all for the maximalization of liberty. I want people to be as free as possible.
God,
Sitch is way fucking louder than anyone else. Yes, based and true. The DM Viper for $5 says Aiden's argument for the monarchy seems to be analogous to why we don't have term limits for Supreme Court justices.
Yeah, probably.
Also, someone said to me I should submit to the Zulu monarch. Fuck that. Also,
I don't
think
know,
the Zulu-
man.
The Zulu monarch, I think, is territorial in South Africa. Because I know there's only they're only on a specific region, as far as I know. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked by the comment.
Satoshi was a replay for 50. Knock Knock says republics are just oligarchies in disguise. QED, Aydin, and Spoon wins.
Wowee. Wowee. Thank you, Satoshi.
Fondue for $5 says, so to end the debate, democratic monarchy, theist and anti-theist, the synthesis wins again. There you go.
Interesting.
Okay. Gemini for $2 says, Canada is cringe. Go, Adam. DILF monarchy.
The DILF monarchy.
That was Sitch's idea.
Yeah.
No, mine was the MILF. I don't want the
Yeah.
DILF
Oh.
one. Okay. I want the MILF
Oh,
one.
I'd go
gotcha.
for
I will
DILF monarchy
defend the
for
DILF
sure.
monarchy. It will be in my canon
Nice.
statement.
Gemini for $5 says, Doomer, I think your opinion is valuable. Sitch is just a bully.
Yeah, stop bullying me, Sitch.
No, I'm bullying Doomer. That's like my pastime is to bully Doomer. RBGH
Rude.
fam for $5 says modern monarch theory is now the second MMT item.
That's pretty good.
That's a
pretty
good
good.
one.
It's pretty good. Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says at least in democracy, 50% of the population has to be dumb for it to come back to bite you. In a monarchy, it only takes one.
Great point. Yeah.
Potentially, but I think we went over why that's not the case. But
Middle part.
it is a legitimate
50% will
criticism.
not give you a right argument, though.
51%, but like, yeah.
Such hubris, though. I mean, even if it's the smartest guy in the fucking world, it's not
Yeah, even if it's me.
like you can't predict the future.
Literature Devil.
I'll vote for you to be monarch, Doomer.
I
Monarch, man.
You would vote an atheist to be monarch. That's fascinating.
Yeah,
Well,
let's not do
everything I
that.
just said there is satirical, but okay.
She's saying she wouldn't vote for you, fucking idiot.
You don't vote for the monarch, ding dong.
God, so
You
mean
don't
to
vote
Doomer,
for
dude.
kings. His right is derived from the mandate for the masses.
Not some farcical aquatic
That's some
ceremony.
farcical aquatic ceremony.
I didn't vote for him. Literature Devil for $2 says,
I was an emperor just because some moistened vented lobbed a scimitar at me.
Literature Devil for $2 says, I love democracy.
I
Yes.
love democracy.
What's the little devil thing there for? I don't know. Maybe
That's the Emperor
He's saying
Palpatine.
democracy is evil.
Yeah.
I tried to get that on the soundboard, but it didn't work when I pressed play for some
Oh.
reason. Fondue for $5 says, when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground.
true. Yeah, that's what you set up a Game of Thrones.
Hugo
I
GLZ
don't see how
56.
democracy is any better. I think democracy is a Game of Thrones, but all right.
With more thrones, a lot more thrones.
Yeah.
It's more like
Therefore,
musical
dangerous,
chairs. Just different
Far more
people.
dangerous, I would say.
Yeah, I like that. It's not a Game of Thrones. It's musical chairs.
it's musical chairs. All right. Also dangerous though.
Only the chairs keep increasing. Hugo GLZ 56 for 50. Mega Man X dollar says the argument of being appointed by God is not needed. The monarch can appeal to the people against the nobles. Many such cases. Wow. Big Armada 1988 for $5 says, I don't think people like democracy. They tolerate it because it's better than monarchy. People will always want their own ways over others. I would agree with that.
Understandable.
that's
I think I will.
100%.
Agree with that.
I understand why you feel that way.
Lord Terrence's pipe for $5 says our rights were given to us by God himself, and no mortal ruler can infringe upon them without committing the grossest of injustices and tyrannies.
Your rights are guaranteed to you by God.
Dun,
I agree.
The Duke of Turnwater for $10 says democracy is political communism. Monarchy is political capitalism. Their effects on the political order are the same as their respective analogies, analogs effect on the economic order. Listen,
I agree
I'm not sure I
completely,
understand
by
that.
the way. But
communism is just monarchy where they pretend to like poor people. Okay.
okay, sure, but that's not
Actually, you
correct.
know what? I came up with this.
All right, you came
Look,
up with something.
monarchy is literally we was kings. Okay, that's all your argument.
But they was kings, and they will continue to be kings.
Sitch,
All right, it's fine.
we was kings though.
Duke of Tumwater, I agree with you completely. That's a very good analysis, in my opinion.
Texas
Of course we're gonna say
SB
that it supports
12.
their argument.
Texas SB 12 for $5 says democracy is mob rule. I live in a republic. There you
Be
go.
careful about that. But yeah,
Republic. Junebug for $2 says Starship Trooper Aydin service is citizenship.
it was one of the things that we talked about
Yep.
limiting the
Yeah.
The voting.
voting. Yeah.
Based.
Milkman Dan for 2 Aussie says King Joe Biden. Come on, man. 2024.
Oh,
Let's
man.
go.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
There you go.
That's some scary shit right there. Oh my god.
He says he's not running now. He's
Okay,
not
to
gonna
be
run.
fair, if
he
he
did?
was the king, the next thing you know, you're gonna have a crackhead for a king.
Yeah.
I like that
yeah.
I can
Camilla
see
Harris
Adam's
is next in line.
chat. It says,
Oh,
who should
God.
have wrenches? I need loyalists to protect me.
Uh-oh.
That's what. Yeah.
So you're going to like enter into the chat, but you never did.
Oh, I did.
John Smith for $2 says, step on me, please. There you go. Somebody
Oh,
please step on John.
That's
Wait, must be
basically what
something.
monarchy is.
It is,
No,
it
it's
is.
not, Adam.
Yes, it is. Come on.
No, it's
Come
not.
on,
Shut your
come
face.
on.
Mon-
You're not
monarchies,
representing our idea
all
correctly.
monarchies
You just want a
are
strong,
like
independent
Representing our
man to
idea
step on you.
totally.
Okay.
Stop.
They're all-
Stop.
It's
Okay.
all BDSM.
How about
people.
this? All right, then
Step on me, Daddy King.
who wants to be stepped on by mommy princess? How about that? But that's not what we're advocating for.
I don't want.
give
I mean,
it
I don't have a
ideas.
foot fetish. I don't really be.
That's what I'm advocating for. I don't know what everyone else is advocating for.
I'm sipping for the milkers. Okay.
She's gonna give you a wrench. By the way, when she steps on you, she gives you a wrench.
I don't. I'm the wrench giver. I don't need a wrench.
I'm
okay?
saying,
You're the wrench taker away, in my experience.
That's true. I'm both. The Sitch giveth and the Sitch taketh. 95 Keat for $5 says dismantling democracy and establishing an absolute monarchy to own the land.
based dabbing in real life.
That is unironically like
Dab on
90% of the
lips.
support here for that.
I know.
Oh,
That's what
don't
I
be-
think. I
Come
think
on
that's
now.
exactly what's
We are
going
not
on
doing to
here.
own the list.
No, I don't know. I don't think you are, Aiden,
Damn it.
but I think the
Most
crowd
people
that
are,
supports
yeah.
this.
Do-
They're
do I
like-
do-
They're
you-
like,
you-
we will never be able to enact this democratically. The only way for us to get our way is if
Mhm.
this monarchy thing takes off.
Wait, just to be clear, my perspective is, first of all, philosophical, not realistic. Okay, I think Spoons as well. We are talking from a philosophical perspective.
Step on
We're not
me, Daddy.
advocating anything. Anyway, sorry.
We was stepped
Step on me.
on. The Duke of Turnwater for $5 says Robert Heinlein had the right idea
yeah.
with regards to voting. Enfranchisement should be given.
Enfranchisement.
Should be given only to those who have served their government. Hey, I was the
There's
2
the
years of service,
Heinleinian argument.
and Adam said I was an asshole for this.
I disagree just
Yeah.
because I think everybody in society has their place, and I just don't understand why.
No,
we-
Yeah,
your
and that
place.
place is not in the voting booth.
Peasants, your place is in the fields.
Based, by the way.
Yeah, let's disenfranchise
Very
everyone that
basic.
doesn't do a
Yes.
certain job.
TT
I mean,
Yes.
sounds based to me.
TT for 2 Canadians says no representation without taxation. No representation
Yes,
for
thank you.
anyone, only taxation.
Well, I'm sorry about the country you live in, my dude, in Canada. You're not going to get that.
Derek
Actually,
Drummond
the
for
que-
$5 says apparently God doesn't believe in equality. He gave the divine right of kings to the schmuck down the street instead of me. There
I'm
you
so
go.
sorry, Derek.
That's true. That's true. Ronan Durande for another 100 Ronins says, I want the right to be better or more successful than others without having to suck up to a monarch, noble, or lord. I don't want equity for all peasants. True.
I can understand that. I can understand that perspective.
True.
I hope I have tried
But
to
you're a
make some kind of-
bootlicker.
I
You
am
don't
in
have
no
to-
way
you
a
don't-
bootlicker.
You don't have to suck up to the president or
I'm
even
a
your local
bootlicker.
state representative
Hold on.
to advance.
You're advocating
'cause we
for
live in a
someone
free
you
society.
literally need to lick
You can do that
boots of.
with a
Not if I'm someone else's property.
Yeah, you're
I-
officially a bootlicker if you're someone else's.
You're not even a
property.
bootlicker. You're You're a tongue. You're a property. You're a piece of thing.
I do fucking kiss the ring of the crown. I'll put it that way.
There you
Mhm.
go.
Yeah.
Not a
Okay.
boot
I
licker.
knew it. I knew it. Aiden.
But you're
Yeah,
a crown
you
licker.
got me.
Licker.
Crown licker. I like that.
You're a
crown.
crown licker. I like that. You're a crown licker.
Hey, I don't mind that at all. That's based. So whatever.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
John Smith for $5 says Aiden's new debate tactic is to take all criticism of monarchy and go, isn't that really in democracy?
Hang on a minute. John Smith, you're completely correct.
I did
when-
call you out for that, which
you
was
did call me out,
epic.
not completely, Adam, but
Mhm.
when we're talking about debating two comparative theories, we have
That
to
was my
compare.
favorite part of the debate. The whole debate was basically whataboutism. What about democracy,
What
though?
about democracy? What about? I understand, but
I can guarantee you
And-
though.
But
if you
what
didn't-
about democracy?
what about it though?
But here-
I have to describe democracy to be able to begin to
Yeah.
describe monarchy. And unfortunately, I didn't really get to get into it that much, but that's all right.
Yeah, because I know what would happen if you didn't. It instantly would have been flipped and brought back to the democracy.
Let's be real.
thing.
If I just came into here and just been like, here's why the king is accurate, like you guys would have flipped out. Everyone would have flipped out. I had to describe it in relationship to democracy. That's just the way it needs to work. I mean, that was not to be disingenuous. I know people do that to be disingenuous, but that was not my point. My point was to try and actually be reasonable. Sorry. I came into here trying to be as reasonable as possible.
Redwall 1521 for $5 says Spoon get yeeted. You can't even survive CM.
What?
What does that mean?
CM?
Mm.
Oh, are they talking about the Discord? The centrist militia Discord?
Oh, he did get yeeted from centrist militia.
I
Oh,
didn't
you
get
would-
yeeted, I
oh.
left the fucking thing 'cause
Why
it
did
just
you
got,
get
like,
yeeted from the
toxically so-
Discord?
I didn't
Spoon?
get
Because
yeeted, I
he
left.
gets too mad at people on there. Like,
Uh-huh.
no, Spoon,
I can
be
relate to
honest.
that.
You get too fucking mad at people on there. I know you do.
Dude, no.
Mm-hmm.
I
No,
get
Spoon-
fucking
Spoon's
pinned
like,
on
I
there by
didn't
fucking
get
S-class
yeeted.
traitors.
I didn't get fired. I quit. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Junebug for $2 says Aiden is for God Emperor Mankind.
Yes, I am.
El Ganazo 1000 for $5 says Sitch just needs to do as much work as Kamala. Oh.
Work that mouth, Sitch. What that mouth do?
Wow.
I don't even
Wow.
think you can
What
fucking work
that
that.
mouth do?
Listen,
though?
if it's a Monarch Milkers, I will work that mouth.
I mean,
all day, okay?
I've
Oh,
seen your
goddamn.
character's mouth. I think it probably just chomps on things.
Yeah,
so-
it's not. I don't think you want it anywhere near you. Hugo GLZ 56 for 50 Mega Man X dollars says an irresponsible prince has more incentive to protect his inheritance than an elected politician with taxed money.
Yes.
True.
Disagree. Literature Devil for $2 says the lobsters choose the monarch. There you go.
All right.
There you go. We have a lobster fight. Cryptomancer Lex for 50 Mega Man X dollars. Thank you. What the 40K for 5 Canadian says, obviously the monarch can only function if the real God Emperor is leading us. Good conversation here. Thanks, Adam, for keeping it digestible for a layman.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
You're welcome.
I was really worried this would.
He's
like,
talking to me, not your argument. No one
No,
understands your
I was
argument.
I was saying thank you because I was really worried this was going to turn into just like screaming, and I'm really really happy it didn't turn into screaming because I
The
was
one-
I was sincerely worried about that.
The good thing here is like nobody here is bullshitting anyone. That's the thing that bugs me
Yeah.
about
No,
these
I-
debates. Some of
Right.
these
Well-
people come in with positions that
That's
are
what
like, "Oh, I don't
triggers
want-"
Adam into
Yeah.
screaming.
Well,
Like-
again, I'm coming in here with my absolute honest opinions. I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
trying to
like it.
bullshit.
Great.
I'm not trying to like.
It's great.
I'm
More
actually not trying
people
to
should do
convince
it.
anyone.
This is why we
this
like
just
you,
my-
Aiden.
Yeah.
Sitch was
Oh,
also very
thank you.
forthcoming with his thoughts about mummy milkers. And
Yeah.
He
True.
wasn't forthcoming
When
with
have I
his thoughts on
not
Mummy
been
Milkers.
forthcoming about anything? Come on.
We have our
I'm just saying.
our
I think
certain demands for the monarch. I mean,
it's
for the
it's-
matriarch,
reason
whatever it
okay,
is.
as
Mm-hmm.
long as Mummy Milker's matriarch comes in, then we're all right. We're fine.
Yes.
So Sitch is okay with this as long as it's a queen.
And she's
don't-
real hot.
We
Yeah.
don't
And she's
lick
hot, but
boots.
hang
Let's
on,
just
she
put it
has to be
that
hot.
God, you
way.
guys want some guy lording over you, fucking your
Ugh.
wife? I don't want that. God.
What if he has a?
I
What
want
if
the
he has
queen
a?
to come in.
Hang on,
hot.
hang on a minute, Sitch,
Oh.
though. Hang on a minute, Sitch. What if he's a massive Chad and he's a giant hanger? You know what I mean?
Sit-
He comes
sit-
in, he just lays it down the fucking table like that. You have to respect.
I'm not into this. I don't understand.
You,
I don't understand what's happening here.
You have
So,
to
Sitch,
respect
you're-
somebody.
that you're happily married, but matriarchy mommy milker shows up at the house and she says, "Listen, okay, I know he's your husband.
Listen,
But he's
if the
got it.
requirement for the queen is to be the hottest MILF in the land, I mean, sorry, wife, I gotta do my duty. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just property. I don't have rights here. Okay?
See how this is such a much more low conflict situation, guys?
Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadians says libertarian, socialist, constitutional monarchist. There you
I'm
go.
not a socialist, but I'm a constitutional libertarian monarchist.
Maybe we can reconsider the divine right of queens.
Yeah.
We
Yes,
could.
of course.
Let's-
No, the
we can
divine right
consider
of
this.
MILFs. Okay.
We can consider them much as we might, peruse our orb and ponder it.
Quilfs. There
We
you
can
go.
ponder two
Queens
orbs,
I
to be
like the
fair.
fuck. Quilfs. Ronan Durande for 50. Ronan says everything corrupts, not just power.
Very true.
Sure.
Apostolic. I can never say this fucking word.
Apostolic majesty.
Apostolic.
Apostolic Majesty for £5 says, Aydin, I hate to do this, but monarchs are invariably elected at first. From Augustus to that guy, from Hugh Capet to the Holy Roman Emperor.
Yes.
There you go.
Primarily from the Roman. From the Roman tradition, yes, and he is correct, and we would have to look
Wow.
at that in a more serious.
Wow.
Democratically elected monarchs?
Democracy, disgusting.
Coming from the Romans, coming from the Romans, we'd have to look at it in that way because that is how the Roman Empire. Well, I have again my script where I talk about how my script about how I discussed the Romans and really how they moved from a monarchy to an empire to a republic to a democracy and back and forth and back and forth. It will be at the end of my script, yeah. Before
That's
I get
true.
to really, it's actually after I get to the really triggering part. But
That's true. If God chooses the monarch, obviously God chose the monarch by giving whomever woman it was with the biggest tits. That's how God is showing his approval.
if only God was so just.
I mean, I'd be way more on board with it if that was the case.
I mean, but Christ is king, and he therefore will choose
There you
the
go.
biggest titties.
But he doesn't have mommy milkers.
He's just a chooser.
Do you
Okay.
know that Christ doesn't have mommy milkers? Have you seen him on the cross?
At 20, it's current year, Doomer. Jesus can have tits. Okay. Brain for $2 says power attracts corruptible people. Absolutely.
Exactly.
True. Yes.
Oh, gee, problem with democracy.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 50. Knock Knock says Norway elected their king in 1905.
Yes,
Bunch of
you
simps.
can elect a king. We were just saying
Simps.
predominantly historically that has not been the case.
Abdi Muhammad for 55. Sexy Sexes says read my name right. It's not Adabi. It's Abdi. Oh, you said it wrong first.
Now
Adam.
give him a
Now
wrench.
Gib Wrench.
Give him a wrench.
By the way, can
Is
I just say
Abdi still in there?
we didn't say that you can't elect the king, just that his line is hereditary.
Right. We mostly said that it would be a bad idea for the same reason it would be a bad idea to elect any other leader.
What
And I
is
generally speaking, electing any leader is a bad idea.
I gave a Dabby a wrench, so let me know if he goes
I saw
crazy.
you
You
do
keep
it.
saying it wrong. Abdi. There's no second A.
Hey, can
Well, I
we
bought
make the
him
Finnish
off,
PM a
so-
queen?
I'm allowed to
What'd
now.
you say, Doomer?
Can we make the Finnish PM a queen? She can be a cat queen.
Yeah.
She
Cat
can
girl
she
queen.
can be the feline queen line. I don't know.
Rawr.
Based.
Butter Anvil for $2 says Sitch defending Adam's points gives me lifeblood.
There we go. Good
Very
job.
good.
Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says absolute power corrupts. Absolute is false. The corrupt come after the initial accumulator. Power
Yes, thank
seeks
you.
out
Thank
the
you.
corruptible. Frank
Yes, that's
Herbert.
it. That's precisely it. So we were arguing. Yes. It's the deterministic fallacy. Yeah.
Power seeks out the corruptible.
The people will seek out power and they become corrupt. It's not people who are born into power, because otherwise you would say anyone who is born into wealth or power is corrupt inherently.
You
That-
have to do corrupt
fallacy.
things to maintain power. That's the thing.
So Adam, if you're born wealthy, then you're saying that
You
are
don't have to do
corrupt.
corrupt things to maintain wealth in our amazing democratic society.
Yeah, that's the advantage of it.
But under that paradigm, under absolute power corrupts, it'd be saying that because you have power, because of your wealth, that you will be corrupted inherently, and you will be a bad person essentially, because you have money. That is what that paradigm.
No, it
asserts,
doesn't.
and I think it does.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. Sorry.
Okay.
Lord of the Possums for $2 says, please say the gamer word with a hard R.
Gamer.
Okay, I'm gonna say it, guys. Everyone, I'm gonna say it.
No,
Ready?
fuck you. You're
Everyone,
not.
get ready.
Man, Sunday's gonna be
All
fun.
right.
Did you mute me, Adam, or did
I
they
hope you-
actually hear?
I hope you got it out of your system.
Oh, it said Adam muted me. I don't know if anyone actually heard.
No one could
I
hear him
did-
say the gamer word.
hope
I
you
heard
got
it though. However, wow, I
Okay, I
can't believe you said that, Sitch.
I know. So
I hope
sorry.
you got it
Wow,
out of your system.
It's good they don't ban Cecilor on YouTube.
I know.
I really am surprised that you said it.
I can't believe I said it, guys. Ronan Durante for 100. Ronan says, Aydin, you're assuming that a monarchy is going to have a specific culture.
Yeah, that's what.
Within the traditional system, we would be, yeah. However, monarchies always exchange cultures, which actually makes them more ethnically and less racially motivated. So monarchies, which I didn't even get into, but monarchies are less likely to be racist because they exchange cultures with other monarchs. Just saying.
How does
I mean,
Dr.
we do that in
Diddler
America,
not
too.
have a wrench?
I don't
Jeez,
know.
What am I
Yeah,
doing?
we do that in
here?
America too, but
And fuck Dr.
again,
Diddler.
racism is a fucking like 17th century invention.
Isn't
So-
Dr. Diddler S-Class?
Dr.
Dr.
Diddler is
Diddler.
like S-class general.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
is that?
he's going A team now. He's got a wrench in my chat.
I can't say I approve of that.
Fuck you, duper. Yeah, there you go. Max Utabi for 25 Sardoses says Sortition is real
Spending
democracy.
Sargon's money.
S-class is the best class.
Spending Sargon's money there, I see.
Isn't Sortition like when you randomly choose who to be in office or something?
I don't know.
Asayar for 5 Aussies says, can we get a 12-year-old monarch to vote?
Well,
There you
Adam,
go.
Yeah, that's
can the
Adam's
12-year-old
territory.
monarch vote?
Well, the 12-year-old if the monarch's 12 years old, they can do whatever they want.
They can go fuck your wife.
They can. Like, the 12-year-old monarch doesn't need to vote. They can vote
Well, can
themselves
they yet?
into fucking your wife.
Somebody's saying I took Dr. Diddler's wrench away. What?
You
When
took
have I?
Dr. Diddler's wrench away?
I
When
cannot
have I
believe
taken?
that.
I've never taken a wrench away.
You took Dr.
Well, no, I
Diddler's
took a wrench away
I see.
once, but I gave it back.
Mhm. Lord of the Possums for $2 says, you know who else used math? Hitler.
Oh my god!
Lord of the Possums for $2 says, France is not real, you sheep. True.
France is not real.
France is like a mythical fake country like Ireland.
Oh my, that's a dangerous thing. You're gonna end up with a car bomb in the front of your house. So
Jonathan Baker for 5 Canadian says, the American Constitution is the longest running political document in the world that has outlived every other monarchy that existed at the time.
Magna
Is
Carta.
that true?
Hell yes!
Awesome. I
Did
didn't
you
even
just
know.
not
God
hear
bless
Magna Carta has
America.
outlived your? I mean, no offense, Jonathan Baker, but Magna Carta.
How
The
long is the
Magna
Magna
Carta was
Carta
the
thing?
blueprint for the Constitution.
But it has survived, and it was something that was accepted by the monarch.
The Magna
Yeah,
but it's got a
Carta only
stupid
because
name.
only because they forced the monarch to accept it.
Why is it a stupid name?
Magna
Magna
Carta?
Carta?
What? It's supposed to be
Why-
English. I don't know what fucking
Yeah,
language is
that
this.
makes sense.
Yeah, translate
cool.
that to freedom, please.
I like Magna
please.
Carta.
Thank you.
I know we're being silly now. We've stopped being serious. And was it
I'm
forced
being
onto the crown?
completely
Yeah, was it
serious.
forced onto the crown? The question is, the same thing we have discussed.
It
a ton of
was
times.
forced onto the crown.
But-
they
but
talk
may
about
I-
the
may I
Magna
please?
Carta in
May
Why
I
Nations
please?
Fail, my favorite book.
I know, but may I please?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's in the monarch's best interest to accept it. If they were
Yeah.
a dictator, if they
Oh,
were a
they-
dictator,
That's
they
how
if they
force-
were,
die.
That's how
Adam,
force
Adam,
works.
Adam, if they were a dictator, they would have said no.
Even
It's
you know,
because monarchy
wait,
operates
do you-
differently from dictatorship.
dictators are not supermen. They don't have the
Yeah.
ability to melt steel beams
They
with their
are
eyes.
bulletproof.
A dictator would have said, "Fuck you."
Not
The
if
monarch
all the
accepts
people
it.
that
They
were
just
the
don't have a
generals
good
of their
enough dictator.
army got together and said, "Here's the Magna
All right.
Carta for North Korea. You had better sign it."
I disagree. I disagree, but
Well, then he'd
let's
wake up
continue.
dead the next day. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wake up dead. Wake up dead. That was a really good was that auto tune the news, yeah.
You can't really wake up dead. if you
You're
think about
you're it's funny, Aiden, because part of our argument is that no man rules alone. And you're
Yeah.
basically saying in order to be a dictator, they have to rule alone. And we're
No, they
saying
have to-
that's
mob
technically
rule. Mob
impossible.
Rule is required. Mob rule is inherently required for all of this.
no man rules alone is part of our philosophy.
What I fear is mob rule. And it is because I love liberty that I fear mob
You know what
rule.
I fear? Military rule.
Who wants liberty?
I do. I want liberty. I want
love
maximizations of
democracy.
freedoms. So I only have really two options as far as I can see them. I only have two options to maximize my freedoms as someone who is concerned with freedom. Is anarcho-capitalism or monarcho-capitalism. Those are the only two options that seem to me to be
There's
realistic.
some like Jedi mind trick shit going on here. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't-
95 Keat for $2 says, but Adam, real monarchism has never been tried.
Oh, I know.
It,
that
ha-
was
it has
basically the
actually,
debate.
and it's worked out quite well actually. For the most part.
Is there like a
Hey, Dr.
video or something short that explains your
Something short.
libertarian monarchism? Because I still don't understand the concept at all.
She's
No,
got a
because it's
20-page
really
script.
complicated.
Oh, okay.
Okay. If you want the book, I will.
You know-
It's free.
hmm
It's free on the Mises Institute. Hang on.
Okay, no, do you know what's a short answer you can send him? That one that said the Libertarian Defense for Monarchy.
Liberty or equality. Please read this book.
It's not like a video I can listen to.
Yeah,
It's like,
why are you,
God's sakes.
why are you treating us like we're
I mean,
like
today
we're
Scott
super
Adams,
quality
Scott
heads?
Adams
Oh, no, you
just
have to
had a
read
very good point today.
something.
He said, if you can't summarize something, it doesn't exist.
I can summarize something, but I've tried to over the.
It's on the
but-
script. We'll get there.
But,
Can I have a
hang
sip
on. I'm gonna go post it in the chat. Now nobody can fuck. Now
I
I
have
come
a
into the
sip
chat.
of
Dude,
Adam
I'm gonna
Coke
come into the- I'm
Samimi?
gonna- I'm coming to the chat. You can't
For
fucking fight me. I'm
$5
coming to the
says,
chat.
I resent
I'm
that
gonna
Adam.
post the link.
I
Here's the
resent.
link.
I resent that Adam. I prefer another 4 years of Biden to a monarch. I resent that Adam. I prefer
Biden's
another 4 years
based.
of Biden.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Read this book.
Aydin posted the link to the Mises pieces.
Oh my
Uh,
god, it's on Mises.org. That fucking
Okay.
cursed.
Don't get
website.
banned for spam. Dr. Diddler says, do you think that puppet state of Iran we set up is a legitimate example of Republic 2? Seems like context changes that.
Oh yeah, totally. That's what I was thinking when they were talking about the
Hugo GLZ56 for another 50 Mega Man X dollars says, I'm so disappointed that my point about democracy becoming oligarchy got derailed by Aydin changing the word oligarchy for tyranny.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, Hugo, if I did that. Did I do that?
Wow.
I did not mean to do that. That was not my intent.
Aydin, you fucking
Wow.
asshole.
Well, I would-
this
I
is
would
why we
never
can't have
have-
monarchies, because then
I would
Aydin
never
comes
have
in
intended-
here and
but I would
changes
never
the
have
thing.
intended to do that. To change the word oligarchy for tyranny. They are similar.
oligarchy is basically
They are very similar. But I would have tried to explicate the difference between oligarchy and tyranny. They are similar, but they are not identical.
Okay, Abdi sent me a video called "Is Liechtenstein a Libertarian
Liechtenstein.
Utopia?" So I'll check it out.
It is, by the way.
It's by Reason TV, and I generally hate them. So I'll
You
check
just
it out.
spoiled the
Lichten-
video. Why would I watch it now?
Could be good.
I mean,
on,
that's
read
where
more.
the Joker's from when he was a knight, and I liked him before he died.
Is there like a
tragically.
pamphlet I can read? Let me read my script.
Lord
We're
of the
so
Possums for
close.
$5 says, "I'm amazed that you guys have been talking in circles for like 20 minutes. I'm not. I remember.
No, I think we had a very productive conversation actually.
Yeah.
I mean, if people
We
did, if
did.
people didn't, then I can't get into your perspective, obviously. So, but I'm sorry. I tried to be. I try to be productive. Sorry.
The Smoking Jacket for $5 says, Aydin or Spoon, can you give a historical example of your preferred monarch? We
Marcus
talking
Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius or Don Pedro II?
Brazil. I would say Marcus Aurelius, of course. But Dom Pedro. Spoon, do you have a favored monarch? We could maybe
Frederick
say
the Great.
Frederick the Great. Yeah, would be a good one. Yep.
Marcus
Frederick
Aurelius.
the Great.
What about Caligula? You don't like that one?
We can discuss Caligula.
I mean, he had the movie. It was good. There were sexies in it.
But I think that Frederick the Great would be an excellent example of a monarch. Actually,
That
George
that
III
wedding
would
scene
be an
was a real
actually
hoot.
example of a monarch, even though people would not perceive him as such. It's just because it's only upon a reflection on history that you can actually see how a monarch works versus how a democratically elected leader
All right.
works, which can only be perceived contemporarily. You wouldn't want to look back on them historically.
To answer the chat, I hate John Stossel and his fucking 1970s porn mustache. He's got to get rid of that shit.
Well, I'm going to give the uncucked answer. My favorite monarch is Salman bin Abdulaziz.
Woo.
Who's that?
Based.
the king of Saudi Arabia.
Who knows?
Oh well, and 20 billion Saudi Arabian rubles have been deposited into your bank
I don't think
account.
Saudi Arabia has rubles.
What do they? I don't know what they have.
I think they have crude oil barrels.
Crude oil barrels.
I'll take some of them. Yeah, so that's my PayPal.
20 barrels of crude oil have been deposited
Nice.
in,
I hope so.
just onto your property, Doomer.
Lord,
Pretty based.
Lord of the Possums for $2 says Sitch is best girl. True.
What does
Super
that
true.
mean?
That means I'm best girl.
Mm.
It's creepy.
Such is the worst girl.
John
Get
Smith
There
for
you go.
$4.99. What is the point of Spoon being on the stream when he's not saying
Okay.
anything?
Because
Think-
Spoon is a,
Susan-
I
Susan
think
needs to
Spoon-
address that. Okay.
Spoon's
A,
very
Spoon is an
tired.
emotional support dog.
No,
No,
he's,
it-
he's not my emotional support dog. Fuck
Okay.
off.
So
He's his emotional
cute.
support spoon. Come on.
That's so
First of
Care to make
all-
sure I don't get bullied by you, Adam, and also
Oh, that's why I'm here.
I did more bullying of Spoon than I did of you, Aiden. Come
Yeah,
on.
true.
exactly. It's like a shield of deflection.
Yeah.
but here's the thing. Okay, first of
It's a
all,
distraction.
if
it's really
I,
tiring.
I gave her
Really.
I gave her the book for one.
He did give
And
me the book.
secondly- Yes. Secondly, she wrote a massive
What
article,
book?
and if I was to interrupt her every time she spoke, I'd look like an asshole.
You look like
that's
Adam.
True. That's why
Yeah.
I don't interrupt her
You
anymore.
fucking idiots.
Grassroots dictator for $5.
Spoon actually knows way more than I do. It's just that, yeah.
No, I just don't
Trick
know.
question, Adam. If Aragon was king, 1, wouldn't he cheat on his wife? 2, would respect that every man is king in his own house. 3, have the honest wife.
All right.
How is that a
Aragon was with Aomir, right? She's
How is that
pretty
a trick
fucking
question?
Smoking. Like, why would you want to fuck anyone else?
Yeah, he would
Why
fuck
would
the,
you,
the human
honestly?
chick too
Have you
on the
seen
side.
Airmere? Come on.
That's true.
What was her name?
I don't know.
Boromir
Oh,
ends
I-
up hooking up with her.
His
obviously
wife.
the king?
It
would
all
have
ends
the
in mirror
hottest
because
wife.
well,
Or-
it's a whole part of I can't remember
Wait,
his wife's name. either,
Is
but
Boromir Sean Bean or is
Boromir is Sean.
Well, what happens?
okay? Faramir is the brother, right?
Wait, if the
But any-
king
It
has
has
the
to do
hottest
with how
wife,
the- Aowen. Thank you. It also has to do with how
the king wants
Tolkien
variety. He doesn't. He's not fine with just the hottest wife.
Praise the
Okay.
whole-
Yeah,
fucking language.
exactly. Of course.
Yeah.
Lord of the Possums for $2 says, "Leave my chunky baby boy Dev alone."
Oh my god.
I'm
Dev
glad he's
was
not
left
here.
alone. Everyone was nice to Dev.
Fuck Dev.
Yeah, except for
Dr.
me. Fuck
Diddler.
that.
Fuck
We
you,
weren't
Sitch.
really nice to Dev.
We were all very Sitch. Why would you not be nice?
I
to
wasn't.
Dev?
You see in the chat, I was saying kick Dev. From
I was. By the way, I was going to say something really rude to Dev, but I didn't even get the chance to do it.
Oh, say it now.
Good.
Okay. Where was my really rude thing? I was going
God.
to say. So I was anticipating that Dev would say that because I don't know if you guys know this, but when I write like 10,000 notes, I write what I anticipate people might say to me because I'm autistic.
Did you anticipate we'd be advocating for quilfs?
I did not anticipate that.
Well,
But I thought that
Yeah, that
maybe
was a
Dev,
development.
I thought that maybe Dev would say that democracies would inherently, when they take powers from people, as they do under the, as they have and currently are under the current auspices of COVID, that he might, because Dev and I had this conversation before, that well, democracies give powers back to people, and Dev told me that they did. He's like, oh, Canada gave back wartime powers to people, and I said, well, in 1942, the federal government basically took a bunch of land from some Native American peoples, just took it, said, we're going to give it back to you, and then never gave it back.
Mhm.
Did you call
and-
it Indian giving?
It was Indian giving, yeah.
You can't say that.
But
Boomer,
hang
I'm
on,
told.
what I was going to say, what
I
I
don't
was
think
going to
it's
say,
offensive.
I don't care about that. I don't care. That doesn't matter. The fact that Canada deprived Indian people of their native land is less important to me than asking Dev if he's going to give Uzulu his rights back to be on the Minecraft server.
Wait, what?
that is
Okay.
way too esoteric for me to understand.
I'm
Yeah.
confused.
He kicked Uzlu from the Minecraft server.
Yeah,
What
he
a
did.
tyrant! Oh,
How dare you? How dare you?
What did Uzla do to
Where's-
get kicked from the Minecraft server?
he stole
Trolling.
his
He trolled
diamonds.
a whole bunch.
Probably
He did a bunch of trolling.
he set his trees on
He
fire.
did a little trolling.
He did a little
Really?
trolling.
I didn't
And
know
so
you could do that.
There's
Where-
literally no
Where is-
reason.
Where is Uzlu's right to his clay?
There,
I'm wondering where it is, Dev.
there
I
is
want
no
Uzlu's
reason.
right to his clay.
Maybe I should go join this Minecraft server. It
There's
sounds like fun.
literally no reason to play multiplayer Minecraft except to troll people. Like that is
Yeah,
the
go
only
to-
reason.
Go to 2B2T. It's the only real Minecraft server.
I want to know
We
where
played
Oozler's
Minecraft
right
together.
is
It
to
was
his
boring as
play.
could be. I mean, geez, that game was boring.
I didn't get to get that. But whatever.
Adam's like, where do I drive cars in this game? Like,
Sitch is like, look, I'm setting up a place for our animals to live, and I'm like, what a fucking boring game.
Adam's like, I'm gonna go fall off a cliff and die now. Dr. Diller for $2 says, just give me power. I will be a good king. I promise. I trust
yeah.
I'm sure you will be, Dr. Diddler. I believe in you.
John
I
Smith
do
for
not believe in
$2. Thanks, John. Says, next time you have a Monarch debate, get Tenny on.
I don't know
That
who
was
it is.
Lord, is that Lord Tennyson's
Lord
pipe?
Tenny.
Oh, Tennis. Oh, I'd love to. Absolutely. I think I've spoke to you in Lord Tennyson's pipe in the chat in Discord.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, then when I die, my inbred son can take over.
Oh, yeah.
Lord of the Possums for $2 says, when can the doctor's son and I take over? There you go.
Look
And
at
Dr.
that.
Diddler, oh, okay, there you go. Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, how am I supposed to ban minorities with no wrench?
Uh-oh.
Well, now you have your wrench, so
There you go.
but go easy on the marginalized people.
Yes. Only ban the crackers. Ronan Gerande.
Why did you say that? You're saying the C slur now?
Hold on.
my
C slur.
stream?
Wait. We can't be throwing around the C slur.
Yes, C slur. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow,
crackers. I'll use the
Wow.
soft A. Is that
How dare you're gonna get banned just like a song?
Sitch. Look at Sitch. Oh
How-
my God.
how
He's going
dare you? I
full
mean,
racist
I've
here.
taken it
I've never
back.
been to the C word barrel
I'm
and
taking
ordered
it
egg
back.
toast.
Sitch.
C
Dr.
word
Diddler,
barrel.
awesome.
If I lose my channel over this, I'm gonna be very
I'm not
disappointed.
trying to lose your channel. That's why I call it the C word barrel. I'm not trying to get you guys in trouble. It's a C word barrel.
I'm so tempted to say another C word.
But there's
That's
no
what
way
I'm
it's
doing.
actually a problem on YouTube, right? YouTube's really lax. On that
No, I
stuff,
mean,
It's
right?
the
It
C
seems
word
like
Hassan
barrel.
Twitch is. What's
Come
up
on.
with
Hassan and
Twitch?
Cedar were saying cracker every 2 seconds, and then Hassan
were
and
they really?
Klein were saying like every white slur that existed. And so.
Oh,
Well, they-
okay, okay.
It was
So they
it
were
was
going
beyond just saying
basically
it. They were
nuts.
It
they
wasn't
were going
just that.
hard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They meant it. Okay. Well,
I'm
fuck
being
those
at least
guys.
I'm being facetious. I don't know if everyone else is,
Yeah.
but whatever.
No,
Stop
I'm
being
actually
so
racist
fascist,
against white
please.
people.
Yeah, how dare you be fascist, Edge?
I think it's funny that we don't know what the fucking rules are. It's like so
Of course we
ridiculous.
don't. Of course we don't.
But so do I. Ronan Durande for $50 says, just call me Rohan. LOL. Rohan. I like that.
Rohan.
I know a guy named Rohan.
Rohan. The writers of Rohan. Lord of
I've
the
made,
Possums.
I've made that joke.
For $2 says, I would be a beautiful queen.
You are a
I-
beautiful
I
queen, Lord of
believe
the
it.
Possums.
I believe it. Derek Drummond for $5 says, good night, everyone. May you all be blessed with the divine right to marry many wives. Monarch Milker's
Monarch
theory for the
Milkers.
win.
I agree.
There you go.
Adam, I am now on board with MMT as long
Yeah,
as it
MMT,
is-
Infinite Wives. I love
No,
it.
it's
I-
Monarcher Milker's
Milker's
theory. I'm on
theory, yeah.
board.
Or modern Milker's theory.
I'm a convert to that.
Infinite
MILF
Wives.
Milker's
Preferably
theory.
infinite.
MILF Milker's theory or Monarchist Milker's theory. I'm both on board.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 20. Knock knock says, for every super chat read 5 more come in. That's true.
I know. It's what's going on, guys. Stop with the super.
I gotta read my script.
I know,
Ossiart
we're-
for 5. Ozzy says, Adam, you should read the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar and help me understand why democracy is bad. Okay.
Adam, explain.
That's true. I agree with that. I agree.
Is
with
is that really a book or is he just fucking with us? That's
You
good.
never
Hungry
read the
Hungry
Hungry Hungry Caterpillar?
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
a
really a
book about how
thing?
democracy is bad.
Jesus
obviously.
Christ, Adam! How have you
Oh,
never
shit.
read the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar?
He's never read the
Bullshit.
basic.
Are you
the
like are
basic-
you a human being that has like a soul and flesh and
Well,
blood?
How do you not know the basic?
The
book
very
on-
hungry,
on
hungry
the
caterpillars, a children's
anti-capitalist- the
picture
anti-
book designed,
yes.
illustrated, and written by Eric Cartel, first
Yeah,
published.
Jesus.
the anti-capitalist,
That's right.
basic.
Actually, it's
book.
pro-capitalism because all his consumption turns him into a beautiful
It-
butterfly.
Actually, true, true.
There
Oh,
you
it's,
go.
it's
Consumption makes him
pro-consumption.
better.
It's pro-consumption. Yeah. Hungry Hungry Caterpillar is a deep philosophical treatise on
Wow,
capitalism. Okay.
Actually, have you?
Consumer-
Holy shit!
I am.
have a
Pro, it
fucking-
sounds like I'm very pro
Um,
this book, to be
You
honest.
should
with
be.
you.
You should be.
All right, I'll check it out. Thank you for the
It also sounds like it's
recommendation.
pro obesity.
Listen. Lord of the Possums for $2 says, Sitch Chan, will you notice me? You are officially on notice. Ronan Oh, the writers of Rohan, for one Rohanus, says monarchy is unsustainable with the direction of our civilization has always been headed, i.e. technological innovation resulting in powerful individuals.
Yes, very powerful individuals.
That's true too. Hexadecimal stand for $5 says Aydin is wrong. Don't start with the Stormlight Archive. Start on Warbreaker. Same author, but stands alone, so it's better hook into reading Stormlight Archive.
Wow, I do actually agree. Hang on, I'll be right back. But I completely agree with that.
What is Stormlight Archive? Is that
read
Sounds
Stormlight
like
Archive?
Nazi
But agree with
stuff.
that. Start with Warbreaker, but read Stormlight Archive. But start with Warbreaker. Yeah.
is that fiction?
I think you can absolutely start
Yeah.
with Stormlight Archive. You don't need to read Warbreaker, but it helps if you read Warbreaker.
Adam's too
first.
good
Yeah.
for fiction.
This is fiction.
Mhm.
Yes.
I've read some fiction.
Yeah. Your
Reading
pal
is for
Ash.
nerds.
It's true. Your pal Ashley for $20. Thanks so much, Ashley. Says, did I miss history class? It seems like the U.S. was a rejection of centralized power. I am far more comfortable with the masses controlling the keys of power than a handful of nepotistic despots. Agree.
Yeah, I totally agree. You missed one.
Oh, Max Utabi for 10 Stardust says, Adam, would you support a Warren Mosler monarchy?
No, I did one talk with Warren Mosler, and though Warren Mosler's ideas completely fascinate me, I don't think he would be a good monarch, to be honest with
What
you.
about if Monetary Mama was the monarchy?
I don't think anyone like. She would go like the full climate change gamut.
She would be like, what's her face in Lord of the Rings? You will all love me.
Yeah. Well, I don't. The problem with monarchy is there
Lady Galadriel.
really is no
Yes.
selection mechanism. There's no way to foil the horrible plans of some dictator. Which
The problem with democracy is they have no mommy milkers except in Finland.
Agreed. Why do we not have any like? Well, no, there's a couple hot politicians, but I think they're all crazy. So okay, maybe that's a bad idea.
You do?
how do you guys feel if there's
Ask Adam about the
universal?
hot U.S. politician he's in love with.
How do you guys feel about universal health care covering breast augmentation?
Strongly in favor of it.
I'm just curious.
We need to improve that technology. I don't think it's good enough.
I think also we should make breast reduction illegal. What do you think? Are you
There
guys
you
on
go.
board?
There you go.
Now,
Red-
as much as I would agree with it,
It's official.
only under very extreme circumstances. Otherwise, illegal.
Aydin, how would you feel? How would you feel if your monarch comes in and he says, "Listen, I like double D's. I want my kingdom to have every woman."
What if your monarchy comes in and
Based,
says,
based, and I would
"Listen,
say yes. If he says, I'm going to spend every taxpayer's money. I'm being facetious, by the way. This is a joke at this point, guys. We are not being serious anymore.
what if
And I would say yes.
You would
yes.
force women to get breast augmentation? You would think
Yeah,
that would
we
be
would
a
all-
good monarch.
You don't think every woman would be like, yeah, right.
What if the monarch comes in and says, "All right, guys,
I'm being facetious and not serious.
it's time for drag queen story hour.
Oh
Gotta
God.
get
no.
all the
my
kids
God.
while they're
I
young."
told you guys like an hour ago. I'm not gonna be serious anymore because we're just.
Well,
doing super
if you give them the
So-
breast augmentation
have to
and
read
you
the
put them on
paper.
OnlyFans,
I'm gonna read. Because when I read my script, it's gonna make. I think that there's gonna be a point where some people are gonna get seriously upset.
You have to
So-
read it in a
Wait.
very serious voice, though.
I
I'm
will read it in a
talking
very
You have to
serious
talk
voice.
like this.
Yeah.
Well, I actually.
We
Spoon,
want
do you wanna
James
read
Earl
my script?
Jones. We want serious.
Spoon
You
might
have to
be
read
too
like
tired,
you're the
too.
emperor.
Spoon's very tired, I think. So yeah.
Didn't you skip? I think
I
you
have to
skipped some,
read.
Adam.
Did I?
Go up. I didn't read that fashion.
I'm waiting. I want to hear people's responses, but
Redwall 1521 for $5 says fascism is the best path to go in HO4
Hearts
HOI
of Iron.
4 best
Hearts of Iron.
justification time ever.
mhm.
Redwall 1521 for another $5. Thank you. Says Aydin, are you referring to the Tarrer? He has an European accent.
I have no idea. Sorry.
Okay. Lord of the Opossums for
I'm
$2
sorry.
says, "Be quiet, woman." Adam has to read my funny super chat.
Lord of Possums. I'm sorry.
Lord of the Possums for $5 says, "Remember, chat, we are the Sigma males. This woman only speaks nonsense."
Well, women do only speak nonsense. To be fair.
Really? Okay. I didn't know that.
Look at that. Aiden's
Uh,
coming out as based.
Nonsense for $5 says, "God just said I'm king. My first role to Klee is that for Sitch to release another video. It's been a year, either a 2008 housing crash video or A Team tribute." There you go.
Oh, A-Team Tribute would be a great video.
That would be a good video. I
I
would,
don't know.
I would watch
Generally,
that.
when you see someone upload a video called tribute on the internets, it's not what not what you're expecting.
A-Team is unironically great.
Okay.
Based. That would
The
get
Lord
good
of the-
engagement.
Lord of the Possums for
I see a
$2
really good super chat down here.
says,
Uh-oh, I
"Silence,
see it
women."
coming.
Silence, woman. My super chats are waiting. There you go. Trash Man for $2 says, "MMT is for communists, just like the democracy." Okay.
Mhm.
Gemini Semini for $5 says, "KKK, Trail of Tears, slavery, democracy isn't perfect, but monarchy ends when people have enough agency to no longer suffer from tyranny."
It's a very good question. It's a very
Yep,
good question, my friend.
yep.
I think that we have to question it. I
People
agree.
have
It's a
to
very,
take
very,
power.
very good question, though, and a very good super chat. Thank
People have to take power. They do.
you.
The writer of Rohan for 100 Rohari says, I think in the future we're going to have perpetual conflicts between different governing structures, but increasingly powerful individuals. Maybe.
I
I'm not sure how that
don't
would
disagree.
coexist.
I don't know. We'll see. Brain for $2 says, Adam, answer my question about manufactured consent.
I don't understand the question, Brain.
He said,
Man-
I'm assuming he's saying manufactured consent will not exist under monarchy, but would only exist under democracy.
Yes, manufactured consents
I don't
only exists
I
under
know if I
democracy.
buy that.
I
necessarily.
do.
There are a certain number of people who can be fooled by the media if that's
Not
where you're
full,
going.
bought. They can be manufactured. It can be both fooled or bought.
But
Either
the
are the
king is going to do the
possibilities.
exact same thing. I don't understand
Why? Why would he? Because no, he doesn't have to manufacture any consent.
He still
He
needs
has
to.
no need to.
Well, in case he wants to go against the nobles and he wants the peasants on his side.
And you have people.
This is an idea that is completely.
Wait a minute.
The way that you are perceiving of the king.
Wait a minute.
Is
Aydin.
completely divorced from
Aydin.
the actuality of a monarch.
Aydin.
Yeah.
The entire divine right of kings is literally manufactured consent.
And but so you're saying that the divine right of kings then comes from a small number of what people within the monarchy?
Divine
And
right
not-
of kings is literally propaganda
It comes
Yeah.
from
to
above.
manufacture consent of the government.
Yes, you could call it manufactured consent, but
Okay.
it doesn't. But that means you don't have to give a fuck about what other people think about you.
Sure. Okay.
In
Fair enough.
democracy, though, you at least have competing interests that are manufacturing different forms of consent.
Sure, I would agree with this. What I'm saying is that
But they're
it's a debate
oligarchic.
which one is better or worse.
There are honestly feel like there's limitations though to manufacturing consent. Like you're not gonna get people to consent that you can tax them at 100%. Like how do you manufacture that kind of consent?
When you have a
You-
really overwhelming majority in your FDR. Because he
In the-
advocated for that.
Yeah, in the
actually.
democracy,
No
absolutely.
one's going to consent
Yes,
to
you-
turning
you-
over
you-
all their income to the state.
Based FDR.
But they did.
Yeah,
they
FDR is
did
pretty
do
based.
that
Sausage.
under FDR. They
Based.
gave over
It's
a
pretty
huge
based.
amount of they gave over a huge amount of their income to FDR.
Yeah, but this
So-
was super rich people who it didn't make much difference because
and
it was
also,
still
this was have to
ungodly
remember-
rich.
Question, Adam.
The income tax was really high because the investment tax was very low. That was done
I just want to
purposely.
read my script.
Well,
Right, and they-
unfortunately, Andrew Clark for $5 says, all right, Democratic politicians supported by lobbyists, not the public. Sure, votes get them in the office, but they spend that time paying back the lobbyists.
Often they do. That's why Democratic lobbyists
I
are
get
potentially
rid of the lobbyists.
extremely vulnerable.
Go full Young Turks. Get the money out of politics.
Except for the Young
They-
Turks are
they-
like super bought and paid for.
They ultimately,
Yeah, by
I
Bernie
mean,
Sanders, the king.
they're
Oh.
they're trying to divide their interest between the lobbyists and the voters. Ultimately, they know the voters are what keeps them in office. But this is why they focus on gerrymandering and shit like
Yeah.
that. But
Oh yeah.
gerrymandering is just a way of creating a more monarchical type situation.
No, I do have issue with gerrymandering because I don't agree with democracy in the first place. But I have an issue with gerrymandering because it's bullshit.
Jerry.
Gerrymandering is exactly the same as an
Jerry.
autocracy, though.
But I don't agree with gerrymandering.
It takes a
for
selection.
the same- 'cause
Listen,
I
I'm
don't agree
saying
with voting-
gerrymandering.
Adam, I don't agree
it's
with
very
voting in
important.
the first place. But
It's
if I'm
very
going to pick from a
important.
system, I don't agree with gerrymandering.
I don't think
Right,
people
I
named Jerry should be
understand
allowed
that.
to vote.
Do you understand? If
Agreed.
slavery exists under a voting system,
Based.
then I am against gerrymandering.
Yes, I
I'm
understand
against jury
that.
voting.
Why are you against gerrymandering?
Because I think that it does not produce an accurate representation of the voting public.
Why are we so? What about Jerry Woomering? Why are we so sexist here?
Yeah, why can't it be
You're
Mary? Why can't
I'm
it be
con-
Mary Mandering?
I'm super
honestly?
confused. I'm super confused, Aiden, because
Okay.
I'm making the argument that democracy works because there is a selection mechanism for the policies being promoted throughout the state. And you're saying that you don't like gerrymandering because it takes that selection mechanism away. And I'm saying that's my argument.
Okay.
Your
What happens
argument
under-
there is no selection mechanism anyway. It's the same thing as gerrymandering.
If I could please explicate why I have an issue with gerrymandering is what generally happens under that sort of situation is that people come into a society, into a community that is not voting very often, that's not voting to the same degree that they want to be, correct?
Gerrymandering is because people are voting consistently the same.
And not the degree to which they want to vote.
This is redistricting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, gerrymandering is redistricting to set up a district that are,
So you're coming
basically a
in
safe district. So you're not accountable to your voters.
And that's why it's an issue, because you're splitting it up. See, I don't understand why you think my issue with gerrymandering.
I'm saying
Yeah,
I'm
democracy is
against gerrymandering.
I'm saying democracy is good because there's accountability to the voters. And
so I'm against
monarchy is
gerrymandering
bad
why?
because there's no accountability to anyone. Well, hypothetically, you're saying there's accountability because
the accountability is to the king inherent. There is one local foci of this. Gerrymandering, in fact, worsens this situation because it splits up the vote even more.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lord of
let's
the
move on.
Possums for $2 says Aiden
I don't know
feet
if that
picks
makes sense.
win.
Yeah, and feet picks win.
Only for you, Adam.
Ooh, okay.
I'm
Okay,
not
Lord of the
asking.
Possums.
It won't be my
Lord.
feet. It won't be my feet. I'll just send feet pictures to you. Adam.
Just a feet.
I'll just send pictures of somebody's feet to you.
No web feet, please.
Spoon's feet.
Us.
Woodchuck00 for $5 says butterflies are monarchs and they tend to die before the children are born. Worst parent ever. Oh, there you go.
Ouch.
Monarchy destroyed.
Oh, monarchy fucking over forever.
Yes. Junebug for $5 says, I think you people are really smart and I don't
people?
respect
What do you mean
those
by that?
smarter than me. And I'm a fool. I'll nuke everything and start from Aiden. I agree.
Thank you, Junebug.
Eden Clark for $2 says, Aiden, watch the 12 Kingdoms anime. You'll like it.
I haven't seen it. I'll have to check it out.
Anime is degenerate.
Read.
Get this fucking
Basically,
True.
I like
I only like
Agree.
Akira because fucking
No,
But
it's
degeneracy
good.
is great. so-
Akira and those stupid movies that all the non-anime fans say they like
Yeah, the
Princess
good
Peach
ones.
and Howling Castle.
The ones that you can like even if you aren't a cuck. Yeah, the good ones.
There you go. Now Aiden's on Japanese.
I'm back on it.
Someone
You
press
can't
the
get me off
button.
it. Don't push the button.
Gemini for $2 says, I want a guy lording over me. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ooh.
Junebug for $2 says, Spoon won't let me have his wife. Treason.
Spoon, how dare you?
I
Exactly.
think that's Adam you're thinking of.
Exactly.
Yes, Adam, why don't you let Junebug
Oh, so
have
you're
your
saying
wife?
you would let him have your wife? I'm confused.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hang on.
Cryptomancer Lex for 100 Mega Man X's. Thank you. Says, as someone who leans libertarian, how is my liberty not violated if the king decides a highway must be built on top of my house? Yes, it happens in democracy, but that does not invalidate the concern.
There's actually a really specific part in this in the Connell and Lennon book. I don't have it written down, but there's a really specific part that's written down there about how democracy has taken people's property and build fucking highways over it, and that wouldn't generally happen.
What about as
Yeah,
a
but wait,
again?
it can't happen
he-
under your system.
But I'm saying because I'm
Because-
reading from historical sources.
No, but wait.
Connell
He
and
I was
Lennon-
literally,
reading.
Adam, when do you think the book that I'm citing from was written?
He
Is it-
literally anticipated your whataboutism right here. He says, yes, it happens in democracies,
I know.
but that doesn't
So,
invalidate the concern.
Of course it doesn't, because none of the. Can we not all agree that these are issues within any political system? The fact
Yes,
that
but
we are
you're the
being-
one. You're the one making the position
no.
that you're maximizing liberty when you're really minimizing.
I have the
liberty.
answer for this. It's very simple. You
Whoa,
guys are
whoa.
confused.
Please, can I please? What we have said from the start is that we are not saying we have the answers to all the questions. We are trying to maximize liberty. But it doesn't mean that there will not be concerns within such a system. By the way,
One system gets you more liberty than the other system, and it's pretty obviously
monarchy
democracy.
over democracy in
apparently
terms
not.
of, in my perspective, yes, every day.
Listen,
Monarchy over democracy.
the problem in democracy is that you own your house, and then the government comes and they're saying, "Hey, we're going to put our highway here, and they're going to take your house via eminent domain."
They pay
okay?
you for it, by
Right.
the way.
But they don't
They
pay
give
you
some
enough.
money.
Okay, they're still doing it. Okay,
They're gonna give you
but
money and
under
they say, "Fuck
right,
you."
but under monarchy, it's the monarch's property. You don't actually have any property, so
But
your
they would still be
so your
ones. They would
rights
still
haven't
be ones to
actually
pay
been
you for your
violated.
time. They would
It's
still be ones to pay you
perfect.
for your time.
It's a perfect system, Sitch. I feel much better now. Oh, it was your property anyway. Thank you.
I mean, by the way, I don't disagree. This is a potential issue,
Okay.
and this is something that's brought up in the literature that I agree with. Is that if a person wants to roll over your I think it's actually in in the handbook.
What was
where
the
it's brought
book
up.
you said that was better to read than the shitty Hopi book?
Couldn't
Harry
have
Potter.
learned.
For God's sake.
Just watch the movie.
I'm sorry,
Brave.
what? Everyone talked at the same
I
time.
have posted it in the chat about 1,000 times. It's Kunelt Lednin. Please read his book on liberty or equality.
Okay,
It's-
wait.
Sitch, just watch the
You
movie
will not.
Braveheart. That's all you
I'm
need.
just gonna be very clear.
Just watch
with
the
you.
movie
I'm just
Braveheart.
be very clear. If you can't fucking get through Hoppa, you cannot get through this book. It
Oh,
is way
no
better than Hoppa. It is way better than Hoppa in every
what do
fucking
you
way.
mean by that?
Okay,
If you think Hoppa's too dry, you can't read this
I was
book.
going to say.
I thought Hoppa was too
is the-
stupid. I don't know if dry was the
Oh,
complaint.
is Hoppa too stupid? Then you will think this is too stupid. But
Oh,
stupid
yeah.
is an extremely
Is there something
subjective
that's
perspective.
not stupid that I can read?
Then
Do-
read
do
read this fucking book, which is not stupid at all. This guy is a fucking genius.
How did you fall for this hopium guy?
I'm not talking about Hoppa at all. I'm talking about
Well, you did. You
Just
did
talking about,
fall
just
for
talking
it.
about the racial slur. I won't say because I'm not.
I'm- Kuhn Elton Lennon.
Is it Evola?
no,
Kuhn
good.
Lennon. He, if you don't want to read Hoppa because you think he's stupid for whatever reason,
He's
you have to read this guy.
anti-science. I don't. How do I get
Hey.
past this?
He's not Kunat Lennon.
No,
You're-
Hope.
You don't know who he
Hopi.
is.
No,
Aiden,
Hope.
Exactly.
uh,
This is the whole fucking
Yeah, I
thing.
understand.
No one
It's a
knows who
different
this guy is. How hilarious! And
Aiden.
still thinks he's anti-science without knowing who he is.
No, I'm
Aiden-
talking about
Aiden-
Hopi.
Aiden, can
How
I
do you-
just
how do
point
you,
something
uh,
out?
Huh?
You gave me shit because I didn't say Hopper correct, and these fuckers haven't said it right once.
Yeah, but we're saying
I
it wrong
said
on
it. Wait, I
purpose.
said a hopper right
An
like a fuckload of
Austrian
times.
political scientist and
Adam
philosopher.
fucked
He
it
was
up.
opposed to the French Revolution as well as communism and Nazism, describing himself as a conservative arch-liberal or extreme liberal. Kunat Ledin often argued that majority rule in democracies is a threat to individual liberties and declared himself a monarchist and enemy of all forms of totalitarianism, although he also supported what he defined as non-democratic republics such as Switzerland and the early United States. If you want to understand Spoon and I's position, please read this guy.
Can you link the book again so I'll click it this time?
I
I'll have the-
no, I'm not gonna link it anymore. It's over now. Sitch, no more. I won't link it again. No,
Wow.
you've lost
so-
out. No more linking of the book.
Somebody link the book. Did anyone in chat actually click the link? Okay.
Go on the,
Oh my
go on the
God.
White for
Get it.
199 says Aiden is really dodging and weaving not to answer.
What am I not
Sitch.
answering?
Everything.
I'm not answering. What?
I
What
don't
am I
know.
not answering?
Sitch,
I've answered
Sitch is
everything.
pronounced
Yes,
Hobbit. Oh, I'm so
here's the
sorry.
fucking
Hobbit.
book.
Okay.
take the book up your butt.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Diddler beat you to it. So.
Oh no.
Liberty or equality, the challenge of our
There you
time.
go.
Look, he's even got
There's
a
my
milfy
book for
queen
you.
on the top on the cover. So
It's
I'm all, look,
completely
I'm on
free.
board.
You have to pay for it. It's completely free book. It's offered by the Mises Institute. There you go.
Oh my God, Mises the pieces.
Dude, that website is cursed. Don't go there.
Is
Sitch.
it?
Oh, don't
What
go to
do
the
you
Mises
mean?
Institute. You might become
Everything
a
I
libertarian.
read
How
on
dare you?
Mises.org
You wouldn't want to
is
become
just,
you wouldn't actually want to become a libertarian. How
Oh, they
terrible.
disagree with
Mhm.
Adam on MMT, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you wouldn't
I'm
want to actually
just-
become a
I'm guessing you
libertarian.
guys are not a favor of anything that comes out of the Austrian school.
it's a straw man
Not a big
website,
fan.
basically.
The Austrian school and the Mises Institute are strawmen.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Giantly.
The entirety of the Austrian school is a strawman.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not
Did we
actually-
stutter?
It's also imaginary.
Kind of okay. I don't.
All their policy
Listen, just
prescriptions
because
are based
Arnold
on the gold
Schwarzenegger
standard,
was a
which
good
hasn't
action
existed.
star doesn't mean he
Wait.
knows anything about the economy.
I mean,
Adam
this
just
is,
said
that-
all the
that's a really
policy
funny
prescriptions
joke,
of the
you guys. It's
Mises
very
were
funny.
based.
Like that. This is a good meme. But all
I'm gonna
right.
clip that.
Utter
Go
nonsense
ahead.
for $2 says peace, freedom, security, justice, and milkers.
Can
This
I
is gonna turn
please
into a meme,
read
isn't it?
the end of my script?
Can we get to
I
the end
think
of the
that
super
could-
chats and then you can
We're
read
almost done. Look, we
right.
only have this many left.
We're not
Look,
almost done. They
I
keep
want
coming.
to read the end of my script.
Stop super chatting.
How
stop
much
giving the-
how much
please
left of
stop
your
giving
script
the
do you
money.
have, Aiden?
Half of it.
Oh my god. Austin Smith. Oh, I'm
Stop
sorry.
it.
Riders of Rohan for $100 says my militant individualism
I'm gonna
is
stay up
infinitely
until
fickle
I get
faced.
through it. I don't care anymore.
What's fine with me? I don't care. I'm on board with this. My militant individualism is infinitely fickle faced with the idea of the God Empress mommy, Aiden. There you go.
Ooh,
Oh,
uh-oh.
thank you, friendo.
There you go.
I hope she
Austin Smith for
lives.
$10 says, what the fuck is Sitch doing on an A-team stream? P.S. Wrench me up, Adam. Fuck Sitch. He won't give me a wrench on the other channel.
Yeah, I agree. That was a
How
base
dare
fucking super chat.
Yes.
I can relate to that so
Suck it.
strongly.
Yes.
That's and you get not only that, you get 100 units of free will
Oh
with
my.
that $9.99.
Oh, you guys got Adam cuts his free will with coke and meth, so you have to be very careful, and like pipe cleaner and baking soda, so you have to be very careful. Okay.
That's a hell of a COVID cure.
Yeah, geez. Death does cure COVID in a way. Jonathan Baker for 5 Canadian says the Magna Carta is the only exemption only because it set a precedent that eventually led the Civil War that stripped the monarchy of all power.
True.
Base.
Yeah.
Who else would have stripped someone of all power? Could it be Diocletian?
I don't.
Yeah.
How is
That
the monarch
monarch
going to make
fucked up.
diabetes medicine cheaper?
Yeah, I don't
Is
know.
any monarch gonna fall for the Magna Carta
I don't know
poison pill
who
ever
even
again?
is Diocletian. We'll get into that.
Sounds like some fat
Will
guy.
we?
We will.
Utter
If I
nonsense.
can ever
For,
read my script.
utter nonsense for $2 says academic agent wants monarchy. That's all I need to hear. Oh, does
Oh,
he? That doesn't surprise me.
Does he? No, does he really? Because
I'm not
Yeah,
surprised
he
by
wants
that.
to be the monarch.
maybe I need to remove myself from it. I don't know.
Ooh, there you go. That's all we needed to say to convince Aiden.
We should have
Just
started
kidding.
there.
Alex Karras for $5 says Spoon makes some funny I'll bet based videos. Get this guy up to 10,000 subs so I don't lose a bet. Oh, see,
Yes,
look,
please.
even Alex is promoting you for his own self.
Oh yeah, if you guys, I will shill for Spoon. He has a
There you
really
go.
small channel, so please check him out.
I'll put your channels in the description too if you guys send them to me.
Everyone knows my channel.
yeah.
But
Aiden has a bigger channel than us,
listen.
so she
Listen
should
to
sell for
Aiden.
us.
I'm not gonna shill for you guys.
Wow.
Wow.
Wonderful.
I will.
I'll show for Adam. I won't
What am
show
I gonna
for
do?
Sid.
What am I gonna do? Like,
Ah,
on what video? Like, I'm trying to make this video about like racism.
Aiden, can
like,
By the
we
way,
be
guys, click
your-
like on the stream.
Be like, listen, you guys
you.
should listen to these racists, Sitch and Adam.
No, I'm trying to make a video about like how racism is horrible in the criminal justice system. Like, do you want me to link you guys in that
Listen, say,
video?
look,
Is that gonna
here's
be
a
good
couple
thing?
of racist criminal justice people.
Like, oh no, yeah, like racism bad. Here's
Can
Adam
we get our
Sitch, check
can we
him
get our
out.
base can we get our base Sitch and Adam animation in your next video? We want to put a little script together for democracy. We
There
want to
you
do a
go.
little promo for democracy. What do you think?
If you want, because the whole thing is that Spoon and I are going to start a podcast
Mm.
after the new
Mhm.
year. That's, I think this is kind of like a, what do you call it, dry run?
You could call it the
This
SAP
is-
podcast.
This is a dry. We're using your podcast as a dry run for our podcast.
We should-
get fucked.
That's cool.
Is it going to be on a new channel or? what's it
Yeah,
on?
I don't know what
Yeah,
we're gonna
probably.
do exactly.
You should call it SAPs.
Mhm.
Saps.
Yeah.
No, you
Spoon,
should call
S
it-
for spoon, A, P for Aiden Paladin.
You should call it Mommy Milker Theory.
I know. I was
Mommy-
gonna
Get
say
the
fucking
MMP.
click.
I think calling it Mommy Milker Theory might get it way more views.
You should call it
I
the
think it
call it
would.
Monarch Milkers.
Monarch. I don't know, Spoon. What do you think about that one? Monarch
off.
Milkers.
How do you not?
Like
Oh,
that.
that's
That's a
gold.
great
Spoon.
idea.
You're
You're just-
insane. You out of your mind.
Look, my videos have good. You need to
feel
learn
like
how to get
The
engaged.
Monarch
watching that on
Milkers.
YouTube is gonna be-
Oh, you can have like a drawing of Aiden as a queen with like the big.
It sounds
Just
like a
have
good plan
just
name. though.
giant nipples that are just
Oh my god.
pouring milk all over the.
Oh no. Okay, you don't want to get kicked off YouTube. Let's take it back a little bit. Let's tame it down.
See, that someone said in the chat there. That's an interesting concept. I want a monarch, but infused with an AI.
Oh, I've heard that before as a criticism. Of
So
us.
you're ruled by the Terminators instead of a person? I'm not sure this is...
Yeah, you get
I
ruled
can
by
program
Arnold
the Terminator.
Until it programs you.
until
No,
yeah,
fuck
until
off. It's not going to turn the scanner to kill me.
Generalized AI is going to rule us all the second it, becomes self-aware. So we're
True, to
fucked
be honest.
anyway.
I only have one cigarette left. Fuck.
Old School for $2 says A and S and Aydin. Time for tonkatsu. Who's tonkatsu?
I'd like some tonkatsu.
Oh fuck! Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah,
the
no.
food. Yes.
It's fried chicken.
Yes. They said this on
Or
Sunday.
pork.
Yes, I remember the pork.
Tonkatsu
cutlet
is
thing.
always fried pork, but
Yeah.
um,
Europal
20 cuts-
Ashley for
20 cuts of fried
$5
chicken.
says Spoon. I need to know: are you a big spoon or the little spoon?
Well,
Big.
spoon.
He said big. There you go.
Uh
Spoon's not a bottom; he's a top.
oh. I guess
Thanks
so.
for that.
Sir Marhouse for $2 says Spoon. What is your YouTube channel?
It's in the chat now, I think.
It is, however,
What's it
just
called?
like
Is it
look up
just called Spoon?
spoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Junebug for $2 says Aydin wants implants for .com.
Yeah. No, I actually don't. I actually like. I used to be like 80 pounds, and then I
Mhm.
stopped weighing 80 pounds, and because I had to, because I was dying.
Yeah, that doesn't sound healthy. Being 80.
No, I
pounds.
was literally dying, and then now I don't weigh 80 pounds. I do wish I could have a breast reduction surgery though. I don't
Get
like
the
the fact
fuck out of here, Aydin.
it sucks, dude.
We
That's
just
illegal under
made
me
this
and Adam's.
illegal. Don't you remember?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess so.
Yeah.
God.
Under the 18
Against
monarchy, that you won't be
The
allowed to do that.
law.
That one stinks, dude.
The God is trying to signal to the world that he's choosing you for rule, and you're like, no, get this away from me.
I'm trying to weigh 80 pounds again, man.
Ew, no, don't do that. We want them thick MILFs, okay? That's the key.
Apparently, how weird.
Dr.
What's
Diller
weird
for
about
$2.
MILFs?
Dr. Diller for $2 says Stoat Boy is my least favorite Duber brother.
Wow. Fuck Dr. Diddler.
That dude is a good boy.
He is a good boy.
Yeah, not really.
Austin Smith for $5 says, damn, when Aydin's breast augmentation argument, I just switched teams. Monarchy reigns supreme.
Look, there you go.
There you go.
There it is.
Kyle's sentient weapon for $10 says, cue the Terminator 2 music. Chun, 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 chun. Satoshi was a Reploid for $20. For 20 knock knock says, Q.
Q. I don't get that, but okay.
He
Thanks.
said Q instead of Q. He was correcting his spelling. He had Q like a line instead of Q up. Andrew Clark for $2 says 12 Kingdoms is about kingcraft with a female ruler. Hot.
Oh yeah. I had to actually watch that show.
White for $2 says Aydin is really dodging, and we read that one.
Oh, I don't. Yeah,
Well, let's read it again just for fun.
Read it again.
If you
Read it
can
one more time.
dodge a
Adam,
red,
read
dodging
it
you can
again.
dodge an
and
answer.
weaving to
Read
not
it one more
answer.
time, Adam, please.
Listen,
Aydin is really
listen,
dodging
Q.
and weaving. She's
Oh,
pulling
wow,
her matrix.
What the
She's
fuck? It's
going
1
full
a.m.
Wow.
Neo here. She's like, oh my
Wow,
God, let me not answer this question.
I don't know.
It's like bullet
am I
time.
dodging and weaving? Am I?
Junebug for $2 says you guys are confused. Real issues are natural versus implants. I'm generally in favor of natural.
I'm in favor of naturals.
One Quim for $50. Thanks so much. Says Federal Republic for the win, baby. Why not have a monarchy on the local level with a constitutional republic over it? The only good idea from Curtis Yarvin is patchwork.
This
Patchwork is with the security model.
yeah, it's a
I
security
think so,
model,
yeah.
I mean, patchwork is a DPS race, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean,
Okay, there's maybe two
Patchwork is
people
like
that
a
are gonna-
hybrid, right?
That's all that matters.
I actually understood the joke, by the way.
Thank you. One Quim for $5 says also S-Class is the best class. Thank you. One
Boo.
El Canazo for 1,000 for $5 says I was gonna simp for Aydin, but she just committed treason with that reduction comment. Oh no.
oh no. Can I finish my script now?
You
Now
can
is
finish
the
your-
time. Now is
Now
the
is
perfect time.
okay.
Is the
Now
time.
is the time.
He
All
is
right.
cool.
So where I
Get
was
ready,
at,
guys.
Where was I at actually? No, I wasn't even at like the cool part yet. God damn it. I didn't even get to like the cool part. So it's now you're gonna have to sit through the whole big part of this fucking script, and there's nothing you can fucking do. You have to now sit through it. Shut up. Now it's the thing.
All right, finally, guys, we can get some silence.
No, it's too mean. That is too evil. Oh,
I was just moving my mouse to
Prepare
leave as a
yourself.
joke. That was even
That
better.
was
Prepare
so
yourself.
evil.
Prepare
Oh no.
yourselves for my script. Prepare
Okay.
yourselves for my script.
I'm prepared.
Moreover, unlike a vertical system, a horizontal system is typified by diffusion of responsibility. Voters divest themselves of any responsibility in their anonymous vote, say for Joe Biden or for Hitler. Leaders who fail to accomplish anything can say they just need another term, which breeds indifference or corruption. No responsibility is required. The monarch is responsible to God and man. The monarch both embodies the state, e.g., I am Spain, and passes on responsibility to their descendants. For this reason, monarchs are not incentivized to gamble with the state that is both their property and an extension of themselves, being the state personified, as in the inheritance of their progeny. The monarch is not wont to cause harm that he owns, and is the legacy that he passes on towards his children. Instead, who will be drawn to the power to which they do not inherit? Dictators. After all, does not power corrupt and absolute power corrupt absolutely? Why would power corrupt if all one has ever known is power? To suggest as much is environmental determinism. If this were true, everyone born wealthy would be progressively more evil than those born poor. Instead, those drawn to power will be those who may be altruistic and capable of corruption, or those who are already corrupt, whom, however, would gain that power from an elected system. The honest common man who admits his faults and only speaks the truth, or the bloviating liar who promises everything in exchange for your vote. Of course, it is the latter that draws the votes of the electorate to grant their deepest desires. The nature of democracy requiring men to compete for power to usurp the property to redistribute to others in the way they see fit practically ensures that there can rarely, if ever, be any harmless or purely good democratic leader, while a monarch educated in the ethics and morality, whose property is the state, knows the value of his own property, the responsibility and care of which cannot be easily divested at the end of a single term. Because responsibility is diffused, the most heinous actions can be justified. As Edmund Burke wrote, in democracy, the majority of citizens are capable of exciting the most cruel oppressions upon the minority, whenever strong divisions prevail, in that kind of polity, as they often must, and that oppression of the minority will extend to far greater numbers, and will be carried out with much greater fury than can almost ever be apprehended from the dominion of a single scepter. And as such is the case that the most grievous atrocities of the last century can be enacted by leaders, and have been enacted by leaders, who arose from the power of the people and the mandate of the masses. You cast an anonymous vote and wash your hands of the result of your actions. The result of this therein does not produce just a mistreatment directly, as would necessarily be the propensity of elected politicians to appease the mob, but instead to appease the mob via their positions to maintain them, which in case is the current position of democracies, and has been, as such, endless spending and incurring of massive debt to fund programs of the people that they believe that the people want, not being educated themselves in the art of statecraft, who would not know whether or not what they need or what they want. Comparatively, monarchs will want to expand the wealth of the state, historically being forced to pay off at least some incurred debts, while the debts of democracies only expand. They have only ever expanded. Interest rates drop under monarchs under the rise under democracies. Monarchs typically spent about 2.5% of their GDP on their greatest expenditure, which is military, while modern democracies spend closer to 50% of their GDP on social welfare programs, the will of the masses, hence contributing to the mass accumulation of debt to satiate their needs untempered by the knowledge of politics and not needing to be ultimately answerable by the people. Another step in the diffusion of a responsibility that in the case of monarchy would otherwise lie solely on the monarch alone. As I alluded to, The diffusion of responsibility present in democracies extends beyond the diffusion of the voter onto their elected official, in the official back upon the people. Any campaign promise unfulfilled can always be fulfilled in his next term. Democratic leaders are ultimately responsible to no one. Their failures are temporary. They can be voted out. They can retire. They can promise to do better. The only form of responsibility for an elected leader is impeachment, which is only further removal of responsibility. All responsibility for grievous error instead lies exclusively in the hands of a king who abuses or disservices his subjects and the state wherein his property, and thereby disservices himself, is failure to protect it. Elected leaders can continually run up national debt in appeasement of the coalition of the masses that rewards them for capitulation to policies that only lead ultimately to a national terminus. It only takes a few years for the error that appeasement of the democracy enacts to be made manifest, at which point no responsibility would fall the elected leader. Meanwhile, the monarch is incentivized to make good but unpopular decisions, the correctness of which is not understood until analyzed in retrospect by the historical lens. Both are rolls of the dice, but loaded in favor of the monarch whose responsibility is not diffused, although the benevolence of his wisdom, of his acts, are likely to be misunderstood by the mob, and ultimately is uneducated in statecraft of the individual, but not of the monarch. Ultimately, there is no... This is the part that's going to be upsetting, I think, by the way. Ready? Ultimately,
Trigger. Oh, sorry.
yeah, you're about to get triggered. This is chatting everybody. Ultimately, there is no perfect system of government. It is oft repeated an idiom that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that we have tried. A quote that is attributed to Winston Churchill. Of course, Churchill also posited that the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. While democracy is a beautiful idea and experiment, even its earliest proponents, even those whom it is attributed to in its most modern form, the American founding fathers, were deeply afraid of the march towards tyranny that democracy would inevitably enact. For Americans, however, for whom the concept of democracy is nigh deific, to even question its virtue is akin to heresy. I would not argue democracy is the god of America, but rather instead a poorly fashioned replacement for the intrinsic human need for paternalism. The monarch as a father is toward infant children, not towards adult children. Infant children who cannot make nor do not make good decisions for themselves. The monarchy is a familial system, both by heredity and by role. The king is the father to the people and a father towards his family, and therefore a permanent fixture throughout time. And while some fathers may harm their children, that is the aberration, not the rule. Unlike the mother, who is comforting, coddling, and representative in the symbols of the various democracies, be she Liberty, Columbia, Marianne, or Helvetica, the father, instead, is represented in the monarch. He is stern but protective of his flock and property alike. Dictatorships are not monarchies. They arise from a mandate of the people, not a mandate of God. Instead, dictatorship is the form of the caricature of a monarch. To the American eye, the orphaned form of the tradition of paternalistic European monarchy, the dictator and monarch may appear identical, being both heads of a state system, which apparently has limitless power. However, this is not so. Dictators lack the paternal interrelationship with the country as physically manifest in the form of the monarch who is father of the children of the state and which is his wards. It is a lack of paternalistic figure that drives the urge for a dictator to replace the missing father within democracies who, like teenagers, have rebelled against, over time, the father, and lacking his guidance, seek it out in the form of a new father figure to replace the lost patriarch. The mob behaves like children in its calls for what it wants but not what it needs, which is the absent father figure, and in such chooses a mother who provides these things in endless supplication. However, the need for the father prevails, and out of this need consistently arises a paltry replacement with neither love nor relationship to these adopted children. Is this making sense at all?
I feel like it's like a poetry slam or something.
Yeah, I'm just.
I feel like
I'm
this is
poetry,
interpretive
motherfucker.
dance.
Why I don't? Why am I triggered? I don't.
You don't think that last thing I just said was like super triggering? I'll finish off what I was just going to say.
Okay.
A country without a monarch is a single mother household living in fear of the abusive stepfather that she will inevitably court.
I mean, that's just. I mean, it's
You like it?
I don't think it's like a good analogy.
Why
I don't
not?
think it's really
I think it's a really good analogy.
a democracy. You're casting a democracy as like a single mother.
Yes.
I mean,
Adam, what are the symbols of all democracies, of most democracies in the West? As I just said,
bald eagle with a
Liberty,
machine gun.
Liberty, Columbia, Maria, and Helvetia.
Lady Liberty.
Later, they're all female.
so I mean, okay.
It is the welcoming, mothering arms of "I will coddle, I will comfort you."
That's not no. It's because even back then they knew they wanted the milkers. Okay?
Yeah, totally.
I know they
Nobody
wanted
wants Uncle Sam. They want Liberty milkers.
They
It's
Totally.
time to go to war.
Anyway, I
and they all
will
want Uncle Sam.
finish. I will
That's fair.
finish my fucking gay ass thing.
Oh, you asked us to talk.
Yeah,
So.
it's
I know.
This is your fault.
I know. It's over. It's
Oh, was that it?
Well, I
No,
started
I got one more. I got one
I
more
started
paragraph.
taking some
I got one
notes,
more
but I
par-
mean,
got one more paragraph.
Dude,
I
you're
feel like
one
we've
more
already
paragraph.
argued this to death. So
I know
go
we
ahead.
do, but I know we do.
Continue.
Just say the last one
for-
because the last
but-
line is funny.
The,
Say
the last part.
line.
The last part is actually very important for this. For most Americans, the idea of a monarchy is not just preposterous; it is antithetical to the very principles upon which the nation was founded.
Hell yeah!
And thus, to
I'm
even
sorry.
suggest value in a monarchic system seems a joke. Yet, this perspective is distinctly Americentric and distinct and disconnected from
Hell
the
yeah,
history of the old
Americentric.
world, both physically and culturally. Not only are monarchies still extant, not suffering under the thumb of some wicked Prince John awaiting to be liberated by an American Robin Hood, waving the banner of waving the banner of the Democratic Republic against some wicked Prince John, Robin Hood himself being a monarchist and loyal to Prince Richard Lionheart. The three wealthiest countries by GDP are currently all constitutional monarchies, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and Monaco. Despite the fact that the founders themselves were highly skeptical of democracies, when being a democratic citizen is all that one knows personally, but also all of one's national history, it is difficult to see things from any other perspective. However, time gives perspectives to all things. Similarly, to how it may be absurdist to hear someone like myself advocate to the benefits of an antiquated monarchic system in the New World, with the very word of monarchy evoking imagery of cartoon villains and visions of the decadence of Marie Antoinette, so too would it have been seen as absurdist to raise the topic of a return to a monarchic system with a Roman living in the time of the Pax Romana of 80 AD. Even though at the time Rome had known many systems of government, because Americans have also known our only one system of government, we struggle to envision anything outside of that which is also potentially anti-American and thereby anathema to the traits that we associate with Americanism, namely freedom and liberty. Yet as I have explicated, neither freedom nor liberty are intrinsically linked to democracy, and instead, liberty for all is stifled under the boot of the majority rule. Going back to Rome, however, were we to skip ahead from 80 AD to 200 AD, 200 years later, and speak to a descendant of the aforementioned Roman, he would scoff at the idea of a Roman monarchy and insist that his state is still a republic. After all, they have a senate. Although they have an imperator, which means general, and a princeps, which means first man, these words that sound like emperor or prince are mere coincidences of language. The idea that a monarchy could take hold in Rome would be as ridiculous to him as it would be to his ancient ancestor, and as it would be ridiculous to any American who we would ask in the modern state that America could become a monarchy. However, were we to return to him just a few years later, we would find I lost my place. Shit, goddamn it! I was really pretty good on this. I'm pretty right.
You were on a roll.
I lost my place.
A few years later.
People are
okay.
asking if this is posted someplace so that they
I
can
will post
dissect it.
See, America, any other democratic system for that matter, could return to monarchy may seem equally laughable. That would be in course until we revisit him just a few years later, after Diocletian enacted a series of reforms which deprived the Senate of all power over the emperor and he ruled over as a near absolute monarch. As such, just because one's perspective, be it from a certain point in time or place in origin, may portray such systems as fixed, other perspectives may capture a wider picture. The idea that monarchies are antiquated or that all monarchs are tyrants are simply products of a deeply Americentric worldview. And given that trajectory, that so many other democracies over the course of history, that myopic focus may not just be limited, but dangerous in their lack of scope. It is easy to laugh at the past until it repeats itself in the most monstrous way. One can look at the totality of human history and pick out the worst example of monarchs without broadening their search to see the entire image, which is that for liberty, monarchy is preferable to democracy, and while occasionally, yes, monarchy may lead to individual tyrancy, who can be deposed? Democracy leads to tyranny inevitably in the form of dictatorships, not led just by a man who, due to the nature of such a station, is more likely to be an immoral liar who cares for nothing but power, but who is armed also by the masses of those who elected him and will follow him into inevitable destruction. This is Riverol. The absolute ruler may be a Nero, but he is sometimes a Titus or a Marcus Aurelius. The people is often a Nero. It is never a Marcus Aurelius. Mic drop. There you go.
I like the last line, by the way. I thought that was good.
Yeah, it's Riverol.
She wrote that, by the way, which actually is pretty impressive.
Yeah, great.
Anyways, thank you all for.
I will, by the way, post also my entire notes and the weird, stupid thing that I wrote.
Very inspirational, Aydin.
It wasn't intended to be inspirational, but maybe it was.
I was inspired.
I was thinking,
Mommy milkers.
That is what I was thinking.
I was also thinking about Mommy Milkers while I read it, but whatever.
That's why you lost your place, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I lost my place. I was thinking I got distracted. I saw titties and I was like, oh.
Wimquim for $5 says, no, not yet. What's it? I think we lost Doomer. I didn't even know Doomer stepped out. But
I'm sorry. I
disappeared.
was waiting for the whole night to read my stupid monologue.
It's
so whatever.
fine.
I'm really sorry. Because I read half of it and I didn't read the half.
Yeah.
By the way, do you guys know who H.L. Mencken is?
Michelle Mencken?
No, H.L. Mencken.
I know Michelle Mencken.
No, H.L. Mencken. He's talking about an old philosopher.
She's the Fox News host.
No,
right?
no,
he's an old philosopher.
He's an American. He's an old American journalist. But you should read what he says about democracy because he has some really fucking funny lines.
You guys,
Yeah, he's kind of base as fuck.
I really think you guys are anti-democracy. You're not pro-monarchy. I feel like really you're just you're recognizing that there are problems in democracy.
That democracy would lead to. Share my links. They'll be on Twitter in about a second. Okay.
Junebug for $2 says, share your script doc link, please.
Yeah,
Aydin.
they'll be in.
Dr. Diddler for $5
Don't
says,
take it. I'm trying to do work off this. Don't just steal my shit.
somehow the idiot voters have consistently elected people that have made the most wealthy, powerful country ever, while monarchists have shriveled. Huh? Yeah, that's my argument.
I don't know why. I don't think that helps. I don't think it's necessarily good.
Yeah.
Well, what's good for the majority of the country is what's good for the majority of the people. What's good for society. I mean, that's just the argument there.
Okay, so just anything that's good
mob
for
rule.
people. Yeah, mob rule is good. Okay?
You keep saying that like it means something. Okay,
It does
like-
mean something.
But
Like,
you're
I-
also saying that the mob is always right. That's what that means.
You're saying things that mean things, but they don't.
But
I'm
what,
not-
what do you think that means?
I'm saying that
Well, I
they're.
was just speaking out of turn.
I am saying. I am
What's that?
saying,
I'm gonna-
and calling
Like,
calling
no.
them calling the
my God.
voters the mob is a little bit,
little sneaky.
incendiary. Obviously, listen, the voters want certain policies that make them satisfied with their lives. Okay, so I don't understand how some monarch is going to know what policy proposals are going to make these people happy without something like elections.
They don't know what's going to make them happy. They think
People
what
have
they
no
know is gonna
idea
make
what's
them
going to
happy.
make them
But
happy.
I know
no
what will
idea.
make them happy.
You keep saying that, and I understand how it
And
offends
I-
people
I've
because you're
executed it, like,
literally
data.
saying you're too dumb to know what's good for you, and most people think, no, fuck you.
No,
I know what's good for me, and fuck off already.
That's not the argument.
I've expended my entire emotional energy.
You
by
know what's
trying to
good
do
for
that,
me?
so.
You know what's good for me? Tax cuts. I like tax
Yeah,
cuts.
I like
How do you
tax
guys?
cuts too.
How do you guys feel about tax cuts?
I love tax cuts.
Have you guys played
Yeah.
Deltarune?
Yeah,
Was that a no or a yes?
I haven't played it, but I've
You
heard
should
of
play
it.
it. It's good.
I like tax cuts, though. That's what I was saying. Yeah, to him initially.
Well, in a
I've heard of the
monarchy, you
game.
can't vote for tax cuts. They're not. You don't get a vote. Edgar,
You can pressure the monarch into doing it, and by the monarch is more likely to give you tax cuts because it's better to help the preservation and the success of its entire monarchy in the long run.
I think it's 2 in the morning.
And in fact, if you
this
want me to
was
go
a
through
spirited debate.
if
Yes,
you want
this
me to
was
go
a.
through the data on
I
exactly
can't. I cannot wait.
exactly.
I cannot wait for the comments
know.
on this. This
I mean,
stream was
do you want me
supposed
to
to
go
be.
really into
I
why
said.
the
I
monarch
said
makes
at the
more money?
very beginning. Listen, the funniest things about these streams is Spoon at the very beginning of this stream said, "I don't know if I can go 2 hours. I may be here 1 hour tops."
And now,
And everybody can look at. Everyone can look at the stream when you say that, Spoon. They're like, this fucking video is 5 hours long. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
So
Does it
so
maybe
obviously,
occur to you that it was
I'm having like
maybe it was interesting and I stuck around.
no, it's great. I want to actually thank you, Spoon, for participating and for sticking around. I will definitely.
Well, I really want to thank you too, Adam. Like I was kind of worried that this would be aggressive.
What? Why, Aydin?
Because it got aggressive on Twitter. I was worried
Aydin.
that because it was getting aggressive on Twitter, I was like, oh no,
Adam's complete surprise. Why would you think that, Aydin?
Is it? Could it be? Could it be the poll? Monarchy? Yes, please. Get fucked.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that. By the way, I know that people won't agree with me, which is
What
fine.
about my taking souls link? My comment.
Well, it's fine that people don't agree with me because I know most people won't agree with me. Otherwise, why would I take a?
We're aware that it's not a popular position.
Yeah.
If I wanted to take a popular position, I'd be a Democrat, wouldn't I? But
Not in this
instead,
time, you
I
wouldn't.
don't. I'm a monarchist.
There's so many things. I'm like, as a monarchist, when I become the monarch,
We don't want to be the monarchs, dude.
day one, no more Second Amendment. Like that's too dangerous. It's too dangerous.
I want maximalization of Second Amendment. Now,
it's too dangerous for me to have all these armed. Like, listen,
now, hang on.
I'm worried about being deposed through a
You
revolution.
shouldn't be.
I don't want an armed populace. I really don't.
But what if you have an invading army?
That's what my army's for, not the populace.
Yeah.
But
What
how,
if you can't get
hang
to
on.
them quick enough?
Do you understand how a monarch traditionally got an army? They didn't have a
Do
standing
you know
army.
the reason why the founding fathers made the Second Amendment? To avoid a monarchy.
No, I think it's to avoid tyrannical government. I don't think it's
No,
necessarily
they
monarchy.
knew you could never implement a dictatorship in a country where
like we have a dictatorship.
100%
Right now
of
in
the
United
people
States,
were
but that's okay.
armed.
Whatever.
Oh, we don't, Aydin. You silly bean.
Also, you can kind of make the argument if they're skeptical about democracy turning into tyranny, it's naturally they would have the Second Amendment.
It's on the point where we're about to get ready where like I can't be in the United States. Like that's why I'm glad I don't live in the United States anymore. Like I would have to get forcibly vaccinated to be able to like have a job or do anything or to leave my house. I don't have to do that.
That's your
here in the
monarch
UK.
right there.
Well, I mean, do I have to do that? Is not the case in the US right now.
Listen,
under
it's not the
democracy?
case. Yeah,
listen.
there's
How
your
long,
constitutional monarchy for you.
how long the Democrats are the ones who are for these vaccine mandates. When the Democrats get slaughtered at the midterm elections,
They
you
can't
think
be
they're
because
going
they
to be
just
in
cheat.
favor? You
They
think
just
these?
cheat. So if they won't get slaughtered. They'll just cheat, dude. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I don't think they're going.
okay,
I mean, you can say I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm a little
If
bit
they
really
do get
I'm
slaughtered in
very-
the midterms,
I'm very.
is
very,
that going to make you change your opinion about them cheating?
If I'm
Yeah, I'm actually curious about that myself, Aydin, because you are way more black belt on this than I am.
I'm very
Yeah.
black pilled. I don't think they will get slaughtered. I think that they'll just continue their.
Do you realize how much asinine cheating they would have to do? It would have to be insane
Yeah.
because the Republicans are like fucking has an army just driven all over them.
No,
at this point.
I think they're just gonna. I think that they've. I think we're one step away from a total totalitarian dictatorship. And
Okay,
I think
Aydin,
that,
In
the
England
fact
or
that-
the U.S.?
the fact that
US.
like the 20 Democrats are saying they're not going to run for re-election tells me that the cheating is not really higher in the list of options.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know. I'm very nervous about that. So I don't know. I could be wrong. I could very easily be wrong. I'm just scared about that.
My only concern is that one thing.
And so when people come at me and say like, oh, the monarch could be a dictator, I'm like,
I'd rather
democracy
be,
can
I'd,
be
I'd rather be
run by
impressed by
dictators,
one than
you know.
impressed by the many.
The majority can absolutely be a dictator,
Well-
if that makes sense. So anything can be a dictator. What I fundamentally disagree with in the Dictator's Handbook, by the way, is the idea that a democracy cannot also be a dictatorship, because I believe that it can be.
Edgar for 20 sexy sexes says, "Have any of you guys read the Green Book, Gaddafi?" I have
No, I have not.
No.
Writer of Rohan for 50 Rohanos says, "These arguments are unending. Individuals suffer."
Yeah.
True.
I want maximalization of individual liberty.
Oh God, it's so painful when you say that.
Why? I've always that's always been my maximization. I want to maximize individual liberty, and I'm just trying to find the best way to do it.
I think if you read the book makes a philosophical argument.
Yes,
Not just for
please.
the case of the political system, but also how this kind of political system fosters a really bad social environment, and that if they converge, they'll produce hell.
Cannell and Ledden's book, I think,
Yes.
really. I know you probably won't read it. No one probably will.
It's very in depth.
It's very in depth, but it explains, I think, my entire political philosophy. It's a wonderful book.
So
That's why I posted it 1,000 times.
writer of Rohan sent me a video called Avatar, the Two Sides of Femininity. Cool, I'll check it out. I don't know what that has to do with what we were talking about, but also I sent you art, Adam. Someone made art Hex made art just for this stream that you can put up real quick.
Can I pitch a
yeah.
hypothetical at you guys?
How can I don't
What'd you say?
And you have just been an absent image the entire time.
I'm all right with that.
just been an error.
One Quim for $5 says, "I used to be anti-democratic too until I realized that you need bottom-up and top-down institutions. So give Aydin a year, she'll change her mind."
No,
I mean,
she
I
won't.
might. By the way, if it's not very clear, I don't have very strong political ideas that are not changeable. I am very open to different ideas. It's only because of, and by the way, it's not because Trump lost, which you kind of intimated earlier, Adam. It's not because I lost that I was like, oh, I have to become a monarchist now. That was not the reason why. That was not why. I was already a monarchist before that. So, or was leaning towards that position.
I just think like fundamentally your position is incoherent. That's why it's painful when you say I want to maximize liberty, but at the same time I think someone who's smarter than you should make decisions for you about your freedom. That's the complete opposite of
I'm saying that as someone
freedom.
who I perceive myself to be as reasonably intelligent, but I am not the master of statecraft. I was not completely educated.
We all
in statecraft.
we all know that those big, gigantic super tanker sodas are not good for you. We all know that, okay?
But I mean,
what you're saying is a monarch should step in and say, listen, people don't always make decisions that are good for them.
They don't.
I'm here to make decisions that are good for you. No super tanker sodas for you, okay? Get back in the salt mines.
Is that not actually, by the way, what democracies do as well?
Do you not do that with taxation?
Yeah, I'm not. By the way,
this is a complete non
Are you aware
sequitur.
that it's the
Okay,
exact
listen,
thing in the state of New York?
This is a complete non sequitur
I know, right?
because
No, it's not a sequitur. You said,
in monarchies, you are taxing people the same fucking way.
but Adam, are you aware that the state of New York?
You guys are like, but taxes. Guess what?
Wait a minute. You said monarchies do taxes, and that's
too.
bad. But therefore, it's not the same thing when New York does taxes against sugary sodas.
No, but that's he got blown the fuck out for doing that.
I'm asking.
Oh yeah, he did.
They didn't actually. I mean, he did kind of get blown the fuck out, but those taxes are still in effect. They are, by the way.
Are they on the soda?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Against sugary sodas in New York. Yes, they are.
Fucking
So, like,
New York.
So I'm just saying, like, what? I don't understand the issue here.
To be fair, New York is getting a
The
new mayor
the issue
around
is
the corner.
your position is incoherent because you're saying, listen,
Why?
I want you. Can
we end
I'm
this
from-
conversation?
I am
Yeah,
for
right.
individual freedom. I want to maximize individual. Yeah,
I do too.
Aydin, we have to agree to disagree. It's that time.
I suppose so. Yeah.
I have a few more super chats to do, and then
I just want to say though, like, if it hasn't been clear, I want to maximize individual freedom. Adam wants to
we've heard this
maximize individual
before.
freedom. We just disagree on how to do so.
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Everyone's a good guy here, except for
We're all-
me.
You're a bad person, Sitch.
That's true.
Clearly, you're the bad guy.
I'm the bad guy. Your pal Ashley for $5 says, seems Aydin is saying a monarch is uncorruptible, but no man rules alone.
No,
if
we
the
don't.
king
No, we
key
didn't say that at all.
supporters, they will be deposed. The keys are corrupt.
I don't mean to say that if that's how it came off, that was not correct.
Okay.
We absolutely believe that the monarch is corruptible. Just the extent to which a monarch is corruptible is probably a lower degree to which an individual is corruptible.
The
So-
thing that's interesting
Hard
about
disagree.
this, there's a thing that's interesting about this is that the phrase "absolute power corrupts absolutely" can be read as a bottom up process. It's
But
like
I've read
once
what
you
it
have
means within
absolute
within
power,
democracy.
once you have absolute power, the corruption comes from your supporters, your underlings.
But I have read
I think we missed-
exactly.
Did we
Okay.
read the Wick W Quinn for
I did.
$5? I used to be.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can you turn is there a way to turn the little picture like right side up or no?
I mean, flip it.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. It says get fucked USA and it's got an eagle with a gun. There you go. Thank you, Hex. I agree. as always. Get
Oh, I
fucked.
can't. Yeah.
Chris.
Harris Remen for $5 says, what if we have a Biden dynasty and Hunter and his son and the illegitimate grandson is after Hunter?
Yeah.
I did say that earlier.
Whatever, but I want you to know that predominantly what we have had in the United States is political dynasties.
Actually, if you had the Hunter argument, you wouldn't have long. He would die of an overdose.
We have had political dynasties predominantly. Like
Wait,
people
wait.
seem to be drawn towards monarchies, which is horrifying. If you think that monarchies are bad, and I'm saying if you think monarchies are bad, then you have to look at the state of the United States and look at like the fact that we elect political dynasties.
That's true.
The Rockefellers, the
People wanted to
Bidens,
make
the
Trump
Kennedys, the Bushes. We find consistently that people elect political dynasties. So if you have an issue with monarchy, you have to look at the fact that we do elect political dynasties into power.
Yes, those are
On
policy
the-
proposals that people want. Thank goodness they're in the minority.
Or is it because they just know the name of the person?
Yeah, it's the familiarity to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
But
I
it's
see
like-
so much.
that's-
That's why I
that's
see
what's
so
called
much of
name
this
brand
monarchy
recognition.
stuff like sour grapes. It's like we're never going to have a majority here, and so
It's not sour grapes. I
therefore,
just said it's
Sour
the,
grapes.
the nature of the
Sour
thing.
grapes.
Well, I mean, I think for some people it's still an interesting discussion because they think like if it goes wrong, they still have like the framework for a potential different government rather than it just goes to hell and people wait for something to happen. So I think that's probably why people like to discuss it in a sort of abstract way.
Mhm.
That is
Edgar
my
for
opinion.
20 Sexy Sexes says, I'd rather die for a king than for a dumb party. You have to go to a cool. No one wants to be in a dumb party. You want to be in the cool kids party.
Please.
Okay. Where you play D&D. C. Hennessy for $5 says, Castro preached for freedom and assisting your fellow man, only for him
Oh.
to confiscate guns and rule since 1965. That's
No.
what your monarchy
No, that's
would
what your Democrat
look
would look like.
That's a democracy. The Castro system is
Castro
not a
isn't a
monarchy
democracy. What are you
Yes.
talking about?
because Castro is an elected figure. You know who
He had a violent revolution, I thought.
how did he come into it? Because he was elected. Okay,
Mob rule.
mob rule every
Or if you
time.
don't like mob rule, say the rule or the opinion of the many.
Yeah, but
Sure, if you don't like that word,
I
yeah.
understand. You're making this weird distinction where you think like because someone gets voted into office, they're like a more morally corrupted person than the person who is deemed, to be that as a child, which is completely
Let's
unfounded.
generally look at the people who are voted in via mob rule over the last 100 years. Who do you get? You get your Pol Pots, you get your Hitlers, you get your Stalins.
Stalins.
You get. I mean, in consistently when you have mob rule, who decides who is in power. Don't play that harmonica, Adam. Don't fucking play that harmonica. Generally speaking.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Aydin Spoon, for incredibly interesting and spirited conversation
Oh, how interesting and spirited.
about monarchies and stuff.
Yeah, we're.
One Quinn Provider says, also, Adam, have you watched an Isaac Arthur video yet? I think you would like the Paperclip Maximizer video. I actually did watch some, One Quim. I watched some of his alien videos. They're pretty interesting.
I did. Yeah, I watched them too. They were great. Yeah,
they're good.
I will probably watch many more.
Yeah, I like them. They're pretty interesting. But see, to me, his video is a perfect illustration of why I think Fermi Paradox is stupid. It's like he goes over like a million different tiny things I never would have thought of in a million years. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Anyways,
yeah, but great recommendations.
Right, great recommendation. Everyone check him out. Isaac Arthur, cool stuff.
Check out Isaac Arthur.
And this was a lot of fun. Thanks, Aydin.
It was a lot of fun. Thanks for
jumping in, Sitch. Thanks for reading
You're
super
welcome.
chats for me. Thanks for joining, Spoon. Thank you, Doomer, for joining. You snuck out. I'm not sure when, but more power to you. Thanks, Deb, for coming on. And we will see you all next Thursday. I'm actually talking to Econo Boy about MMT, so it should be a lot of fun. You guys,
Well, actually, we'll see you Sunday, but
yeah, we will see you Sunday, but I will see you also next Thursday. Next Thursday is Econo Boy. Do we know what we're doing on?
Who's
Sunday?
got a ukulele? That's pretty bass.
I'm not sure what we're doing on Sunday yet, but we'll call it a show. Thanks, everyone. Bye bye.